Welcome to EPT 2023.
I'm calling for my cat.
I'll take up then.
Balea bags the first ever EPT Paris trophy.
I'm about to change the world today. I'm calling shots I came to play.
I think I'm back.
Watson does the double in Monte Carlo.
He wouldn't have put.
Timed off me, huh?
Wojciech makes the call and wins EPT Barcelona. It's time to crown our next champion. Who will be next?
Stevic takes the win here in Barcelona.
Chasing Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 5 of the 5K main event, coming to you from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa, the penultimate day of the main event, playing down from the last 2 tables to the final table. 16 players coming into the day. By the close of play, we should have our final 6. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And this is the second to last day of the festival. That means just 1 day left of streaming after today. We'll watch them play down to 6, and tomorrow we'll watch them play down from 6 to a champion. And a reminder that we are going to be live tomorrow at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. That's 1300 Eastern European summertime. That is noon Central European summertime. So a 30-minute delay, or a half-hour later with our on-air time tomorrow across Twitch and YouTube. And a reminder that if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can use the live chat to get in touch. Over the course of the day, we welcome your questions and comments with the caveat that Chat Pro Saturday is not a thing. Twitch, YouTube, we're on X, formerly known as Twitter, using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. And of course, there's good stuff going on Facebook and Instagram as well. So we played down to 16 with 37 minutes left on level 25. We'll pick up where we left off with the blinds at 20K, 40K, with a 40K big blind ante. Let's take a look at who the chip leaders are coming into day 5 of this main event. Starting with the shorter stacks. Only one player who is approaching the danger zone. Danger zone! Alessandro Minisi with 15 bigs. Everyone else hovering around the 30 big blind mark or above. Pretty deep stack right now. The top end of the leaderboard includes 2 players who are going to be on the main stage at our first feature table. Both Andrea Dato and Gilles Simon are going to be at the feature table, 153 and 110 big blinds respectively. Former November 9er Kenny Hallett also in the top 5. Nathan Tatar was chip leader for most of yesterday. He is 5th in chips. And yeah, now we're down to 2 tables. We'll try and stay across as much of the action at both tables as we can. But of course, only 8 of the 16 players can take a seat on the main stage. These are those 8 players. Interesting, if we look at it from a seat assignment point of view, Dato and Simon sat next to each other.
Your bluff was amazing, my friend. You're really good. Value bluff.
We also have the shorter stack in the tournament, Alessandro Minasi.
It was good, appreciate it. Big respect.
And we will play out the 20-40 blind level and then roll straight into the next level.
You balls into that.
Is there one? No.
We're not
It is, right?
It is table 1. Are we recording now or not? Are we recording?
We've been recording the whole time.
Yeah, we're live.
Where there is a camera, always assume someone is watching you.
Actually, in 2023, just assume there's always a camera.
And if there is a microphone pinned to you, assume that someone is listening.
No, we don't go for the bottom, actually.
Always watching, Wazowski.
Good morning, everybody.
Always watching.
You're gonna have a nice day, all of you. So you know the drill about virtual all-in. We already spoke about it yesterday. You know our policy.
Soft hand for hand.
If you leave like an irrelevant amount behind and facing an aggression, you will be put on 30-second clock for the first decision. You won't be able to use any time bank cards. And then if you decide to forfeit your stack at this moment and play with a small amount, all your decision will be put on the 5-second clock.
We were talking about it for 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I know. And it's a big topic.
It's important everyone's got the message.
Just so you know,
From the very beginning of the bubble, yeah?
today we will use the soft hand for hand process. So basically, we're not going to synchronize the table really sharply. We'll keep a track of hands. But every time we will be on a pay jump, we will do what we call soft hand for hand. So if there's an all-in call on one table, I will freeze the action on this table, wait for the other table to complete the action. Obviously, we'll pause the clock at this moment.
Why were you doing it?
Because we have pay jump, so basically when there is a pay jump and you know that there is an all-in player over there, you just have to wait for the player to bust.
Not to have a situation when two are all in the same time, yeah?
No, we're not talking about this. If they are all in the same time on the same hand, and they bust together, we will split the prices.
Split, not stacks sizes, but
No,
split.
no stack size. Different table we split. But during the hand that's soft hand for hand, we will freeze the action on one table if there's already a call, pause the clock, wait for the other table to finish, and then do the showdown on your table, so that there will be no people waiting for one player to bust, and so on. Okay. Joe, you can draw for the button.
So,
If you do something like this,
Bardunian mentioning, oh, we've already heard this spiel. I promise you there will be someone today that doesn't understand how it all works.
Yeah, and at some point in the next hour or two, somebody will make exactly the mistake that he's describing.
Correct.
I just thought it was funny, it didn't bother me. You're played with glasses first day, yeah?
Drawing for the button at the feature table.
No, I played with glasses every time I played the TV table.
Button is in C5.
Yeah? It's not comfortable for you?
And looks like we're almost ready to go. Get the clock running. Kick off the action here on day 5.
That's your box, yeah?
7 minutes left.
Yep. Yeah?
20,000.
So that's mine.
Yes.
And same for yourself then. This is not your box, this will be yours.
I know.
This is mine,
Thank you.
I wish you all the best of luck. Have a nice day.
Oh, well, now Dato's an expert.
Here we go, action underway. The remainder of level 25 of the EPT Cyprus main event, blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 40k big blind ante. The penultimate day of this 5k tournament. We started with 1,320 total entries, 16 players remain. By the end of today, we should be down to our final 6.
One fold.
First hand of the day, action has been folded to Timur Vardanian.
2-4 we're playing here. 2-4.
2040, yeah.
Here we go. Kind of annoying to have to open this hand and not be able to 5 or 6 bet get it in.
80,000.
Although maybe he'll get the chance.
5 fold.
Yeah, an opportunity for a 4-bet potential.
6 fold.
So rounds the blinds, Halil Tasirak folds the small. Chip leader Andrea Dato is in the big.
8 fold.
All right, yeah, the 5-trade defend here in the big blind.
Dato Dominato.
Well, that is a pair of 3s for Dato. Both players with straight draws. Vardanian with the backdoor flush draw.
How the heck is ace-5 so far behind here? Feels like it should be ahead.
Yeah, I think you could probably just check here if you want. I mean, probably pretty close between checking and betting with the gut shot. This feels like the kind of board that's going to hit the big blind range pretty hard, though. And you do have showdown with the ace high, so not necessarily required to inflate the pot, but I can see the value in both lines. So 220k in the middle is going to be a bet.
4 bet. 1 175.
Yeah, around half pot, and that's the kind of size you're going to want to use on these sort of low coordinated textures. If you do have it continue at all, just because if you do have some stronger hands than ace-5, maybe some overpairs, for example, jacks, kings, queens, you're going to want to really apply pressure to these sort of one pair flush draw type hand, one pair straight draw type hands as well. Possibly just some direct straight draws with overcards, like maybe like a hand like queen 5 of spades.
Dato calls the 175, taking us to the turn. The king of hearts, so it's Dato who picks up the flush draw on the turn. 87% chance to win the pot outright. Vardanian drawing pretty thin.
So frustrating. How are you supposed to know you're this far ahead right now?
Dato checks. And Vardanian checks behind. And the river card is a 4, and they are both playing a straight to the 6.
It took a while, but finally we're going to chop one up. I know we had one, but still.
Oh, we had several yesterday.
I don't think I was...
You weren't here.
Here for any of them. I think this is only my second.
Do I have infinite time?
It must at least be your third. We have one with Maria.
Oh, it is my third, you're right.
$145,000.
That was very precise, very specific.
Does he even have the change to be able to... Okay.
Yeah, we got... the 5K chips are still in play.
I thought he said 149,000.
So the greens, the lime green chips, the 25Ks, the blues, the 5Ks, and the... I guess they're red and black. Those are the 100Ks.
Straight.
You both have a straight. This is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Seems pretty reasonable.
I'm liking Dato's color scheme today. The black and yellow. Started the day as chip leader, still holding the chip lead right now, more than 150 big blinds, and still more than 30 minutes until the blinds go up. Going to be Dato and Simon in the blinds. That means the short stack, Alessandro Manassi, will be first to act. Starting the hand with a 15 big blind stack. King 5 off. Really? No.
1 fold. 3 fold.
Mark Foggin has folded. Queen, Jack of Hearts for Timur Vardanian. A not unattractive hand, Nick.
No, very sexy hand indeed. Queen, Jack, suiting. Definitely one you want to play here. So Vardanian, just really quick, guys. Looking at about 44 big blinds.
4 raised. 80,000.
Not going to miss this moment.
A bet of 80,000 and the hood goes up.
5 fold.
Now this is new MO for Vardanian. Is this something that he's seen looking back at the stream, that maybe he was giving away information?
Maybe he just doesn't want to stare at the person next to him this time. Maybe it's player specific.
Simon defending his big blind with deuces. And we have an ace 4-4 flop. So deuce is still ahead.
Check. 4 check.
Action goes check, check. 9 of clubs on the turn. Gilles is now almost 3-1 favorite.
10 check.
Quite surprised not to see it continue on ace 4-4, but I think queen high can get to showdown here plenty and be good too.
Especially now, right?
Yeah, but if queen jack is checking flop and turn, the intention is probably getting to showdown, and therefore the deuces probably make it there too, and we'll probably win this pot most of the time. If you were going to bluff, you would have bluffed on a previous street, I imagine. This is a great run out for queen jack to still be winning, so, you know. Yeah, and the deuces just get to showdown for free. I think just a single bet on the flop probably would have got the job done. Maybe sometimes it'll take 2, but there you go. Unfortunately for the queen jack, this time deuce is going to take it down.
So Gilles Simon started today second on the leaderboard. He, of course, was the winner of Dare to Stream back in 2019, earning himself a platinum pass. We spoke to him before he took his seat at the feature table today.
And when you began streaming on Twitch, could you have believed that you'd get to this stage? Did you always have the belief there?
I don't know. I always took things like a little bit more short to midterm, step by step. So I wasn't really thinking ahead of like playing at this kind of a stage in the future. But I mean, maybe looking back, I obviously had that dream and had that belief, and now for it to become reality, you know, me from what's it been now, 4 or 5 years ago would definitely be proud of making it here.
And your stack, you got a lovely stack to work with. Do you think we're going to see an aggressive you today, or are you just going to play as it comes?
I think you'll have to find out by just watching.
And finally, your opponents, what do you think of the remaining field? Some strong players still left in there?
Yeah, there's a couple of players in there still that I also play with once in a while online. There's a couple of really good other players that I hadn't played with before, I wasn't really familiar with, right? With Cyprus bringing in some other people from different corners in the world, I'd say, to the usual EPT stops. So yeah, I think overall the remaining field is definitely not to be underestimated. But just gonna play my game and see where that gets me.
When we come back to the feature table with the action on Gilles.
With an ace cracker.
Yeah, 9-8 suited, facing the raise from Kozenkai. He calls. By the way, I don't think you remember, Joe, but in the PSPC, not only do we have platinum pass winner Gilles Simon, there was also a French platinum pass winner called Simon Gilles. And the problem
I do remember Simon Gilles, yeah.
is the player list. Sometimes the first names and last names get reversed.
Yeah.
So it was often hard to work out which player was which.
Was there a moment we thought someone had entered twice? Did that happen?
The different flags made us think that probably it was 2 people with similar, if not identical, names. So, top pair here for Gilles. Obviously, Kozenkai still a big favorite with the overpair to the board.
Didn't a dude named Gilles win Dublin?
No, you're thinking of Gilles Bernier, who was the runner-up.
Runner-up?
To Dmitry Abanovich in EPT Dublin 2016.
That really weird breathing pattern?
Yeah.
And we got 2 hands here with the potential to crack aces. Be hoping to be a lot further ahead than this on a 9-7 deuce flop.
Yeah, well, we're going heads up to the turn.
Huh.
Benassi folded. Okay, well, neither player has a spade. 3 of spades on the turn means Kozenkai is now a 9-1 favorite. Interestingly, Bjorn Kozenkai only has $70,000 in live earnings, and his best live cash is 10K. So he's already bested that
10 check.
with 16 remaining.
So Kozenkai here betting 155K into 280 on the flop. I think this is probably a card that he slows down on a bunch, but I can see the value in continuing as well. Plenty of one pair flush draw combos here. So yeah, it does continue and not slowing it down in fear of spades, which I dig. And 330,000. So nice chunky size here into that 590. I would argue this is a very confident turn bet. Definitely an opportunity to get away from that 9, but it is hard to fold top pairs in the game of Texas Hold'em. Nice work there from Gilly, though.
I reserve the right to say whether or not it's nice work because I don't know what the river card was. If it was a 9 or an 8 on the river, I think it's a bad fold. You're only going to get so many chances to crack aces. You really shouldn't be giving up on them quite so often. IMO. Sorry if I'm in a bad mood today. I bit my lip real bad at breakfast.
Ooh, that sucks. I hate that.
And it was in the middle of answering a real dumb question from Griffin.
Oh, that's even worse.
So now I'm mad at the world and furious with Griffin. Like, my mouth should have been moving in the first place.
Here's a hand you're going to want to play pretty much every time. UTG +2, Schumacher, ace-9 clubs. Let's go. 80K.
6, raise. 80,000.
There you
7,
go.
fold.
Just the min, as is customary these days. Dotso does have a pretty hand here, gang. So Dotto 153 big blinds deep. Schumacher at just 32. This is not the most unreasonable 3-betting hand. I actually would love to see a 3-bet from Dotto here, but
3-betting, I get it. Makes sense. Chip leader. Passing, I think I like a little bit more.
Yep.
Because what happens when somebody in the small blind gets ace-king? Oof. I was only off by 2. And by 2, I mean both cards.
Yeah, I think folding is also totally cool there as well. I mean, Jack 9 suited probably plays better as a call from absolute position on the button, but even then, definitely no shame in folding that one.
By the way, I would like to just start off by apologizing to this fucking guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's heard this his whole life, right? There's no way that I'm the first person to look and go, oh, this fucking guy. But it's new to us. And there's so very little things for us to riff about. So I just have to say I'm sorry.
I'm sure he will eventually hear your apology, Joe, and hopefully appreciate it / understand it.
Thank you. 5 seconds.
Uh-oh, time's running out.
Bet. 105,000.
Foggin firing with the open ender. Top pair for Schumacher.
Top pair, top kicker.
No improvement for, well, I guess technically an improvement, right? I hate that. Pair of 7s now for Foggin.
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Foggin probably won't be that unimpressed with the memes, especially if he would take on and go on and win this tournament, right, Joe?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure he'd be very happy to be this Foggin guy, who is also this Foggin guy who won EPT Cyprus. Yeah, interesting spot. You probably can find another barrel here, but I think a check is also not completely unreasonable. Just to try and control the pot a little bit, hopefully not blasting off into a 7. I think generally speaking, you're going to want to fire a second bullet here, though. And at this stack depth, maybe 300, something like that.
370,000.
I'll take it. It's actually closer to pot, but I do prefer larger sizing here.
3 fold.
A little protection there.
Yeah, definitely a texture where you get plenty of value from certain hands, and also a little bit of protection, as Joe said. So nice pot there for Schumacher, up to 40 bigs now.
So still got quite a few hands to play at 20-40 before the blinds go up to 25-50. A reminder, we're going to roll straight into the next blind level. Just playing out the last half or last section of the level we were at last night when we got down to 16. Next redraw, by the way, is when we get to 9. Once there have been 7 eliminations, we'll be at a single table of 9. Final redraw of the tournament takes place, but then we continue until we're down to 6, and those 6 players return tomorrow for the final day, playing for the trophy, title, and first prize of just over $1 million US.
It was 2 titans.
Simon opening from the cutoff with Queen 10. Round to the blinds. Mark Foggin has 6-5 off, folds the small. Timo Vardanian in the big has ace deuce.
This guy's such a goober. He went from staring people down yesterday to just completely hiding everything today.
I am enjoying the theatrics.
Yeah, I do like the pomp and circumstance here. So much of poker is a performance, you know, guys.
5 seconds.
310.
We raise 310,000.
310K is the 3-bet.
10 fold.
No live read this time.
Huh?
No live read possible.
Don't tell him it's working.
Especially if you're lying down on the table, I'm not going to be able to tell shit.
If it was at 2011 or something like that, that's not the reason, you know. You can do it with 1 card, not 2.
Yeah, there was that ridiculous hand yesterday between Timo Vardanian and Gilles Simon, ace-10 versus ace-queen. We had the 5-bet bluff from Vardanian with ace-10, who then snap-folded to the 6-bet jam from Gilles Simon. Felt like poker from more than 10 years ago, but I was here for it.
It was fun.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
I just have my idea.
7 fold.
It's not the again.
Vardanian has been an above-average stack for most of this tournament, has more than 100K in live earnings, but mainly plays his poker in Eastern Europe.
He seen that I 4-bet light, and he won 5-bet.
No, I just felt like gambling.
Huh?
I just felt like gambling.
You just felt it. You don't think about timing, okay?
I had a good hand. I had to go all in.
It's good hand to go bluff, but I prefer to have suited combos.
Okay.
Seconds.
You know, in multi-table tournaments, we often have the situation that you will prefer the suited combos, but you have not even this sort of hand.
5 check.
He prefers suited combos. I prefer pepperoni pizza combos.
Vardanian versus Kazenkai, blind v blind, unraised pre.
4 check. 5 check.
Club. Join the club.
If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. I'm probably the only person here who remembers those commercials.
I just referenced combos. It's a snack people in America haven't even eaten since the 90s.
190,000.
It works on like the, you want a 3-piece combo with that, sir?
I do love a 3-piece combo.
Yeah.
You're guaranteed to get at least a little dark meat in there.
So considerable draw here for Kazenkai. Not that he needs it.
5 fold.
Well, no club on the river, but Kozenkai still has the best hand with ace high. Can Vardanian push him off it? There's 190k on the turn.
Seconds.
Time bank card. Everyone would have got an additional 6 cards today to go with any they've saved over the last 2 days of play.
Yeah, I think Vardanian just kind of thinking to himself, blocking Queen Jack. Do I want to fire here, try and rep something?
Yeah, but what is he unblocking?
5 seconds. Time.
You owe another card, buddy.
Seems like there might be more better uses for this later.
Yeah.
That's more comma better, not more better, which isn't a thing.
I'm also not a huge believer in like, oh, I've taken too long. You know, sometimes people say I've taken too long.
I think that, but I think that's a myth. You're right. I'm with you on that.
But I do think that this is quite an extended use here, and I don't know if maybe that might work in his favor or against. It really depends on the opponent, doesn't it, Joe?
This would be
He's
sick.
gone pretty chunky. There was 500,000 in the pot, and he's gone close to full pot, 450k. And no ace-high hero call from Kozenkai.
Very nice. Time banks well spent.
Certainly not playing like a fellow who's got only $103,000 in live earnings. What is happening?
I'm not sure.
I thought all those sites were blocked here.
Yeah. Or maybe someone's making their own entertainment at the table.
7 fold. 8 fold. 10 fold.
Manasseh with Jack 6 of spades. Folds.
Yeah, I figured this way. Yeah, it's tough with the ledge.
9 deuce of spades for Mark
You did
Foggin.
it too high, yeah? You did it
That's
too
a
high?
fold.
3 fold.
You say he did it too high?
No,
Yeah, me. I was doing something like this at my first TV 2 days ago or something like that.
Yeah, the deck's a little different.
6, 3 of diamonds.
So that's
Vardanian
fine.
not
So
playing the button.
Safely at this box, and the player from your box said that he saw my cards.
Yeah, I thought so too. Like with the time thing here, like being CD8, so it was good.
5 fold.
Thanks.
Kozenkai completes in the small with 5 deuce. Schumacher with Jack 10 in the big.
6 check.
Checks his option. We're going to the flop. And we have a queen 9-4 flop, so the open-ended straight draw for Schumacher, who's still ahead with jack high.
Kazenka might be tempted to just put in a small bet right here, right now. Plenty of folds in a limped pot here, but obviously not going to get jack 10 to fold. Checks it over, seems good as well. Schumacher probably likely to just fire a bet right here, right now. I mean, a lot of the queen X combos that Kazenka has will bet flop. Sometimes he'll check back a 9 or a 4, but plenty of hands he'll just fold directly. And even if he does have a 9 or a 4, 2 overcards and a straight draw, pretty good equity regardless, and an opportunity to build the pot in position where you can make some better decisions on later streets.
Schumacher wins it with a bet. So 9.5 minutes left on the level. No break. We'll roll straight into level 26, the 2550 blind level.
Happy birthday, Raksha.
And still 16 players remaining. No eliminations so far today.
Moderator birthday. Happy birthday.
Where was the button at the very first hand on you, Andre?
5. I was the big blind.
You was the big blind at the first hand, yeah?
Having to work on a birthday?
So we played one round in 28 minutes, yeah?
On a Saturday?
Pretty slow.
I think she mentioned that
One round, yeah.
despite all that, the fact that you canceled Chat Pro Saturday is making it a happy birthday indeed.
Will we have a break now?
The ultimate present.
For a mod especially. It's like canceling the caddy swim for the lifeguards.
What is it, 1 till 1:15 once a year?
And you can see why.
So what happened at Chat Pro Saturday, guys? I missed that. Why was it canceled in the end?
I thought, honestly, Dick, that chat was pretty good most of the week, but I was not here, and James just decided it wasn't happening.
Well, I thought so as well, but
King Joffrey over here.
We just got to take his word for it now.
I mean, was there an
Does
incident
it
or?
really shock you to learn that there were examples of gross idiocy from some of the viewers?
No, it's not shocking, but I feel like there's a certain baseline we have to allow for.
My tolerance is very low. Very low.
I think that as long as Prague's Saturday doesn't fall on the final table, we owe them as a Christmas gift.
Okay, maybe.
As an end of year. We haven't done a Chat Pro Saturday in months.
I will consider it, but I remind everyone that it's something they have to earn.
Is this a real consideration? Because it felt like a fake one this time. You were like, oh, you guys are going to have to earn it, and then it just didn't happen.
No. There were specific things that happened yesterday that drove me over the edge.
Okay, fine.
This is coming from a Joe Stapleton who bit his lip, retorting to Griffin.
For the ultimate chat, the life chat pro, who is Griffin Benger.
The professional chat pro.
To be fair, I did unplug Griffin's microphone the other day, so I...
Oh, and he thought it was hilarious. He doesn't understand that it's genuinely something that shouldn't be happening. He bragged about it at dinner. He was like, the funniest thing happened. James unplugged my microphone. I'm just like... It's like when you whack a puppy with a rolled-up newspaper and it just thinks you're playing.
Threefold.
Stop biting. No! For the record, before people come for me, I've never had a puppy or a dog, nor have I whacked one with a rolled-up newspaper.
Ace-9 for Kazenkai, raising from the cutoff.
80,000.
Curling Master says it's not much better if you whack your colleagues, Joe. We're talking about Griffin.
Yeah.
I think we can all make an exception for Griffin, right?
240,000.
You know how people like justify fishing by saying like, oh, the fish, they don't have any feelings in their mouth? Griffin has no feelings when you whack him. He does not feel it. It only pocket jacks.
Yeah, we've had the open from Kazenkai, the 3-bet from Schumacher on the button with ace-queen, and now Tasiarek in the small with jacks.
5 seconds.
600.
4 bets to 600,000.
Yep, cold 4-bet here, looking wicked strong. Schumacher probably not loving that ace-queen as much as he did about 2 seconds ago.
As we all know, Tasiarek is actually one of the Infinity Stones.
It's hidden right in his belly.
Schumacher folds the ace-queen.
Nice, nice, nice.
Nice pickup for Tasiarek.
Yeah.
That might be the best
way to play Jack.
Best I've ever seen Jack play.
Like, it's one of those spots, right? You like, it is strong enough to cold 4-bet, but I probably don't want any more action than that, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is one of 2 tables, of course, with us being at 16 players, 2 tables of 8. We are keeping an eye on any significant action from the other table, where Victor Uge is chip leader. You might remember last night he eliminated Anton Wig in 18th and Atanas Malinov in 17th, taking us down to 16 and securing himself a big stack for day 5. Kenny Hallett also among the big stacks at that other table.
3-fold. No more small fold. Oh. 4-fold.
You should check the card.
Five, raise, 80,000.
Kozenkai raising with Queen 8 of hearts.
Kozenkai a bit of a conundrum. Little loose with the opens, pretty tight with the folds.
Exactly. Pass. 7 call.
When facing aggression. We'll see if that tracks.
Well, he's been called by Tasiarek on the button with King 7 of spades. Ace King.
All is excellent in my life.
Shouldn't say tight. Has given up easier than I would have expected, given how loose some of the opens are. But I don't think we're going to get to a flop on this hand either.
Yeah.
Are you on board with the campaign, Joe, to spam this Willie to support Gilly?
Absolutely.
10, re-raise, 400,000.
Absolutely.
Re-raises to 400,000.
7.
That doesn't look strong.
And 2 crit folds.
Yeah, chunky squeeze there. 400K from 80K.
But who cares? The chip leader going to do his chip leader things, yeah?
You asking me?
Huh?
You're asking me?
No.
I'm not chip leader.
I'm not asking. Second chip leader, doesn't matter. You are the last chip leader at that hand when Andreas folded his hand.
Threefold.
Reminder of prize money, by the way, with 16 remaining. Everyone is locked up. $43,275. There is then a money jump when we get to 15. 51K if you can ladder to 15th place. It's not until we get to the last table, it's not until we get to 9 players that there is going to be a money jump with every single elimination.
Is that in response to Matthias asking, can I see the payouts anywhere?
No, it wasn't.
Because, Matthias, the answer is yes. Thank you for your question.
Schumacher raising with ace-queen. Tasiarek with 9-8 calls. Opening the door for someone to be squeezing. Maybe that player is Dato with ace-jack on the button.
You got to be so tempted here. Seems like a great spot. You know the call from the cutoff is going to be a bunch of combos that don't want any more chips put in the middle here.
8 call.
Oh, he's decided just to call. Potentially play a flop in position unless we get a squeeze from Alessandro Manassi with ace-6 in the big. Nope, he's calling as well. So we're going 4-way to the flop on what will be the last hand of this level.
Can you Can you fold a6 right there for the 40?
I honestly might consider it. It's just difficult to see how you're gonna.
Like what do you want other than 2 6s on the flop?
Having said that, you probably have a very reasonable price to call and just literally hope to flop, you know, the flush draw and or just flop trip sixes. Sometimes you'll outflop a hand like ace queen, you know, ace six deuce flop or something like that. I think he probably has the price to call, but it's also a combo that just plays awful in multi-way pots and awful out of position.
Yeah.
So Schumacher with the best hand, top, checks it to Tashirek, who does not bet his 9. Dato in position with ace jack high. And while he decides what to do, let me quickly handle this question on YouTube from Ola. Where can I find the remaining players? They're in the poker room at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Thank you for your question.
100,000.
Great work, James.
1 fold.
Dato's bet 100,000, has got the fold from Manassi. Schumacher surely not going anywhere. I know every now and then the conversation, Nick, turns to watches. Loving the vintage Casio from Schumacher. As he calls, Tashirek calls, and we go 3-way to the turn.
I'm telling you, we need a James Hardigan X Casio Poker Stars Special Edition.
Oh, that would be really cool.
Me and James discussed it on a recent stream. What's your next milestone, James? 20 years
6
with Poker Stars?
Yeah.
So 20th anniversary James Hardigan Casio X James Hardigan.
That would be really cool.
I'm
for it.
I am not even vaguely joking about that. I think that'd be so tight.
So Dato has picked up the nut flush draw. It's been checked to him for a second time.
You know how some Casios, they used to have the calculator watch?
Yep.
What if James has had the widget? You just plug in the blinds levels, how many players are left, and it just shows you how many players are going to be left. You just punch in a time. Oh, there'll be 18.4 players left.
A variation of the Marty McFly watch with built-in widget. Love it.
It's either that or if it's a conventional watch with, you know, the hands. I just thought maybe James's face as the second ticker going all the way around.
Interesting.
And then on the hour at the top of every hour it just says everyone loves a chop hot or something like that. All the famous sayings.
So Schumacher's still with the best hand. Doesn't know it, but he's near enough a 2-to-1 favorite here.
Do you think if someone had access to the widget, that could be real-time assistance? Like if the action's on you, you're facing it all in, right? And then you look and you're like, well, there's 19 players left. And you're like, oh my God, this is the time of the tournament where there's supposed to be 18 players left. You fold.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. It's not real-time assistance.
It's not real-time assistance, okay.
5 seconds.
Then this watch works.
6 fold. 7 fold.
Wow. The bet from Dato on the turn gets 2 better hands to fold.
And expert play here for Mr. Dato, using that ace of clubs very effectively.
6.5 million, 163 big blinds.
I like your Italian
Oh, hold on a second, the blinds are up.
The most Italian I have ever seen.
375,000.
Yes, yes.
What's Olivier doing here? Someone in trouble?
Dealer change.
All right, guys, blinds are up. 25, 50, 50.
Well, he has to make sure that the guy gets up and the other one sits down.
It's a tough job, but someone has to do it.
Union rules.
130 big blinds for Dato because the blinds are now 25,000, 50,000 with a 50K big blind ante.
Okay, now bear with me. What about a limited edition cuckoo clock, where on the hour, every hour, James Hardigan's face pops out like as the cuckoo, and then on the top, it's me and you chasing Griffin like a roundabout.
In fantasy world, sure, Nick. This is getting further and further from anything. I do think that there would be like a slight chance that PokerStars issues some kind of swag watch, but we're getting.
Joe, I thought you of all, you gotta dream big to accomplish great things. You know what I'm saying?
I like to dream small.
You really
to
did bite your
accomplish
lip.
anything at all.
You really did bite your lip this morning, didn't you? Unbelievable. I've never seen such a grumpy Joe Stapleton.
If you see what I've achieved in my life, you'd realize that dreaming small is what's gotten me anywhere.
Schumacher folding Jack 10. Tasharek is out. Action on the chip leader.
No, probably not.
King 3 of hearts.
Claps in the chat if you would buy that from the store, guys.
90,000.
That's an illegal racer.
90,000 total.
Can't do that. I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah, it should be 100.
The blinds went up.
Oh, sorry,
Time runs.
It's all Gucci.
Thank you. So 100,000.
Pocket sevens. And Gilly calls.
I'm all in.
Oh, Manassi all in from the small blind with ace-jack. And is he going to get called here by Gilles Simon?
Can I have a count, please?
Dato asking for the count. Huh. This would be awesome.
I'm assuming this is Dato just trying to make it look good.
I haven't seen a
Come on, my friend, we have an all-in.
call like this in a while.
175,000 total.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit of Hollywood. I mean, with Simon to act behind seems a little outrageous to have a call here with King Tray of Hearts, especially with no booties on the line.
Well, he's made it look good.
375, yeah?
375.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to the races here, guys.
Yeah, we have a coin flip alert. And this is a flip that Manassi will need to win to survive.
Like copium versus coping harder. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
You already lost that. I'm kidding. Don't listen to him.
I think if he marked right now,
His face was really flat.
No, I think if the dealer will mark the cars right now, we will.
That'd be funny.
No, I think we will roll it in every situation.
Now, you might remember what Olivier told the table at the start of the day. We are playing soft hand for hand, so this all-in will not be dealt until action at the other table has completed. And there is a hand in progress right now. A three-way pot. Victor Huguet, Gerard Carbo, and Jose Gonzalez. And looks like we're joining this hand on the flop.
How did it happen at the exact same time?
This is not an all-in. This is the hand that needs to play out because it's soft hand for hand.
All right.
I've never seen the person like Branson.
Looks like a bet from Gonzalez. A call from Huguet. Action on Gerard Carbo, and he folds, so we are going heads up to the turn. We'll see the board in a moment. Okay, well, it's the 6 of spades on the turn. The flop was the 8 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds.
Are you sure this is not an all-in?
So having bet flop, Jose Gonzalez is going to barrel the turn by the looks of things. That is 320,000. And Victor Huguet appears to be calling.
Victor was busting people left and right last night. And I know that we were just watching this hand because it was happening at the same time as the other one, but this pot's big.
So there's a big pot, 3 of hearts on the river, so straighty board, no flush possible. And Gonzalez moves all in.
So now do we have to finish the other hand before we come back to this one?
Well, we see what UK does here, and if he calls and is ahead, Gonzalez would be eliminated. Gonzalez would be the at-risk player here if UK were to call.
You guy was a lot of fun to watch yesterday. I hope we get him back on stage at some point.
Well, if he makes the final table, you'll see him for sure. We are in a pay jump, guys, which is why we're observing a soft hand-for-hand process at the moment. UK folding there. Gonzalez wins that pot. Now we can come back to the main feature table. We can deal out the all-in between Alessandro Manassi and Gilles Simon. Manassi, the at-risk player, with ace-jack, racing against Gilles Simon's pocket sevens.
Copium versus Cope Harder.
That was a good one.
Manassi gets some additional equity because he's standing up. The flop is 8-6 deuce.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Good board for sevens. Manassi with 4 outs. Turn card is a queen. No additional outs. Manassi looking for an ace or a jack on the river.
Not feeling
we are down to 15 players.
Just not feeling it.
Are you good? I'm ready to start it. Oh, okay.
River card is a 9. Alessandro Manassi is eliminated in 16th place, cashing for $43,275. Everyone else has earned a pay jump, and Gilles Simon has earned a ton more chips and is up to nearly 5 million now.
Sometimes you just know, right? You just know when that flip happens, you're like, it's not coming.
Yeah, nice smile there. A couple handshakes, good sportsmanship. Love to see that, and love to see Gilly chipping up, baby. So Gilly now 99 big blinds, and I'm here for it.
We're now being asked to spam this chili to support Gilly, who has a 99 big blind stack.
Seems like our bases are covered, right? If you're willy averse, you can spam the chili. If you don't like spicy food, you can spam the willy. If you don't like either, you're out of luck. Is there a Billy, like a goat? Spam this Billy?
There must be a goat emoji.
If you don't like goats, get out.
It's just a shame we don't have an emote that's like Willie Elliott. And then we can spam that Willie to support Gilly.
110,000.
I'm loving the announcements.
At least this amount is a legal race.
Here you go, we can spam the Tilly to support Gilly.
Jennifer Tilly?
Correct.
Action has been folded to the small blind. We're waiting for Mark Foggin to act.
What's taking so long for this fucking guy?
He's called with King Jack.
Yeah, I like the fold here from Vardanian. Just such an awful hand to play multi-way. Queen 3 suited, whole different story. Queen 3 off, way worse. And very poor equity realization.
King, Queen, Deuce. Top pair for Foggin.
Dato probably tempted to fire here. King, queen, deuce seems like a very c-bettable flop as the initial raiser. Foggin 42 big blinds behind, so probably going to default to like the 1/3 size. Decides to check instead, seems fine. Picks up a straight draw on the turn.
Oh boy.
But it's 2 pair for Mark Foggin, who is a 92% favorite.
At this point, I think if I'm Foggin, I want to have a lead. Plenty of Queen X, plenty of Jack X, plenty of pair plus straight draws that are going to be checking flop that will now have some equity here. Decides to check instead.
You got to charge them for their draws, Nick. I read that in a book.
Yeah, I mean, if you're checking, you're giving them the keys to the Lambo.
Is that not a thing anymore? You're not supposed to charge people to draw?
I feel like maybe Foggin's just thinking the checks on this flop aren't going to be strong enough to call, but I feel like a check on this flop can be quite strong under certain circumstances. If Dato has queen 10.
5,000. C8 bets 105,000.
Yep, so there's the 1/3 after all, just a delayed c-bet, but King Jack going absolutely nowhere.
By the way, I'm loving Andrea Dato's verbal declarations. It's a top tip I always give people who are playing poker for the first time. Say what you mean to do and then you can't go wrong. If you fumble around with chips and screw up, it's bad. But if you say what you want to do, if you say it out loud, whatever happens next can't go wrong because the verbal declaration is binding.
So Foggin playing it slow, just a call on the turn as well. And, I mean, is he going to continue with the softly, softly check the river monkey?
C3, check.
Well, now that Dato's got a little bit of showdown value, how's he going to play it?
C8 check. C3 check.
Check, check. 2 pair good.
Yeah, I wonder if Mr. Foggin could have made a little bit more there. Not having a lead, not having a check raise on the turn, not having... I mean, he was telling a pretty believable story of weakness, right? And if he doesn't hit the 7, maybe he does catch another bluff, but I think maybe you win more chips by having a bigger lead on that turn. Maybe something in the region of 60% pot, maybe a bit more. At these stack depths, it might be closer to full pot, and of course, plenty of combos that still give you some value there.
Foggin around average right now, 2.5 million. The average being 2.6 million with 15 remaining.
Fogging around. Look, I'm a fan of copy pasta as much as the next guy, but can you please not spam the chat? My mom bought me a new laptop, and when you spam the chat, it burns my legs.
Opium believes we need some players who aren't afraid to ramp up the aggression, Nick. Can we parachute those players in at this late stage?
Yeah, absolutely. Could we get a couple ringers in there?
Sounds like Opium needs some copium.
We need players who are willing to 5-bet bluff with ace-10.
Hey, Jens just showed up in YouTube chat asking if Yarosh is playing.
I don't know if Patrick Yarosh made it to this EPT, but he certainly is not in the last 16 of the main event. Last 15 even.
Yeah, if you don't want me to get burned, don't spam the chat.
So a cheeky raise with Jack 3. Mark Foggin with ace-queen on the button.
I was thinking about Maria just not understanding the joke yesterday. So good.
It was almost like Griffin's brain had transplanted itself into Maria's head for a 5-minute period.
I feel bad, too, because I feel like she was, like, probably 50-50 in her head whether she should even participate in the joke. Like, it's kind of off-brand for her to even do, like, a fake F word. And she's got it so wrong.
Well, Danny and not playing Jack-10 suited from the small. Kozenkai ace-9 of diamonds in the big. Might make this a three-way party.
I'm fine, says Maria kept explaining the joke and you guys didn't understand it. Okay, that's how I see it. No, you're also wrong. Thank you for your comment. You're banned.
2.1.
Aren't you great that it isn't Chat Pro Saturday and you have the right to ban that person? Baines, I'm glad you enjoyed the Mystery Cash Challenge on YouTube. When you say, hopefully PokerStars does more of that in the future, were you watching yesterday and did you hear what we announced yesterday?
Well, we're waiting. Okay, the 9's winning.
Yeah. Someone's a little bit sleepy. A few yawns there.
Heavy breathing intensifies.
Get someone a cocoa.
I thought maybe they were just doing the paper bag thing. Yeah, that's crazy. Everyone's got therapy now. Remember it was just breathe into a paper bag when we were kids? That was therapy. Here you go. Here's a brown paper bag.
To Blas says, mystery bounty coverage at Prague? Yes.
That's true, right? Yeah.
We are going to stream the second day of the 10K Mystery Bounty Tournament. So that's where you're going to get your Mystery Bounty action from. And you're going to get your cash game action from the big game on tour at NAPT Las Vegas. Those are our immediate plans.
How's it going to work? Are you going to be out on the floor opening envelopes for people or what?
Why would I be opening envelopes for people? They open them themselves.
I don't know. It feels like it needs a little pizzazz, a little showbiz down on the floor.
This gets checked to showdown. Pot's going to go to Kozenkai.
Anyone who continues defending Maria's joke is going to continue to get banned, by the way.
Please don't defend the indefensible. We all love Maria. Don't get me wrong. But she was not in the right in that situation.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know what you guys should do with big game? Add shark cage into it.
No. No.
That sounds like a harebrained Nick Walsh idea.
We are not averse to bringing back shark cage in the future, but let's focus on the immediate future, and let's
Big
focus
shark cage game.
on the return of the big game, which, as much as I know everyone enjoyed the Mystery Cash Challenge, I think more people are going to be excited to see new episodes of the big game.
Can we find a way to get like a faux Squid Games in there as well somehow?
And a cuckoo clock.
Now you know why we didn't invite Nick to the ideation sessions.
James and I have kind of played around with coming up with a live spin and go idea that never really got off the ground. Maybe Nick would have some ideas for that.
Well, I would be not being included at the ideation situation is fine.
To be fair, Nick, this was many years before you were on our radar.
You were in high school still.
I mean, let me see if I can dig it out. I'll have it somewhere on this computer.
Well,
the idea was we strap a player to a big wheel after they win, and we spin it, and whatever number their head points at, they get that prize.
Okay, so this V2 of this draft format is dated the 30th of July, 2015. This has not been touched for more than 8 years.
And you still got it. That's impressive.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So forgive us for not inviting you.
No. All I'm going to say is, if you were to revisit and I wasn't involved, I would be pretty insulted, and it's hard to insult me.
Tasharek manages to find the right way to play jacks twice.
Twice in a row.
Somebody sign this guy up to your training site as a coach. He jacks only.
Yeah, he's doing very well so far, and that puts him on about 54 bigs, so feeling pretty confident up there, but currently third in chips on our feature table.
P-Prof asks, have the details on the casting free roll been released, the date and the time?
It's going to be during the day on Sunday, November 5th. Exact times and exact registration open still TBD, but ultimately, if you're interested in being involved, if you're interested in going through the casting process to be a loose cannon, you're going to need to be in Vegas. You're going to need to be at Resorts World the weekend of the 4th, 5th of November, which is the opening weekend of NAPT Las Vegas.
Yes.
I think we should still give the Joe Stapleton your band concept another go, where we just randomly eliminate people regardless of chip stack.
Just if I don't like their face?
I was thinking just randomly, but yeah, I mean, if you want to be directly involved, Joe.
Oh, you coughed without covering your mouth. You banned. Not really a fan of the small tip you just left for that drink. You banned.
So Schumacher with the nut flush draw here.
Chazarek, apparently a reg here at the Merit.
Yeah, he's rocking that Merit merch.
It kind of looks like a loose-fitting superhero outfit.
A loose-fitting diver's bodysuit.
Yeah, like you press a button and it's just...
Yep, sucks in.
Ace, 7, 5, 5, heart, heart, spade, spade. Okay, the hearts are still a thing.
C6, check.
Both players kind of with showdown. I wouldn't be surprised to see a check here from Tesserac. Yeah, there you go. And it's a chop.
Catching up on the chop pots. Ed on YouTube asks, is there anyone going to Vegas for the big game and NAPT main event chat? I'm going for the poker, but some people, I guess, will be going for the chat. Thank you for your question, Ed.
And this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I almost considered screwing that one up because they've just been too good lately.
Me Like Cake 22 asks, when you say nut flush draw, what do you mean by nut? The best possible flush draw. Ace of hearts on the board, so if you've got the king of hearts in your hand, you can make the best possible flush if your opponent had hearts as well. Because as we all know, blockers aren't real.
And not that it applies there, but a straight flush is a different hand than a flush. So if someone wants to go, well, 7-8 of hearts would be the best flush. No, it wouldn't. It would be a straight flush.
Yeah.
Different hand.
Wholeheartedly agree. You can still say he has the nut flush and not be wrong if somebody else has
a straight
the nuts that is a straight flush.
Correct.
There's a difference between the nut flush and the nuts.
Yes.
Correct. Moving on. Ace Jack for Mark Foggin in early position. A raise to 120K. 125K, of course.
You gotta get it right for this fucking guy.
King 7 for Timo Vardanian. Hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Folds. Kozenkai is out. Tashirek. We've got Schumacher first on the button. Now it's Tashirek in the small.
I kind of like Tazirak's style here. Seems pretty composed, pretty chilled out. I think he's got good vibes for long form tournaments. Very chilled, just taking them as they come. I would be surprised to see a fold here, though. I think King 10 off is doing pretty bad against the +1 range here. Yeah, nice work.
He doesn't look like the kind of fellow that's going to fold king 10 off in any position. And I like when people are surprising.
You like when people are surprising?
Yeah.
But not like cuckoo clock surprising.
No.
Honestly. The abuse.
You have a lot of energy. Yeah. At the table. You heard that before?
Hmm?
You've heard that before?
TV tables?
Have you heard that you have a lot of energy?
Yeah. Whole life. And
2-3.
often that this energy is not.
This question gets asked with regular frequency. D. Gromit on YouTube says, how about adding heart rate monitors for the players at some point? In the early era of televised poker, going back to like 2005, 2006, it was all the rage to put heart rate monitors on players. And guess what it showed? That poker players are generally pretty unfit.
100,000 fold.
We did save at least 3 people from heart disease, though. We were like, this is not normal at any stage of excitement. Go see a doctor.
Wow, John must be in a big hand. No, he's he hasn't played a pot for 2 hours. Okay. Uh-oh.
Now, I did have an idea. I'm just going to put it out there to the world. I did have an idea that if we ever did a televised show with Phil Hellmuth again, we take a heart rate monitor and we put it only on Phil. And then if you manage to get Phil's heart rate above a certain level, you win a bonus prize. You win like an extra $1,000. So if you put Phil on monkey tilt and he blasts off and he's like, bop, 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 that's more money for you.
We should call it full tilt Phil.
All right, I don't mind that.
Full tilt Phil. Let's do it.
And then once it hits a certain level, now you got to beat that level of heart rate, right? Like you can't. So now there's like a new record to set.
If you kill him, you win the ultimate jackpot. There has to be a kill Phil element to this, surely.
Kill Phil was a popular book for a minute.
Ace, Queen, High is still the best hand here.
C10, check. C4, check.
Check to showdown. Ship the pot to Vardanian.
C10 shows ace, 8 of diamonds. For ace nine.
I hear 8 high.
Still 1 hour to play at the 25-50 blind level. Still 60 minutes to run until we take our first break of day 5.
You know, at the very beginning, my energy is not for poker, for sure. My mind is, but energy not.
Timur was at breakfast pretty early this morning. I don't know if he had a late night, just had some nerves, if he's an early riser, but...
I can tell you because I was here. He was in the poker room at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah. That to me sounds like nervous energy.
Yeah. Well, we've already established, guys, this bloke has a lot of energy.
And with 103,000, I think, in total live earnings, he's already earned almost half of that.
Yeah.
In this event. So understandable.
Test your act with the Grafton.
C7, cold.
Check out Danny in the background here.
Ooh, double Graftons.
Consummate professional.
Double the Graftons, double the fun.
Call. C8.
You got to be wicked tempted here.
Someone's got to put the squeeze on.
C10.
It's not going to be a small blind. It's not going to be the big blind either.
Foggin's got the squeeze box. And Mama doesn't sleep at all. Something like that.
4 players.
Ha.
7-5 Trey. Mark Foggin with the best hand right now.
Tricky to navigate the this four-way pot now from in the big blinds, but I imagine ace-8 and 9-10 probably not going to get too hot and heavy here, given the multi-way nature of this pot. Dato has been sneaking in there with a couple cheeky moves now and then, though. Might be tempted to take a shot here, but it is so hard. I think usually you find mostly checks.
Oh, man, come on. Blockers aren't real.
So Dato and Tashirak with top pair chopping right now, which is why they have 0% to win outright. Kozenkai with the nut flush draw, plus has a gut shot straight draw.
Pool the Cleaner understands the assignment and says this guy fogs.
5 seconds. 170,000 total.
I don't think Foggin was expecting to get 3 calls and doesn't.
Huh.
Just 2. Yeah, turns out the turn hit everyone, my dude.
Well, Benny Glaser is watching the stream. He says, let's get hot and heavy. It's not that kind of 18-plus stream, Benny. But Barry Greenstein has made an appearance, giving Kozenkai the win.
Flaming Berry is hot. And if you're fogging up the windows, that's pretty hot and heavy, too.
Pair of 7's no good. Pair of 9's no good. Kozenkai with the winner checks.
7.
Tashirak checks behind. Kozenkai's going to win this pot.
Thompson says, this is better than the German stream. Good job, you two. Sorry, James.
That's okay.
Boss?
Just me and Nick are better than the German stream. How dare you, by the way? The German commentators are also our coworkers. You can compliment us without tearing down someone else.
Ja, und das ist nicht gut, Mann.
You banned. Can you say that in German, you banned?
Du bist ban.
There you go. Du bist ban.
Du bist raus.
Is part of the accent shouting?
Yes.
Okay.
Ein bisschen, yeah.
There is no better language in the world to shout in other than German.
See if I raise 100,000 total.
Oh, I kind of feel like I'd like to shout in Japanese one day.
Non da te.
Hi.
Non da te, oh.
Josh, I'm not going to ban you. I'm going to give you a question the respect it deserves. Josh says, when is the EPT going to display the blind levels? Look, they are displayed frequently. Put the blinds up in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Also, they're available at all times as a command prompt on both Twitch and YouTube. There is a balance. We say this all the time about the work that graphics do to provide essential information without bombarding and crowding the screen with an overload of information. The moment graphics start looking like a HUD is the moment this kind of becomes a little bit, ugh.
Yeah, we're watching a poker stream. We're not mech warriors.
I really wish I was a mech warrior.
It would be pretty fun. Wait, so Nick, have you been playing Starfield? Do you play it?
Not yet, no, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, Spider-Man 2 came out today, so I think I'm just going to have to put Starfield on the back burner for a minute.
Have you been enjoying it, though?
I have been enjoying it. It's not as good as Skyrim.
Okay.
But it's pretty good.
I mean, everyone's saying it's just space Skyrim, basically,
Yes.
at this stage, but I'm 100% okay with that.
It's pretty good. I mean,
especially with all the mods I sent you across.
The first-person shooter aspect of it is really fun. There are a lot of it is, like, very choresy.
Yeah.
But it seems like you can just skip over a lot of the choresy stuff.
CP raised to 125,000.
That's correct, Wallace. The screen gets too fucking crowded.
Vardanian playing a hand. Mark Foggin has raised the button with King 10.
We have seen Vardanian using the ace-deuce off as a 3-bet candidate, 3-bet bluff candidate. Of course, I think the last time we saw that was in the big blind. Seems like an opportunity to do it from the small, though, as well. Yeah, I called it. Yeah, nice size here as well, 430K. You want to take your 3X and add a little bit more because you're out of position. And it's going to take it down.
Yeah, I got an issue with this Irish Smurf comment. For sayings like Barry Greenstein or the Grafton, etc.
You had call, 3x, and 4.3x ready.
Do we ever get many new sayings from recent poker, or are they all old?
Grafton is like 2 years old. I don't consider that to be old.
Sourdough is about 3 years old.
Yeah.
And it's, I hate to tell you, but it's not a thing if it's new. It's only a thing if it's old.
Yeah, that's right, Teblar. The Spraggy is pretty new. The James and Joe, that's a relatively recent discovery.
Somehow.
Okay, so Simon has raised with Queen 7 of clubs. Round to the blinds.
Nope, sorry, Okan, you're banned. Thank you for your comment.
Aces for Schumacher in the big blind. Perfect squeeze spots. Not sure how much action they're going to get, though, here. Simon, excuse me, probably not going to continue because that guy might find a call on the small blind, but not the most ideal situation of all time. Schumacher's 3-bet size here, quite small considering the nature of the squeeze. This is screaming strength for me, not going to lie, guys. I feel like Schumacher, with such a short stack, probably just shoves as a bluff here as a squeeze with hands like ace-king. So the 3-bet to 330 just seems incredibly small. That's not to say it's a bad size. You do want more action from those combos, but I think learned players would probably pick up on that really small 3-bet size off of a very small stack and probably be pretty terrified of that.
Well, we're heading over to the other table where we've got a 5-bet pot. Looks like the original raise came from Preet Parmasto. Victor Ugay has 3-bet. Nikita Kuznetskov 4-bet. Preet Parmasto 5 bets, and that 5-bet is going to take it down.
There's only one option. Jam.
Or slow play.
Slow play for one. I'm only calling king aces.
Yeah, I mean, calling. Yeah, I mean, aces you can call, right?
I represent you, bluff jamming, getting with him, or chopping with you on the top. I see him to nothing.
So still 8-handed at the outer table, 7-handed on the main stage. Just the one elimination today, with Alessandro Manassi going out in 16th.
Yeah, this should be almost another. Yeah, I know. Well, it wasn't, but like, just try not to confuse everybody. Just for the triangle, it means it's on.
Don't want to be like Jack Salter. He ended not good at the heads up. So 5-4.
Just for the future.
Yeah.
6-4.
It's good that you want to be entertaining, but don't make it.
Yeah, don't make it like
obscure the clarity of the game.
So, semi-call, heads up.
Well, that is a good flop for Tasharek.
Not the worst flop I've ever seen for ace-5.
50,000 total.
I think this is a board where he's going to have a stab a bunch, so probably wants to keep it nice and balanced.
2-7 call. 6-7 check.
Vardanian drawing dead.
C4 bets out 75,000.
His fearlessness might finally bite him right in the Tusharek.
Yeah, after being stationed twice by Tasharek, I would probably elect not to try again on the river. Yeah, it gives up. And wow. Tasharek checked, of course, out of position, hoping for a bet from Vardanian. I thought for a moment there Tasharek checked behind.
Yeah, I did as well.
Well, we're going over to the other table where Alexander Fatarin has moved all in. Decision is on Jose Gonzalez, who's already played one time bank card. That's his second time bank card, delivered somewhat vociferously.
Quick apology, though. Won't say allow it, but
doesn't look like a lot of chips for Fatarin. Open from Gonzalez in the cutoff, and then the all-in from the big blind. And there is the call, and it's a domination situation. Ace-6 for Fatarin, King-6 for Gonzalez, and an ace-high flop. And this is going to be a double-up for Alexander Fatarin.
he is the one who knocks.
So it's about 500,000 chips, about 10 big blinds was the shove. King-6. Yes, no?
I mean, I guess you think you're priced in?
Yeah, I'm not sure, guys.
I don't think you're priced in with King-6, sorry.
Just hunting for the flush, I guess.
If someone will ask, I will do it in 1 second, okay? Just put them together.
How about King-5? Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, 20 chips stack and all the chips together, like classical way.
Again, entertainment, not clown fiesta. Thank you. Entertainment's okay, but not a clown fiesta.
It's not about entertainment, my friend.
Sure.
Fun times.
Good old times.
So we're approximately halfway through level 26.
Trying to gamble, man.
Another 45 minutes to play at the 2550 blind level. And still 15 players remaining, which means the average stack is still 2.6 million. King 10 suited for Mark Foggin. That's a raise.
125,000 total. C4 fold.
Pocket sixes for Bjorn Kozenkai.
Bjorn again.
J2 I Love You asks, how long are the levels? Each blind level is 90 minutes.
This one just feels longer because we had the last third of yesterday's level play out today.
And we went back to back with no break. Pocket nines for Halil Tasharek, and he calls as well. Is Dato thinking?
550,000.
Yeah, he was thinking about it. He saw an opportunity to squeeze, and he has taken it. 550,000 is the 3-bet.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I was going to say we've seen a lot of these multi-way pots, but an opportunity here to put the squeeze on feels great. Love and Dato style. The only hand that can really fight back here, Tesseract. So Tesseract is in a really weird situation. 52 big blinds, looking really comfortable. There is an opportunity for him to fight back here. And that's going to be either a defend and or it's going to be a back raise. But so hard to know what to do in these circumstances and questionable given the ICM implications. Final 15, and I think most people just default to a fold.
And I know that we're keen to bring back poker nicknames. We have Andrea, the announcer, Dato, at the feature table, chip leader with close to 6.5 million, with 15 players remaining in the EPT Cyprus main event. So a reminder, once we wrap here in Cyprus, we are taking the traveling circus across the Atlantic, across North America to Las Vegas. We are going to be at Resorts World on the Las Vegas Strip for the North American Poker Tour, the return of the NAPT. We've talked a lot about bringing back the big game. Joe, we're also streaming 3 days of the NAPT, 2 days of the main event, the final table of the high roller, 3 days from November 10th through 12th on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, the main event, pretty affordable. Right in that sort of mid-tier buy-in that's doing so well in the States right now. There'll be lots of side events that are affordable. And I got to tell you guys, Resorts World, basically a brand new casino resort in Las Vegas. I have stayed there multiple times. There's 3 hotels there. I've stayed at the Hilton, and I've stayed at the Conrad. I don't think I've been at the Crockfords yet, so maybe I'm hoping I somehow roll the dice and end up there. Massive casino, and if you like casinos in general, I know we're there for the poker. I spent a lot of time at the slot machines there. They got a huge bank of Buffalo machines that if you want to meet me that week and I'm not in commentary, you can probably find me sitting at the Buffalo slot machine. They have Mulberry Street Pizza there. One of the best pizza places in the world from New York City. They only have a few places that aren't in New York. Fantastic. It's open until 4 o'clock in the morning. Resorts World has tons of stuff going on. Fun sports bar there. Karaoke, James.
What?
They got karaoke at the, I think they might have multiple karaoke locations there.
Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going.
They got a club there. They got a day club. I don't know if the day club will be in action in November.
And of course, if you can't be there, you can experience that stream November 10th through 12th on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. This hand, Foggin versus Tashirek, and Foggin with the best of it. Top pair, 4-1 favorite.
And Circus Circus is right across the street.
You just killed it.
What are you talking about, man? The Adventure Dome?
Look, I was very keen to see Circus Circus. This was back in 2010. And it was featured in Diamonds Are Forever, so I really wanted to go in there. I literally walked through the front door and was greeted by the smell of vomit and promptly did a 180 and exited.
So you smell vomit. I smell a previous very good time. Someone was having a lot of fun here moments ago.
Check.
Seven check. Are you there to someone? Are you there
Treasure X Instincts seem pretty good to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, just very composed, very zen. Sometimes you just got to chill and let the cards come to you. Don't get too overexcited.
It's like Foggin gonna value bet.
3-bet, 65,000.
Story checks out for having an ace bad kicker on a 4 straight board and gets paid. Gets paid by the king.
Ace 3, 12 aces.
Yeah, that'll do it. Potentially losing the minimum here, though. Bit of a tricky run out there to be beaten, but ace is good enough.
I wish I hadn't remembered the Mulberry Street pizza, though. I'm so hungry.
You actually kind of killed me with that. Now I'm really hungry.
It's open till 4 in the morning.
That's a top tip. I'm really excited about that. That's useful for us. I mean, especially with me being on a time zone.
Yeah, right.
7 hours ahead or whatever. I'm gonna do a reverse Joe.
Right.
From this trip. Wow, the buffet is really quiet at 4 o'clock in the morning.
5 raise, 100,000.
Yeah, there's a really cool food court there, too, that has, like, it's not like McDonald's, Sparrows. It's like...
I have been to the food court before, yeah, in Resorts World. Really good, like, sort of Pan-Asian situations.
Yeah.
A couple rice bowls, stuff like that. Some poke. 10
call.
Some authentic taco spot there. All right, so we got Kaz and Kai opening under the gun, ace-10. Simone calling from the button with 2 4s, and Vardanian with queen-jack in the big blind. And I think if you're a boring player like me, this is a pretty easy peel, but Vardanian, not boring.
4 call.
Okay, is just calling. Don't mean to say that calling is boring. Three to the flop. King, 5 4. Set of 4s for Simone. Sadly, no one else connects in any meaningful way.
I'm hearing that something's just kicked off at the other table.
Oh, okay.
There's some kind of controversy and the floor's been called, so might have to just move away from this hand for a moment. I know you're keen to see if Gilly wins this with a
love
set of
sets.
fours, but bit of a weird one. So what's happened here is that Nikita Kuznetsov shoved from early position. Now, because Gonzalez had his headphones on, he didn't hear or see the all-in. He threw out a single chip from the small blind, thinking he was completing. The big blind then folded, thinking that Gonzalez had called the shove, and Kuznetsov has shown his cards because he thought Gonzalez has called the all-in.
What a mess.
No, this is horrible.
And after the big blind fold, because he was all in, he put 1 chip, they say call, fold, so he showed the cards. He showed the cards, and after he takes,
Guys, this is a massive advert about the danger of wearing headphones at the table and not paying attention to the action.
And from the sounds of the chat, he wants to call.
Well, we can see his cards. He's got ace-king by the looks of things, or ace-queen.
No, he didn't say call. He was small blind
Oof.
and he put 1 chip.
Glad it's not my decision to make.
No, me, I say...
So he didn't say call, he just threw out a single chip.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So yeah, but, okay, obviously, okay, you wanted to put to call the blind line, okay.
And then when he flips over his cards, then no. He only started telling something after he saw his hand. Yeah, before he didn't say anything. When you see the we can ask 3 people. I mean,
okay, guys, I understood the situation.
His action has changed the big blind's decision, though.
Put the chips. He put 5
I know.
He put 1 chip. He didn't say call.
He did not say call.
So we are, okay, guys.
Let Olivier make the ruling.
Okay, he see these chips. I say all in, and please.
Who say I saw the chips? I didn't saw these chips. You don't say this because it's not true.
Please, gentlemen.
You're lying.
Gentlemen. Okay, I got the situation.
I know you want me to call, but don't need to lie, okay?
Sir, okay, that's fine. Okay. I understood the situation. So basically what happened is going all in. You don't see, just put 1 chip. We are facing, you didn't say anything, you didn't see it on the call. Okay, that's an under call. This goes in the pot anyway. Not going to force you to call. Problem is when you put the chips, sheer announce call, basically you have been induced by the dealer who said call. I understand that. But you should have made sure that you was calling your bet. Okay? Okay? No, guys, please, don't try to...
I don't understand. It's call all in.
Okay, no, he didn't say call. He just put 1 chip thinking he was paying the big blind.
You agree that it's call all in?
No, let me explain.
No,
because English bad. I'm explaining. Let me explain.
Yeah, okay.
In Russian.
Он говорит, потому что ты поставил фишки, он не видел.
Что не видел?
Не видел то, что поставил all-in, поставил
А
фишку
чай
на
не надо,
лин.
что он не видел фишки. Какая разница? Я сказал all-in, выставил фишки. Он кидает фишку, что это не call?
So now he can mark if he want?
Yeah, because on the call, he's gonna forfeit the 50k and he can mark.
Got off easy there. And the headphones go back.
Don't put the headphones back on, dude. Learn your lesson.
Yeah, that's fine.
You agree with him?
I don't agree.
Look, I know that this ruling is going to be questioned. All I will say in defense is the last thing you ever want to do as a tournament director is force a player to put chips in the pot. I think you have to rule in the interests of what was the player's intent. And I think based on the story that was relayed to Olivier, based on what the players were saying there, it was pretty clear that Gonzalez never had any intention of doing anything other than just calling the big blind, completing from the small. Therefore, should you then force him to call the all-in? Yes, he was wrong to not be paying attention. Yes, he should learn his lesson and not put his headphones back on. But I do think it is maybe a step too far to say you have to call the all-in.
I agree with all of that. But what if this happened? What if when Kuznetsov tables his hand and he's got 8 deuce and he moved all in as a bluff?
Yeah.
Does Gonzalez then, okay, yeah, no, I do call now.
Yeah.
No, I do call the all-in.
It's definitely murky, but going back to kind of what I was saying, James, I know I said it looks like he wants the call, and he was showing ace-king, but there are certain players that would still not want the call with ace-king under those circumstances, right? Because,
yes,
imagine that you are he's forced to call, and he has, 8-7 of hearts, has significant
It
equity.
is weird for Kuznetsov to be arguing for it to be a call. Look, I would just be quiet and let the
I do not feel best placed to explain the ruling or justify the ruling.
Sure.
I have asked for tournament director Toby Stone to weigh in on this one and provide some justification for why Olivier made that ruling. But the one thing I do know, because I've talked to Toby about this before, is that on the EPT, the general kind of umbrella that all the tournament staff work under is you don't want to be in a situation where you are forcing a player to put chips in the pot.
Yeah. Look, I'm a big intent guy also, on a personal level.
Yeah. And
I also think that the penalty should be that you don't get to put your headphones back on for the rest of the tournament.
I am not saying, by the way, I don't necessarily think that Gonzalez should escape there without some kind of penalty. I think he should be sensible and not put the headphones back on so that he starts paying attention to the action. I don't necessarily think it's enough that he just has to lose that extra 25k chip.
That is not, restitution.
But yes, I think it was very clear from the conversation that we saw there, he never had any intention of calling the all-in. He was not paying attention. He thought he was completing in the small blind, and I do think his intent has to dictate what ruling you make there.
That would be a really goofy angle to potentially risk the ruling going against you just to get additional information from your opponent. That's not really a thing, in my opinion.
And I don't disagree, guys, that you can argue that you can angle that situation, which is why I'm not against him being told to stop wearing headphones, and I'm not against him receiving some kind of penalty there, but not a penalty that involves him being forced to make that call.
I would have liked to see them run it. Just to see what would have happened.
To just find the rabbit anyway.
Just so like the Jack 8 versus Ace King.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Kuznetsov might have ended up really regretting if he had somehow won that argument.
So we've spoken to Olivier, as I said. I've asked Toby Stone to weigh in as well. But Olivier is the senior floor manager who's running the main event in Cyprus. He said Gonzalez never said the word call. He just threw the chip in. So the intent of the player, Gonzalez, is to just complete in the small. It was the dealer who said the word call, which induced Kuznetsov to show his cards. Now, had Gonzalez actually said call, the outcome may have been different.
Would have stayed. Or I assume if he had thrown in a bigger chip, right? Might have been different too.
Or
rather than just the completing chip.
Or if the dealer had announced call and Gonzalez hadn't actually tabled his hand yet. because the actual additional information also changes the outcome as well. So if
Kuznetsov tabling, yeah.
Yeah, Kuznetsov, excuse me.
I would also argue, guys, you cannot have a simple one-size-fits-all rule in poker. You may know that the number one rule in any legitimate, serious, elite-level poker tournament is each ruling is individual and the tournament director's ruling is final, because you have to assess each situation separately.
Tenfold, onefold. Fourfold. Fivefold.
You know what James would have done if he was Jimmy the Bee? It would have been a call, and he would have banned headphones for everybody.
Correct.
Everyone would lose headphone privileges because of the actions of one person.
165.
I generally understand why that ruling was made, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. I do feel that Gonzalez needs to be at least cautioned and maybe should have received some penalty. And when people say this decision sets a very questionable precedent, no, it doesn't, because every single situation is unique. Every single situation is different.
Sevenfold.
Yeah, definitely a tricky spot. Schumacher's going to take this one down, though, with the sixes. Maybe flip a coin next time. I jest. Randomize.
We'll see what the cuckoo clock says. Man, for it not being Chat Pro Saturday, there are sure a lot of Chat Pro tournament directors out there. Rambone says the tournament director should mix in a few calls there to be balanced.
Fourfold.
Raise.
5 raise, 100,000.
Tom Lennox is adamant that throwing a chip in is a call. There is no other ruling possible. Players need to pay attention. I still maintain you have to take into account a player's intent, and you have to make what is the right decision in the fairness of the game to all the players in the game. And I do think that you should err on the side of not forcing players to commit chips in situations where they are not intending to call.
This is the weirdest thing. I'm just getting word right now that Jose Gonzalez had aces.
Now, apparently, Gonzalez has been told to pay better attention, but no official warning or caution. I can't say I agree with that. I personally feel that he deserves to be punished in some way.
Oh, God.
But I'm not the tournament director. I'm just telling you what the decision was and why that decision was made.
James, why are you stroking that ruler?
5 seconds.
We have got action here. We have got Kazenkai opening with kings and being 3-bet by sevens.
Raise. 950,000.
5 re-raise, 950,000.
Yeah, I feel like Tesseract at this effective stack depth probably could have just found a call here. Decided to mix in a 3-bet versus that cutoff open. But gonna regret it now. Not a lot you can do from this points. Kozenkai similarly stacked to Tesseract.
Seconds. Time.
This is where you think to yourself, why didn't I just call with the sevens?
Yeah, I never know. Tesseract thinking maybe
the board runs out 6 high and then you go broke anyway.
Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have found that flop at a set.
I'm excited for this one later. Interesting one.
I think the tournament director should have made them kiss.
We're here to make a show, right?
Exactly. Now you say that, I think.
What, kiss and make up?
Yeah.
I guess you have like.
I am also going to highlight, guys, that Kuznetsov also shouldn't have turned his hand over that quickly. And that was something that Olivier highlighted as well, that you wait until you know the action is closed before you table your cards.
You will know like in 35 minutes, 30 minutes.
You either did or you didn't. You either did or you didn't.
Vardanian, early position. We've only seen one of his cards, the Queen of Spades.
Well, whatever that other card is, it ain't better than Pocket Kings.
Pocket Kings once more. 2 hands in a row.
8-fold. 10-fold.
Vardanian, haven't seen second card yet. Vardanian's only got about 22 big blinds behind those, so if this is queens or ace-queen, might see some spicy 4-bet action here. Uh-oh. That's a huge chunk of...
525,000.
Well, whatever Vardanian has here, he is behind. He is 4-betting to 525. There is the shove from Kozenkai. And Vardanian is priced in. Makes the call. Clearly doesn't like it.
Need some popcorn for this.
Yeah. Popcorn time. Pop it.
It's got to be ace, queen, or queens, right?
Hopefully for his sake, it's ace-queen.
Vardanian is the at-risk player here.
Wish good luck to everyone.
And whatever his other card is, we know he's behind. The question is how far behind. Oh, he's got queens.
Yeah, would have preferred an overcard.
It's a gift, I think.
Good luck, guys.
Greater good says, James, you were 100% dead wrong. Own it. What? I'm explaining someone else's ruling, dude.
He's banned.
Jack 4-3 on the flop. King's holding.
A little bit of a more action. Please on the turn.
Does have diamonds working in his favor,
I like
though.
sweating. Like, it's more fun, everybody. There's always the enjoyment in the pain.
But also in the winning.
Only a queen on the river saves Timur Vardanian.
Losing is more addictive.
That's true.
He's not wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And with that 6 on the river, Timur Vardanian is eliminated. 15th place finisher in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event, cashing for $51,525, taking us down to the final 14. That means we need 2 tables of 7. That means we need to balance the 2 tables and bring someone from the outer table to the main stage.
Yeah, claps in the chat for Timur. I really enjoyed him having him at the table. Seemed like a fun guy. He was having fun with it, and also his biggest live score, correct?
I thought he was a blast. I can agree with that part at least. A lot of personality in those eyes.
So we wait for a player?
We're waiting for the big one, yeah.
Let's see who gets to join the fun.
Goodbye, Vardanian. Maybe don't be so loud
Who
next
would you
time.
guys pick?
You first. You banned.
Is there any player you want from the table? Just curious.
I really don't want. I think it's called you guy. You guy. I think that's his name.
Seat number?
Yeah.
1.
No, 1,
He's coming
2,
in here?
3, 4, 5. I think.
Why not?
6, 5, 6.
Why don't you want him?
Because I was sitting him with day
The
3.
tall
and,
one.
And I told him he was next to.
The next one.
Yeah, yeah.
Seat 1, I think.
I love this. Who are we going to get? Who are we going to get?
Seat 6. Yeah, seat 6.
I think he's saying he doesn't want you guy to join.
Day 3 because he had like 100k chips, 150 all day, and he was like smoothly doubling up every time, just a little, no pressure, nothing. He was just putting.
You mean the Estonian guy?
It's the French guy.
The,
you guy.
the Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan guy.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure he's Russian, guys.
Well, there's still a hand in progress at the other table. Victor Uge has raised. Action is on Kuznetsov on the button.
Hey, look, no headphones.
Yeah, maybe he decided better for it.
No, I played in Monaco. Yeah, that's true.
Kuznetsov re-raising. Carbo folds the small blind. Gonzalez. Checking what's going on this time. Folds the big blind. Ooh. That's a call from Victor Uge, so we're going heads up to the flop. Uge out of position without the betting lead. And the flop is 9-9-7, rainbow flop. And the hand concludes on the flop, and that means we are going to be getting whoever was due to post the big blind next, who I believe is Preet Parmasto.
And yet somehow, on day 5 of this tournament, I am hearing a name for the first time. Preet Parmasto?
There he is.
That guy just got here today.
We saw him in a hand earlier on at the outer table. And we will be 7-handed on the main stage, 7-handed on the outer table with 14 remaining in the main event.
This is the longest first level of a day ever.
And I believe he's rocking that Longines Dive Master we were talking about.
With the mesh bracelet.
With the mesh bracelet.
Already moved in.
Get him to the table. Let's play on.
Yep, get him mic'd up and let's crack on. Tournament clock has been paused. Nice tight ship we're running here.
So he's going to be in the 1 seat. Looks like Andrea Dato is still chip leader right now. Certainly the biggest stack at the feature table with 6.4 million. And Gilles Simon still second in chips with 5.2 million. And Bjorn Kozenkai now up to 4.6. I think it could be a case of the 3 biggest stacks being at the feature table right now. And Parmasto's going to be bringing 3.35 million to the main stage. So he's got close to 70 bigs.
You guys are not doing a good job over there.
Threefold.
Excuse me? There were no bust outs on your table? No. Nothing happening?
Fourfold.
Nothing interesting? It was interesting, but no. Nothing serious.
Sixfold.
Oh, it was certainly interesting.
I love that defense. It was really interesting, and just nothing happened.
125.
8 raise, 120.
Andrea, the announcer, Dato, raises the button with Queen 5 suited.
I feel like Dato announces his bets like Data would announce his bets from Star Trek.
One, call. One, check.
Second bet. Will Dato continue?
Decides to double check.
80,000.
8 bet, 80,000.
That's one way to make sure. Let's have Jose Gonzalez take some lessons from Andrea Dato. Now, if he had said 25,000, what would that have been? Not a call, right?
If he said 25, it would have been ruled as a min bet 50.
I did show last time. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, no worries.
Plenty of big stacks at the feature table right now. And a few below average of stacks, but no one's short. Yannick Schumacher with 1.6 million, so there's more than 30 bigs. Although, blinds will be going up in just over 15 minutes' time because we are coming towards the end of this level now.
Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of tension now in terms of how the stacks are distributed. I anticipate a flurry of bust outs
Sixfold.
on the horizon.
Next level.
Just a feel. No, just a feeling.
Huh.
I feel like we're going to lose one player this level, and then one at the start of the next.
110,000.
110,000.
The announcer back in action.
I think we should call him the verbal declarer, or VD for short.
No. Overruled.
You don't love Andrea Dato's VD?
Sigh. So I know you highlighted this the other day, Joe, when Tonka had to explain to Dato how time banks work on day 3. The last time Andrea Dato made a final table on the European Poker Tour was in 2014.
Whoa.
He came 4th in the main event that was won by Andre Latau.
Whoa.
So from 2017 to 2022, which was the era that the shot clock and time bank cards were introduced, Andrea hasn't really played much poker, but he's now back on the circuit and is now learning about all these new things like big blind antes and time bank cards.
Probably doesn't know about ace-5 suited yet.
Yeah, somebody got to send him a memo.
7 raise, 100,000.
So Dato finished 4th in that Barcelona main event. Hussein Ensam 3rd, Sam Phillips 2nd, Andre Latau the winner, because it was always coming 7.
Son.
10 re-raise, 280,000. One fold.
I agree, Gazing Giraffe. He sounds so serious, which means those bets are more intimidating. Suddenly a bet of 110,000 sounds like a bet of like 500,000.
Oh, we lost the jumper.
7 all in.
Because the heat is on. I think maybe that's why my verbal declarations don't work. They don't sound intimidating.
Yeah, you're one of those people who should definitely keep their mouth shut.
11,000, please, sir. Sorry, what's the minimum? 12,000?
Willie asks, what was first place prize money back then? Assuming you're talking about that Barcelona main event in 2014. It was big.
It was big.
I think they did a chop. And Sam Phillips actually ended up with more money than Andre Letal. Phillips actually won more than $1 million, and Letal ended up with just shy of 800K.
Ho ho, Kozenkai, aces. Could this be the bust out situation I was just preempting?
I think it goes raceful.
It very well could do, Joe. You're absolutely right.
Oh my goodness.
All depends on the blind v blind scenario here.
Oh. Mouths are getting covered.
So Schumacher only 30 bigs here. If he has sevens, this might go in.
What if he has ace-7 of hearts?
I think you defend here pretty wide from absolute position regardless, but that looks like a tree bet a baby.
So the 3-bet is 380,000. Is there an argument for just flatting here?
Yes. There is an argument for it.
I would actually love to see a flat here. Absolutely adore it, in fact.
All in.
5, all in.
Schumacher looking back at his hand. Faults.
6, fold.
Yeah, potentially a missed opportunity there. SPR getting real low after you make that flat, and you are in fantastic shape. Free flop every single time.
It's just too exciting. It's just the dream to get it in pre-flop with aces, especially once you get re-raised.
I mean,
you can think of all the reasons when you're not at the table, but when you are at the table, you're just like, Dylan!
I mean, fair enough, Joe. My dream is to win every single chip behind that guy. Every single chippy.
$100,000.
The only thing that would be better is if he punctuated it with chips. 100,000 chips.
I agree.
I raised the minimum.
7.
You start sounding too much like Morty.
Oh, I don't know, Rick.
Oh, geez, Rick.
Oh, geez, I don't know, Rick.
Oh, geez, oh, man, I really don't know about this.
Just tuned in. Why do they announce their chop worth now?
What?
Chip.
You can't be too careful, Joe. Probably worthy of a ban.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Sorry, Jensen, you banned.
Ah, geez, Jensen.
100,000.
One raise, 100,000. 3 fold.
Now the dealer's announcing the chops.
Dealer's got mad chops.
So Palmasto opening with
5, re-raise.
the ace of spades and something else. Kozenkai 3-betting with jack-8 of spades.
8 fold.
This is uncharacteristic.
I'm enjoying it. Mixing it in there once in a while feels good. Palmasto only seeing 1 chip.
I'm advised by Willow from our Spanish team that Preet Palmasto is a true cash games legend. Predix being his online handle.
650.
One re-raise, 600.
4 betting in your face.
I've been meaning to try the Parmasta, but the line at the buffet has been too long.
5 fold.
This is perfectly timed. Fantastic stuff from Promasto. Does pick it up pre-flop.
More like a par master.
$3.67 million equates to 73 big blinds at the current blind level.
It's been a 2 hour and 15-minute level.
2 hour 50-minute session. The levels themselves do not fluctuate in duration.
Yeah, I mean, being a known cash player definitely benefits from these deeper stacks. Going to have a lot more experience playing some of these deeper stacks than your average tournament player, who will focus a lot more on the more awkward sort of 40 and below kind of stack depths, especially in tournament formats where we don't have such a luxury blind level allowing for these deeper stacks at later stages of the tournament. Very excited to see how this plays out for our cash grinder.
I love the lily white luxury levels.
Fold, 3 fold, 5 fold.
Schumacher in the cutoff with 8-7.
6 fold.
Is out. Tashirak with Jack 10 on the button.
7 raise, 100,000.
Raises to 100K. Queen 9 for Dato in the small. I'd love it if he announced all of his actions, though. Like, for example, I fold.
10 fold.
Both blinds fold.
Fold the small blind.
Raise and take it for Halil Tashirak.
3-bet initial raise to 400,000 chips.
This is a very serious game. Over there was jungle, so a lot of fun and stuff, but here...
It was before.
Okay.
Which one do you prefer? You were in the mood.
I don't know what you are talking about.
He was making the fun. And he busted.
We were enjoying
so
it.
now nobody's...
Yeah, nobody's talking. Yeah, weird.
3 fold, sorry. 5 fold.
Moderator Tom says, post big blind along with big blind ante.
Raise. 6 raise, 100,000. 7 fold.
Call.
8 fold.
Schumacher's raise, flattered by Dato on the button.
10 fold.
Silent call, though. Pretty unnerving.
No, I heard him say it. He said call.
Did he?
Yep.
Good stuff.
1 fold.
Might become a tell if he doesn't announce.
Schumacher, by the way, has 20 bigs behind. He's become the shortest stack at the feature table.
Queen 10 off. Ugh.
And on a 6-6 deuce flop, Schumacher still has the best hand with ace high. But Dato has the advantage of position.
Check.
Dato checks behind. 3 of hearts on the turn. If Schumacher bets a second time, I think Dato can steal this.
Definitely an opportunity on the flop, facing that check, probably feeling like his opponent has a lot of check calls. So after 2 checks, I feel like Schumacher is really screaming that he has a hand exactly like ace-jack. Hand with showdown that just doesn't want to inflate the pot. It'd be really weird for Schumacher to have an overpair, for example. Sometimes they'll miss the flop bet, but they might have to start speeding up now. It's just whether or not Dato thinks it's worth trying to get Schumacher off of this hand when similarly checked in position.
Yeah. 9 on the river. Ace high still good. Oh, Tom's asking about the widget and whether the widget is on pace.
Good question.
I've not checked in with the widget today.
Great question.
So we're coming to the end of level 26, right? We should have 13.2 players at the end of this level.
Dato just like, can I really rep anything at this stage? He'll have some 9x here in this position. Might have a hand like 9-10 suited. I think if he had a pair of 5s or something like that, or a pair of 7s, he probably would have bet flop or turn though. So that seems like a pretty difficult thing to rep. Yeah, just decides the better for it. I think ace-jack probably looks you up there a decent chunk if you fire that river, given the more passive 2 streets.
What do you think? One more hand?
I think one more hand, Joe.
You think we need one more?
One more.
You think we need one more?
I think we need one more.
Yeah, one more hand, and then we've got our first break of the day. First break of the day for the players as well. Could be a long day as we try to get down to the final 6.
My premonition about losing a player by the end of this level doesn't seem like it's going to come true unless we see some spiciness in his hand. However, I will say that ace's hand probably could have been played alternatively and potentially could have seen the bust out right then and there.
I got the feeling during the time you thought that, yeah.
Well, Tasharek with 7s has raised to 100,000. Jack 9 of hearts for Gilles Simon.
10-4.
Holden Long says, is Dato a known player? Yeah, we were just talking about him. Made the final table of EPT Barcelona in 2014. Finished 4th for over 300K. Took some time away from poker and is now back on the circuit. Cashed in Barcelona early this year.
I guess we found out exactly how long 400 grand lasts in Italy.
4-way to this flop, which is Ace King 5 with 2 spades. Somehow 7's still the best hand.
Pretty hard to imagine anybody doing a ton of chips in this spot. 4 players to the flop. Nobody's really connected.
7 check.
Okay, so Palmasto now has a pair of 3s to go with that wheel draw. 7's still the best hand. And looks like play has concluded at the other table, so this will be the last hand we see before we go on break.
Gilly.
Well, we're waiting.
It's on you.
Queen on the river doesn't change anything. Seven's still good.
This is so weird. If I could side bet my 2 sevens here not being good against 3 opponents on this run out, I would bet every dollar I have.
Look, not only has sevens managed to hold against 3 opponents, but also nobody even has a spade to even like imagine that they can rep spades, even if they would have played spades like this going to the river.
It doesn't seem like Gilly to bet into 3 opponents. Oh.
You were saying?
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
135,000 is the bluff with Jack high.
Cass Gilly wants to try and rep a little Jack 10 situation. Obviously, holding a Jack, having the blocker is nice. You got to imagine at some frequency he might have considered bluffing the turn in position, though, right? After seeing a check on the turn as well, being in position, he could fire the Jack 10 as a semi-bluff.
Oh!
Yes.
Love
Mace.
it.
Yes.
Love it. Parmasto raises to 650,000, gets folds from everyone else, and steals this pot.
This went from straightforward, boring, passive to surprise, surprise.
I'm loving that. That's some great poker right there.
And so this overlong first session of the day comes to a close. And Andrea Dato still has the chip lead right now, 4.6 million. We've got 3 other big stacks on the feature table. Bjorn Kozenkai, Gilles Simon, and Preet Parmasto. We will stick with this table for when we come back from break, when the blinds will be up to 30,000, 60,000, with a 60K big blind ante. More action on the other side of the break. A 20-minute hiatus, and then we return as we continue to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Cyprus main event. Back soon.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play like for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later. Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion. No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Victoria.
All in with ace-10 of hearts. And Michael Muldoon calls the shove.
Calls for less. There's 2 hearts gone.
So Muldoon, the at-risk player with 7s, racing against Vicky's ace-10. Ace on the flop.
8 of diamonds, 5 of clubs. Vicky has a pair of aces. Michael needs a 7.
6 diamonds.
Let's see the turn card. It's a queen of diamonds. 3 diamonds on the board.
A 7 high flush draw.
Vicky looks sicky.
The river is not a diamond or a 7, it's another ace. And that will see Michael Muldoon eliminated in 4th place. He receives £110,000. And 3 players now remain. Vicky Corrin, Emad Tatu, and Jan Sharvik, the Balrog. 15:30 blinds.
Oh man, the pound was real strong when this was shot, huh?
Yeah, I think I remember coming to Vegas in November of 2006. Those were the glory days. 3s for Sharvik. And this is a pretty famous hand, guys.
Okie dokie, here comes a...
Take this back and put this.
Yep.
Re-raise. A total of 250,000. Emad pass.
David Merman.
Respect to Jan, is
David Merman to the goal.
So knowing Jan Sharvik as you do, Lex, are you surprised to see him call here?
Yeah, but it's also really cool to see because it's kind of an early adapter thing, thing like peel with pairs and stuff. So kind of on brand too.
And immediately after that flop is dealt, Vicky announces all in.
I tell you, I'd be pretty tempted to call it off with 3s here myself.
Yeah, I think so too. Like that was very much like a, you know, like a power.
Yeah.
Wanting to make it look like a power play.
It sounded like she wanted a fold. And I'm sure she does.
David Merman to the column, thank you. Please Bill White to the column, Bill White to the column, thank you.
I mean, I guess she could be shoving with other pairs, right, that aren't,
Okay, Jan,
you know, like...
1 minute for a decision, please.
I think their biggest issue is that if your opponent has Queen Jack, they have about the deck, and that's like that feels like best case scenario. I mean, obviously Ace King is best case scenario, right? But if they have King Jack, you know, they can King Queen Jack 9, and whatever is runner can make a pair to you too. If they have 1 spade, that counts as like 1 out. So.
Well, Emad Tatu called for the clock, and Jan Sharvik's now on a 60-second countdown.
There will be a 10-second countdown. At the end of the countdown, the hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
The Balrog calls.
Oh.
He taps the table. Nice call.
Yeah, that's gangsta.
He's the favorite, but not by a lot.
Jack on the turn. And Jan Sharvik is eliminated in 3rd place. £168,600. And Emad Tatu apologizes for calling the clock.
Do you remember back when calling the clock was the worst thing you could do to someone?
I wish they would do it like every hand in nowadays poker.
Right.
Oh.
So Shavik made the good call, got punished, and now we're heads up for the title.
Let me give you the chip count. Victoria has 1,925,000.
See Vicky drinking water now.
2,056,025,000. And Emad has 2,056,000.
So at this point, Emad Tatu has the slight chip lead.
Almost the same amount of chips. Emad calls and Vicky raises 70,000 more. Call.
All right, 200K pot to kick things off.
8, 10.
Top pair versus second pair.
Vicky bets 100,000.
Bet of 100K, quickly called by Tatu.
Trump cut is a deuce. Vicky bets 300,000.
A bet of 300,000.
Must be nice to be able to just keep betting top pair.
Oh, that's so nice.
And gets called again. River card is a 9.
Ooh.
9 of diamonds.
Vicky check.
Kind of an ugly river.
Yeah, just check. You have an 8.
600,000.
Emad bets 600,000.
I genuinely think she made him do that by saying, "I'll let you both the floor." So he's like, you know what? That'd be cool. You know what I mean?
Card the 9 of diamonds.
A lot more of that went on back then than it does now.
It's come a total blank on the end here.
What? Was that considered a blank in 2006?
It's a brick. Well, she made the right call against Barney Boatman earlier. A not dissimilar spot. And she calls this one.
Well.
Showdown. Check 8 for Emad. At a pair of 8s. And Vicky shows a 10 queen.
Tens are good, and momentum swings in Vicky Corrin's direction.
Induces the bluff, snaps it off, takes the chip lead.
Seven, 6, the hand for Vicky. She calls, and Emad's going to check his option with 8-6.
Oh. Flops the joint.
Bets 100K. Tatu with the straight draw. And he raises.
What a dream.
Imagine if heads up was this easy all the time, Lex.
Yeah, that's crazy. That call with the queen 10 was really good, though.
450,000 more.
I mean, it was really good, except for the fact that she thought the 9 was a brick.
No, I think she said something like, why couldn't it have been a brick?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
370, 390.
Total brick. I call. No, actually, it was a flush and straight card, but you're good.
Vicky calls the raise. We've now got the better part of 1.2 million in the middle.
Block is 5, 3,
10 of diamonds. All in and a call.
We kick out the nuts straight. 3 to 7 and 6-8 is the hand for Emma.
Looks like she's gonna pass out.
It really does.
We kick out the straight. Emma Lorin with 6-8. Let's see the river card.
The river card is a jack, and that is the moment that Victoria Corrin became the first female EPT champion. Wins the London leg of season 3 of the European Poker Tour on home soil, £500,000. Emad Tatu, the runner-up, for 286k.
So we kick off day 2 of the Super High Roller with blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante. Olashemian first to speak. He's got queens under the gun.
Oh, hi.
And that's a raise to 14,000. Paul Newey has ace-king suited.
First hand, and we are already headed for a collision.
Newey counting out a re-raise. He 3-bets to 40,000. Round to Mike McDonald in the big blind, who's got kings.
OMG, this is just a sick, sick cooler.
All in.
Mike shoves.
And I don't think Ola can fold, having both these guys way covered.
Shemian 5-bets, enough to put Newey all in.
Paul's got about 20% of his stack in the middle, and I don't think he's supposed to fold this. Offsuit, there's an argument. Suited, I think he's got to try to triple up here.
He calls all in.
Paul's not the most experienced player at the table, but he's got the bankroll to play just as fearlessly as the rest of them.
That's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Got the ace.
Ace gonna come, I guess.
I definitely deserve to lose one of these eventually this year.
Mike's having a pretty good year.
You owe me an ace from the PCA.
Paul bubbled that tournament. Awkward.
A 3-way coup to start the day, and kings are holding on that flop.
There's a spade though.
Newey's the only one who even flopped a backdoor.
The turn card is a 9. Newey's looking for an ace on the river. Shemian needs a queen. It's a 10. A triple up for Timex, and Paul Newey is out.
Guys, the ace didn't come.
We saw.
Again, Paul.
Aw, Paul Newey.
He always loses with grace. He's a class act, this guy.
Can't fold.
Action has been folded to Shemian in the small blind. He has aces.
See, now this will probably be standard.
Ola just keeps picking up big hand after big hand.
He's had more big hands than the Foo Fighters Everlong video.
He's setting a trap with this one. He just calls, and Jason Mercier has ace-king in the big blind.
That's not going to be good for business. That's not going to be good for anybody. Except probably Olashemian.
Mercier responds to the limp by raising. A total of 26,000.
How many clicks does it take to get to the center of a cold deck pot? A 1. A 2.
And this is a 3-bet to 78,000.
A 3.
Jason Mercier. 4 bets to 168,000.
A 4.
All in.
Shemian 5-bet shoves.
5 clicks.
And Mercier calls.
Just a very unfortunate spot for Jason. Merce dog is a huge dog.
And he knows it.
That wasn't a sigh, that was a sad bark.
They're counting it out for me.
561.
They're counting it out for me.
Some folks think that's lucky.
Not much hope for Mercier on that flop.
You have more, right? A little more. Not much.
Jason likes to be drawing dead on the turn. Sure enough.
Okay, good luck. Good luck, guys.
Mercier is eliminated, and Olashemian will move up over the 1.1 million mark.
How much was it there?
561.
Oh yeah, it could be really close.
Always sad to see the Merce dog go, although not as sad as Marley and me.
6 setup.
the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion. No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Well, right now we are in Cyprus on the PokerStars European Poker Tour, but in less than a month we will be in Vegas, the real one, not the virtual one, for the North American Poker Tour. NAPT Las Vegas coming at you next month. 3 days of live coverage, plus the return of the big game, with the big game on tour being filmed at Resorts World. Meanwhile, on day 5 of the main event here in Cyprus, these are the chip leaders coming back from the first break of the day. We have got the 4 biggest stacks on the feature table right now. Andrea, the announcer, Dato, Bjorn Kozenkai, Gilles Simon, and Preet Parmasto. We've lost 2 players so far today, just 2 eliminations. Alessandro Manassi out in 16th, Timur Vardanian out in 15th. 14 remain as we play down to the final 6 on the penultimate day of this 5K MTT. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
What's up, boys and girls?
I'm looking at the prize money right now, Griff, $51,525 for the next player out. We've got a money jump with every other elimination right now. Once we get down to a single table, we will have a pay jump with every single KO. And once we reach the official final table, once we are down to the final 8, we are looking at 6-figure scores. Of course, most of the prize money, most of the big payouts are going to be paid tomorrow when we play down from 6 to a winner, with the champion getting more than $1 million.
It's a lot of cheddar.
$6.4 million prize pool in this tournament, generated by 1,320 total entries. Over the course of the last 4 days, we've played down to the final 14, and here we are with 2 tables of 7, hoping to become 1 table, hoping to make it to the final 6 and come back to play on the final day, which is tomorrow. A reminder, main event Sunday isn't just about the final table of this tournament, it's also the day when we bring you 2 mini main events in the online mini EPT Cyprus series. One costs $5.50 to play, the other costs $55 to play, and there is a gold power pass to the winner of each tournament. Action folded to the blinds. Mark Foggin in the small. Jack 6 of hearts.
Yeah, playing about 30 big blinds here. I like this limp. Hope to just see a cheap flop with the suited jack. Going to be tough to defend against that, 3.5 to 4x. But you know what? Foggin says, let's play this aggressively.
Raise and take it. Poker Bradster watching on YouTube says, I am railing November 9er Kenny Hallett. I think it's fair to say Kenny, the most accomplished, charming, interesting player to make the final table of the World Series of Poker main event that year.
Wow.
What year did you make the final table,
How quick
Griffin?
we all forget about
Johnny Backs.
When. Is that his name?
Yes. Kenny Leeson's. Kenny Hallett is still in. Andrea D'Arto has the Spraggy, A7 offsuit. Folds it. I love questions like this. Rocker says, what if someone really needs to go to the toilet in a game? Then they should get out of their seat and go to the toilet. Now, granted, if they're due to post the blinds, those blinds will be posted for them and they'll lose those chips by virtue of not being in their seat. But better that than they have an accident. Thoggin raising from the button. 9-6 of diamonds. And king-queen for Kozenkai.
Yeah, this 3-bet play is pretty clean. You're probably not prepared. I mean, you're definitely not prepared. Oh, my God! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
An ill-timed 3-bet from Kozenkai with Schumacher waking up with aces in the big blind.
And at 60K big blind, this is being 20 effective. It's going to be about another 13 big blinds on top of the 8 or so that Kozenkai has put in. 9 even.
Plays a time bank card. And yes, Griffin has highlighted that we are now playing level 27, 30,000, 60,000 blinds.
This would be a very awkward amount for Kozenkai being faced here when the shove comes in. Yeah, you've put in 555, and it's 715,000 more to call. You're just burning money if your opponent has 2 jacks or 2 10s here, which are hands that are going to be going in. And that's why the big sigh from Kozenkai. You just hate to see, you know, 2 aces, 2 kings, ace king, ace queen, all that value range is just destroying your king queen. It's one of those spots where it's like, oh, why couldn't you just had 1.5?
Yeah. There's the call. Now, we are soft hand for hand. So we do need the hand at the other table to play to its conclusion before they show their whole cards and before we run out this all in. We can see that Schumacher is an 85% favorite to double up here.
Nice guys. Good luck. We haven't played much, but so far so good. Okay. How about me? Yeah, I love you. You suck.
So I guess we can go across to the other table to see what is happening there. I believe it's Jose Gonzalez and Alexander Fatarin in a hand.
Penalty or? No, we do a thing where if you're stolen, you will lower your like 5 timing. Okay. It goes down to 30 seconds and then goes down to 10 seconds. It's only if you're like intentionally stolen.
Over to the other table. Picking up the action on the turn with a bet from Gonzalez. And a fold from Fatarin. So, with that hand played to its conclusion, we can now run out the all-in on the main stage. Looking good for a Schumacher double up. 94% favorite now.
I just don't believe that's 6%, right? Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight.
9 diamonds also. Check of diamonds. That would be too many outs though.
But with folded cards considered and being drawing dead on the turn so often.
Yeah.
The numbers don't lie. Two things I know. The numbers and the widget don't lie.
Okay. Thank you.
So Schumacher has doubled up to 2.7 million, now has 45 big blinds. The shortest stack at the table, Griff, is Mark Foggin, but he's still got 30 bigs.
Yeah, very deep stack here with 14 players remaining. That's really the dream, isn't it? He probably went on break, maybe called his partner, calming him down. It's all exciting. Giving him a good luck. You're gonna do great, hon. Keep it up. First hand back. Ace double up.
Based on the chip distribution here and based on how many of the big stacks are at this table, there's got to be some shorties on the other table. Pretty sure that Kuznetsov is playing fewer than 15 big blinds. I don't think Jared Carbo has that much either.
Simon says fold.
Ten-8 suited for Foggin.
It's a pretty hand, but one you gotta be careful of playing these 10-8 suiteds, 9-6 suiteds on this 20-30 big blind stack depth. I guess it's closer to 30. It's a little reasonable, showing he's prepared to battle.
Well, that's pretty good for Tasharek. Flopping trips.
She bets out 75,000.
With less than 1% equity, Foggin bets 75K. A raise from Tasharek.
And if you're Foggin, you hate to get exploited here by the bluff check raises, but he's also probably going to have a pretty good idea of maybe the type of player Tasharek is, if he's someone that's going to do this with a lot of air, or if it's going to be more weighted to, you know, kings, sixes. And yeah, looks the way he's looking at his chips, it's like he kind of looks like he kind of wants to get a bit frisky. Doesn't believe it. He's going to have to raise it at least to 325 if he wants to continue as a raise. A float, I think, with 10-8 of clubs, like it's just might be a little too bad and not enough room with the chip stack. Could also just be saving a little face, probably recognizing that this isn't the pot I need to fight for here with 14 players left in an EPT event. But he does do it and makes it maybe a bit bigger than he would necessarily need to, but wants to force Tasharek here to just let it go if he doesn't have it. And I think this hand is a good example of, you know, if you don't get your hand caught in the cookie jar every now and then, you're just never going to get any cookies, James. And we all like cookies.
Cookies.
I just had 2 on break. And there's the shove.
And Tashirak will take down this pot on the flop.
Do we have a redraw? 12?
Redraw is at 9.
12 players? No. No, just asking.
Only when you get down to
9.
unofficial.
Unofficial, okay.
Unofficial is 10, right? Redraw, unofficial 9. 9, yes.
Why, you don't like playing with us?
No, I wanted to change seats with him.
Seat 1, fold. Seat 3, fold. Seat 4, seat 5, fold. Seat 6, fold.
Folded to the small blind. Classic blind on blind battle. Fresh off that nice pot. And with respect to Doyle Brunson, no thanks.
That's a good result. Oh, seat 8 better than
Okay. So we'll take it.
Dominated?
Start seat 1.
120?
Seat 1 raises to 120,000. Seat 3, fold.
Preet Palmasto opening under the gun with King Jack suited.
Crunchy.
Round to the button. Alil Tashirak folds. And Threadato in the small blind has 10-8 of clubs.
Crunchy.
Call. Seat 8, call.
Tell us how you really feel.
So apparently, Preet Palmasto is a little bit short of time bank cards, Griffin. When he was at the outer table earlier on, he had a moment where he zoned out for 2 minutes and didn't realize the action was on him.
Woof.
And it cost him 4 time bank cards.
Woof. What next? Someone's going to throw in a chip and accidentally call it all in?
7-5-3. More on that shortly. That's right, John Delano. It has been a long week for these players. And guess what? They make mistakes. I guess the question is how they should be punished for those mistakes.
120,000.
The announcer declares 120,000.
Yeah, I love this lead from Dato. This board, you know, it's just nice on the turn here, unless your opponent raises you, which he really shouldn't with much of his range here. Even if you have an overpair, you don't necessarily want to get crazy here. But Palmasto, pretty aware that Dato could just be mucking about and that this king high could still be good. You're still backdoor on those clubs. And in this case, if those clubs did backdoor, would win a monster pot. Ace of diamonds is tricky for both of them. Dato's going to expect that a lot of Palmasto's range are going to be ace high floats more so than the king high floats. So it's going to be hard to bet this card. Palmasto could also just have diamonds. And I think we'll probably hear from Palmasto here, even though he technically has the best hand. He doesn't know that.
280.
Seat 1 bets out 280,000 volt.
you would hate to lose this hand at showdown to something like a 5. Or even give a free card to something like 8-9 of hearts that can't really defend well against a bet here.
5 seconds. Pass.
And Parmasto wins the pot. Thrilled to welcome a special guest to the live stream right now. It's been a long time since we've heard from him. Tournament director Toby Stone joins us here at EPT Cyprus. It's been a while since we've had you for our world-famous bubble coverage, Toby. That's when occasionally you'd make an appearance.
Yep, here I am.
Now, the reason you're here is there was a hand during the last session, which happened at the outer table. The reaction from the audience was somewhat, how can I put this, vociferous. I think I understand why the ruling was made the way it was made, but I think you can explain it better than I can. And just to recap what happened here, we had Kuznetsov move all in from mid-position. Unfortunately, Jose Gonzalez in the small blind, who had headphones on, didn't notice there'd been an all-in. Threw out a 25k chip on top of the 25k chip he already had in the small blind to complete. The big blind thought, oh, he's called the all-in. I fold. Kuznetsov thought, oh, he's called the all-in. I'll turn my cards over. And that's when it all kicked off. So I guess the key question is, why is that not ruled as a call if he's thrown out a single chip there?
So a couple of things really is, first of all, we don't know 100% what he wants to do. It's not clear. He doesn't say call. The big blind is 50. He has 20 out, 5 out, and he puts 25. So we just don't know. We don't know what his intent is. So we can't allude to what his intent is. So we can't force him to call that bet. If it's heads up and you're facing, and he also wasn't facing an open bet in terms of he was looking at the big blind.
Yes.
Sure, he wasn't paying attention, and he should be paying attention.
Yes,
he should be
I think we all agree that, right?
Yeah, but try to get all the players to pay attention all the time, and you know, if you have a solution for that, then let me know, because I'd love to hear it, right? So we have to just accept that all players are not paying attention all the time. So he's looking at the 50. As far as he's concerned, at the beginning of the hand, he's looking at the 50.
Yes.
Okay. If this was an open bet, for example, I'm just going to give you the other example. If this was an open bet, and somebody bets like on the flop, and then he throws in a chip, well, it's an open bet. He has to know where the bet is. But as far as he's concerned, it's a big blind 20, small blind 25, big blind 50, and that's what he's looking at. So we just don't know what he wants to do in this situation. So we can't say we think he wanted to do this, we think he wanted that. We just don't know what he wants to do. So the standard ruling, I think, pretty much worldwide is if you're not heads up is slightly different. If you're in a multi-way pot and you throw in some chips into the pot and it doesn't cover what the bet is, then the standard rule is that those chips have to stay and you have the option to call or fold, but you leave those chips in the pot. It was unfortunate that the dealer also made a mistake here, unfortunately. You know, dealers are not infallible, they do make mistakes occasionally, and she did say call, and then that's the reason why Cutoff opened his cards.
Yes.
So a couple of things went wrong here, unfortunately, but I think to force him to call when we didn't know his intention, when the dealer also made a mistake, of course he should have been paying attention, but should we force him to call a bet like that when we're really unsure what he wants to do?
Okay, so the most common reaction here, and there's a couple of examples here on YouTube, this we don't know is irrelevant. If throwing in a chip means calling, no.
But it doesn't, that's the thing, it doesn't.
It doesn't in
that,
this context,
yeah.
right. What about this? You're a poker player, focus on the game, no excuses.
Yeah, I mean, like I'd love to do that, but just try it. I mean,
so
we'd be fighting with the players all the time. I think that would be bad for the game in the long term. Even though this is not a perfect situation, I think that would be bad for the game. I think we'd be fighting with the players all the time. I don't think it would be a good situation for us to be in as organisers.
Yeah. One other follow-up question, though, is I understand and know we've had this conversation before, and you always say the last thing you want to do as a TD, as a floor manager, is force a player to put chips in the pot if they don't want to or it's not their intent to do that. But there didn't seem to be any repercussions for Gonzalez there. Some people saying, why no penalty in this situation? He just puts his headphones back on and effectively gets away with it, having made a mistake.
That's a good point. That's definitely a good point, yeah. Yeah. I guess we don't penalise mistakes. It's not something that we have standard kind of rules on. Like if you folding out of turn on purpose, passing out of turn, all these kinds of things, or if you're being aggressive to other players, we have standard procedures for 1 round, 2 round, 3 round, 4 rounds. We don't have penalties for what we would, I guess, consider genuine mistakes. But
Yeah.
I guess I could bring it to my team and discuss it.
Yeah.
I could see a reason for giving a penalty because it will make him pay attention next time.
To incentivize.
Yeah. I think the thing I was most surprised at is that he put his headphones back on, because I'm like, dude, you think you'd have learned your lesson, because next time you might not get so lucky. Next time you might make a mistake that does have to stand.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, actually. I will definitely discuss it with some people, yeah.
I will say also that players do have their rituals, their process, and that's, this is him. That's clearly his game face, right? That's like a part of his costume almost that you put on, like that could be part of it as well. It doesn't necessarily indicate that he just doesn't care and that he's gotten back to his deep house.
Yeah, I also think, and this is a comment that Mr. Disobedient has made, player Gonzalez didn't show any remorse when putting his headphones back on. I think there's two ways of reading it. One is that he's arrogantly returning to how things were. I think it's also fair to say he was probably a little bit embarrassed. No one likes making a mistake like that, right?
He seemed pretty happy with the ruling, though, didn't he? When he was there you go, I win, push your cards in.
Yeah, yeah.
I would have been a little bit more apologetic, to be honest.
Yes.
I think I would have been.
But you don't make mistakes, so how will we ever know?
1976. That's the last one, yeah.
But the reality is that, look, my read on the situation, and I think it's interesting you say we don't know the player's intent. I thought from what was being said and from the eyewitness testimony and from the way it went down, it seemed to me his intent was pretty clearly to just call the big blind.
I mean,
it seemed pretty clear he was unaware there'd been an all-in.
Yeah, it did look like that. If I would have made the ruling, nothing against that floor person, I think he dealt with it. It's a high-pressure situation for him. It's been televised. I would not have been saying he wanted to do this, he wanted to do that. It doesn't really matter what he wanted to do in that situation.
Yeah.
We don't know what his intent is.
Yeah. I found it very interesting that some people were talking about rules being enforced and the standard rule here. And again, not trying to speak for you, Toby, but there is no such thing as a standard rule. Every situation is unique and every situation needs a different judgment.
Yeah, we have some black and white areas, which is very clear, and then there's a lot of grey. And that's why we have rule number 1, which is TD discretion.
Exactly, which is in the fairness of the game, and it does feel, and this is where I am aligned, it does feel that it wouldn't be fair to enforce a punishment so severe as to say you have to call off all your chips in that spot.
On what does look like a genuine mistake.
Yes, is that you've got to give the benefit of doubt in that situation. But generally speaking, this would, you think, be a standard ruling in most poker tournaments around the world, or do you think this is something that would probably be more rigidly enforced elsewhere?
I mean, a little bit more went on there than the standard throwing in a chip, putting in less than what the call is.
Yeah.
But generally, if you put in less than what the call is, you will generally get those. You'll have the option to call the raise or leave those chips in, and you can pass your cards. Again, it depends if it's heads up. It depends if it's an open bet. If that was an open bet, heads up is a completely different situation. So I think a lot of other poker rooms would probably rule the same, but I don't know.
Yeah, what I found interesting, Griffin, is obviously you weren't on during that last session. When I recounted the hand, your immediate thought was, well, he shouldn't be forced to call the all-in there.
No.
So you've seen situations like this yourself before?
Yeah, I have, and I think it's obviously it's a pretty messy situation, but I mean you're creating one for that particular player that is just so it's a pretty awful situation for them, Like obviously they've made an error, but I think it's very clear you know, what happened, and to force someone to put their chips in the middle. You know, you've been playing for 4 days, and a small little mental mistake. I mean, I think it's something we can all relate to. You know, it's something that could happen to us. You know, maybe some people are going to be more careful than others, but I've had situations in that 9-seater, 1 seat where I've missed some action, and you know, it's tough.
It would be a harsh penalty to force him to call in this situation. And like at the end of the day, it's the player's responsibility to pay attention and to know what's going on the table. And sure, the guy with the headphones, he wasn't paying attention. But also the other guy could have also said, is that a call? Can I see those chips going over the pot? Like I always tell the dealers, if the chip should always go in, or a big significant amount of the chip should go in. If I'm that player in that situation and there's just 2 25s out, I'm like, I know it's a big blind as well. You know, everybody knows the big blinds are 25-50. I might be saying, has he called? Has he called before turning my cards over? So he also could have protected himself in that situation, and he didn't.
Sure. One final question on this, Toby, which a couple of people have asked, including Mason Pye. There is a third player in this hand. There was the big blind. Now, the big blind folded because they thought the all-in had been called. Does that change the decision at all? How they've been affected?
Yeah, not one. It's normally action. 2 or 3 people. 2 people would have had to act afterwards before you can technically go back. So in a slightly different situation, maybe he could call the 50, and it's like, you know, fold, fold, fold. Then you might come to a different situation because there's been 4 different actions.
Yeah. Thank you for coming by and just explaining. I mean, I think Olivier did a pretty good job of explaining it to the players there, but obviously there were a lot of questions that came in after the event, and I think people may have played in some card rooms where maybe harsher rulings were made, but I understand why the ruling is made in the best interest of the fairness of the game in an EPT main event. Just before you go, overall, happy with how things have gone here in Cyprus?
Yeah, amazing. And I mean, it's the first time we've been here in Cyprus. The weather's been great. The venue's excellent, so big, so spacious. There's an army of waiters taking care of all the players. Yeah. There's food everywhere. You know, it's amazing. Really, really good. The numbers are excellent. Cool. Yeah, we've got some really high numbers when in comparison to, like, historically on all the different EPTs for us over the first stop. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm really, really happy.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your well-earned rest after this wraps tomorrow. I'm sure we will see you tomorrow on stage presenting the trophy when this plays down to a winner. But for now, Toby, thank you very much.
All right, cheers, guys.
Toby Stone, tournament director, responding to that controversial hand from the last level. And hopefully, I think Toby did a pretty good job there of explaining the ruling, why that ruling was made, and how decisions are always taken in the best interest of the game with fairness to all players.
I mean, I can, you know, I can also understand the reaction from some of you watching at home. I think it's also pretty easy to just sort of get together in a bit of a mob. No, this can't be right. You can't get away with this. But I think it's important to have some empathy. I mean, this is, you know, this could be a life-changing decision for that person. This tiny, small mistake that I think that the right ruling was made.
There's like so many different people from different nations.
I also did find it interesting that I was very much on the side of a penalty being awarded there. I did appreciate Toby's point of view that you don't want to punish genuine mistakes, but also I find it interesting that maybe it should be discussed whether if you have failed to pay attention, there should be some punitive consequences to that.
I think that would. I think I kind of agree with that. Maybe a one-round penalty for something of that nature, just to set a bit of a precedent with people that they know that there's, you know, there are going to be consequences for something, a mistake of that nature, and maybe it'll help people to realize you need to pay attention more. So this doesn't happen again. We don't have something like this go on.
Anyway, back to the here and now. Apologies, I know we've missed a few hands, but I don't think we've missed anything too consequential. We have seen Andrea Dato increase his chip lead to over 7 million. Mark Fuggen has dropped down to 16 big blinds.
Yeah, and I just want to send a little shout out to the players on the feature table for having mostly boring hands go on. While Toby was here, I was kind of paying attention, and yeah, nothing really of too interesting. A lot of 500,000 chip pots, you know.
It just started becoming a little bit rainy. There's a couple of days where it's super rainy, super dark. And some
Nice little bluff there from Kozen Kai. Pot, size bet
I mean, it's
on the river
it's
there.
beautiful when it's sunny because all the leaves are down and they're colorful and yeah, that's nice. But otherwise, sky is gray, rainy. Oh shit.
I mean, I think in that hand, by the way, Kuznetsov's all-in was around 500K. I mean, an alternative ruling could have been, if you're calling 50, you're calling 500.
There is our secondary feature table.
Yeah, so it is Kuznetsov who's all in here. Red triangle of death in front of him. And folded back around to the original raiser, Victor Yuge. Oh, there has been a call. Jose Gonzalez called and now puts the chips out.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite a strong range on the button when it goes raise, shove, call. So I expect probably a pretty strong hand there for our bearded Viking on the right.
Now, of course, this all-in will not be dealt out until the hand is concluded at the feature table. It's soft hand for hand right now. I do find it ironic that Kuznetsov has moved all in and been called by Gonzalez, for real.
They got a lot of lore, these two. Backstory.
So this is the hand that's still in progress on the main stage. Foggin has opened in the cutoff with the Spraggy. Tashirek is shoved from the big blind, gets a fold, and that means we are going back out into the field, back out to the outer table. So it's ace-queen for Kuznetsov, king-queen for Gonzalez, a domination situation. A clean run out so far for ace-high. And Kuznetsov gets the double up through Gonzalez.
Seems like a bit of a loose call with the king-queen, but I would have to be sort of see how much the all-in was for, as there was a raise before the shove.
I'm just going to say, Griffin, that it feels like the universe is back in balance, right? That makes up for the last one. You got the call, you got the double up, you got what you wanted. Back to the feature table where Simon has raised with ace-3.
Been a rough level for Foggin to go from 1.7 million all the way down to 865. Getting close to that zone that is dangerous.
Iris and Anders watching on YouTube have a one-word description of that double up. Justice!
Pass.
And we're back. Too friendly. Small talk.
See the friendly talk worker.
Or you just had 8 of diamonds, 5 of clubs. That would be funny if I called out.
Can we have a deck change, please?
I saw it in my tea leaves.
Hey, no witchcraft at the table.
Can I have a tea too?
That's a good comment from Martin. It's fair to say that genuine mistakes should never be confused with genuine exploits. I don't believe for 1 second. I think there is a 0.0001% chance that that was an exploit from Gonzalez
No
in that
chance.
situation.
It's so high risk. You'd have to know that they're going to make that ruling for sure. If, like, it's just, no.
Andrea, the announcer, Dato, declaring his bet.
Not that familiar anymore.
Definitely been seeing a trend in the last year or so of sort of a shift in blind-on-blind play.
Yeah.
So often you would see players limp in with most of their range now taking more aggressive action, even when, you know, in this situation, I understand they both have a lot of chips, but just raising the king deuce and getting a quick fold. $120,000.
150,000.
Close.
Dado, why you embarrass me like that, dude? Come on, man.
$575.
Now raised to 575,000.
Hello, 3-bet.
I really liked what I've seen from Parmasto.
Likewise.
You know, 54 big blinds, 14 players left. You don't have to come after and try to exploit the chip leader's light button opens. We saw that nice bluff right before the end of the last level, check raising on the river against Simone, and folding out the much better hand in the ace-8. So I think this is someone to really keep an eye on as we get closer and closer to that both unofficial and official final table.
Yeah, and talking about that, so the widget is out right now. Had us finishing the last level with 13 players. In fact, we finished with 14. So, okay, only one away, not a disaster. It has us finishing this level with just 10 players. And I don't know, 4 eliminations in the next 54 minutes. I'm not convinced that's going to happen.
After all the widget's done for you, James, never let you down once. Suddenly you start doubting it? I don't even know who you are anymore.
Pocket sevens for Yannick Schumacher.
As they say, it is always coming. Crunchy.
Tashirek calling in the hijack. Dato in the cutoff. Has the snowmans.
Nom nom.
Call. Suit 8 call.
He calls as well. Round to Simon on the button.
Ooh.
King 8 of spades. Folds. Parmasto in the small. 10-9 suited, has the grafter. And I was going to say, if there is any player in any position with any cards who's likely to squeeze here, it would be Parmasto. But he's just going to call.
Yeah, we did see
I mean, listen, every time I see Parmasto, camera hit on him, it looks like he's aiming to misbehave, but we did see him call with the 4-3 suited in that last hand from the small blind. So someone clearly who's very comfortable playing post-flop, has a lot of moves in his arsenal, and certainly wants to see a flop with 10-9 suited. And let's do it. Four-way action. Boo.
Queen 4-4, bit of a nothing board.
Well, actually, it's a little more interesting than I thought. We got
2 clubs.
Yeah, 2 overs to the 4. 2 clubs for Tasharak. I think we can probably expect to see a little protection here from Dato. Going to be aware that some of the time there are better hands that are checking here, you know, like your 9s and 10s. Some, you know, if the original opener in Schumacher had something like Queen 10 suited, would probably play this spot as a check call. But you want to protect against all these kind of hands that have a lot of equity that you're now ahead of. And sometimes you're going to get 1 or 2 customers, or at least one, that you're ahead of. And in this case, it's both Schumacher and Tasharak who has the draw. Schumacher might be able to find a fold. It is a very small bet. You would hate to fold here, and then this whole time Dato had something like 6s. But you're also ahead of club draws. You're you're drawing to the nuts effectively.
Yep.
If that 7 does come. So we do go 3 ways to the turn. Don't expect to see any betting on this street from any of the 3 players. Dato is going to recognize that he's losing a fair bit of the time here, probably most likely to Schumacher, who'll be playing some queens as check calls, and then the 9s, 10s, and jacks. So he's actually, in his best case scenario, he just needs to survive the river, but does not. And Schumacher's going to be aware now he doesn't have the best hand. A lot of the time, Tasharak should have a queen here, so might want to turn this into a bluff sometimes, but because the ace is also going to fill up those ace-x of clubs hands, smartens up and just is going to turn over what he knows is not going to be the winning hand.
Barry Greenstein coming to Tasharek's aid.
Scary Barry. Good level for Tasharak here now. All the way up to nearly 60 big blinds.
Yeah, he is an above average stack. The average stack being less than 50 bigs now, 2.8 million. And we have got 5 players at this feature table. 5 of the 7 players we're watching right now have above average stacks. And we've got Yannick Schumacher with 2 million, about 35 bigs, and Mark Foggin on 715K. And Foggin dropping down to the 10 big blind mark. Schumacher has opened under the gun. Gilles Simon has ace-3 of hearts in the cutoff.
Yeah, I would think that Simon is going to try to put some ICM pressure and punish this open, playing about 33 effective against Schumacher. We are just 7-handed.
285.
So that under the gun range, obviously, going to be stronger than a hand like ace-3, but you're going to be folding out a lot. Oh my goodness gracious. Don't scare me like that, Parmasto. Trying to commentate over here.
With aces. Hey, Griffin, Tubeless RO asks, isn't 90 minutes per level way too much? Would you consider it to be too much if you'd paid $5,000 to play a poker tournament?
I think it's just right, baby. And I'll tell you what, I would expect this to force a fold from Simone most of the time.
Yeah.
But I will say, James, yeah, that looks like a look back and fold. I will say it does help Parmasto's case that he's really shown that he's willing to, you know, bob and weave some of these river check raises and 3-bets with 6 high, and that's kind of what you have to do to make people think that you don't always have it. But he had it. He had it. We saw it. He had the aces.
Round 2, Simon in the hijack. Folds, Parmasto. 10-6.
Don't get cocky.
The short stack, Mark Foggin. Ace-4 off.
This is a Foggin shove. 11 blinds. Hate getting called when you got the ace-4, but you know, this is how you pick up chips. This is how you gotta get back into it. This is a dream scenario.
5 seconds.
Just give me a couple folds.
Foggin all in. And 7s in the small blind for Kozenkai.
That's treble. The old hockey sticks.
Yeah, reshoves. Schumacher in the big blind. Deuces. Folds. And we're in a situation where we have to wait for plays concluded at the other table before this all-in is dealt.
You decided to show. Nobody forced you. I didn't decide. The card decided.
Card decided.
You can misclick fold. Always. Or they can sit on that table. No. Yeah. Okay, good to go.
Looks like we're ready to go. And Mark Foggin is at risk here. And 2-1 underdog.
Yeah, Mark Foggin just needs a break. You know, this level has not gone his way, but that's the beautiful thing about the game we love is even if you step in a couple potholes, one ace in this hand can just turn things around. You'll be back where you started.
Will we see an ace on the desk? King, king, 6 flop. 7's huge favorite now.
Anything above an 8 will give more outs. That's one of them.
Like that?
Another lady on the river.
I'm not doing that.
And Foggin will win with ace high 2 pair. We do not accept 3 pairs here at the EPT. I've asked about it. Ace high 2 pair still better.
River card is a queen, and 7s are counterfeited. Kings and queens with the ace kicker. See Mark Foggin double up through Bjorn Kozenkai.
Too many pair syndrome. Telling ya. You don't want 3 pair.
So Foggin survives and now has 25 bigs as Kozenkai drops down to 40 bigs. And we are still at 14 players in the EPT Cyprus main event.
What an icon.
So if you're watching our live stream yesterday when we were covering day 4 of the main event, you'll know we made a big announcement about the big game. In case you missed it, in case you haven't heard, in case you didn't see the article on the PokerStars blog, PokerStars is bringing back the big game. We are taking the big game on tour and filming it at NAPT Las Vegas at Resorts World on November 8th and 9th. Now, there is the chance for you to be a loose cannon. There are going to be free-to-play loose cannon qualifying tournaments at Resorts on November 5th. So if you're going to the NAPT, are you going to be in Vegas that weekend, the weekend of the 4th, 5th? Why not try out? Why not compete, try and get through to the casting process, and potentially be selected as a loose cannon to play in the big game? You could be staked to play against some of the biggest names in poker and potentially keep any profit you make. You know the format. You remember the shows from 2010, 2011?
And you can still be a tight player. You don't need to be loose, but you will be a loose cannon if you qualify. It's for all those tight guys at home thinking, oh, I'm not cut out for this. Just qualify.
8 raise, 120,000. Tenfold, onefold.
Sugar Falcon says, I still watch the big game every day on the PokerStars 24/7 stream. Well, you're going to have 10 new episodes sometime in 2024 because we're going to be filming this for TV.
Sevenfold.
A reminder that we did also announce yesterday that in addition to filming Big Game on Tour on the 8th and 9th, we're going to be streaming NAPT Las Vegas on the 10th, 11th and 12th, the last 2 days of the main event and the final table of the 5K High Roller. So 3 days of live coverage from NAPT Las Vegas on Twitch and YouTube coming early next month. And no, I'm not going to leak any of the big names confirmed or in talks to appear in those big game sessions.
And I am going to do my best not to say any of them because I'm basically the Tom Holland of the MCU with this stuff. But I'm going to keep it locked. All right, keep it tight.
What we do is we feed Griffin a lot of fake names just in case.
Notice that.
Puggy Pearson, Gary Turnbuckle, they're all in.
Wait, Puggy's not going to be there? Oh, come on. All right, Foggin. You really want to get back in the pool after that? After you almost drowned?
150,000.
Winter says, James, can you leak the big name casters at least? Well, first of all, I should highlight it is not a live stream, but it will have presenters / commentators whose names are James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton.
1.4 or something like that. Thank you.
Foggin is raised with ace-10. Schumacher has deuces on the button.
6 call.
Ooh.
7-fold.
This is a bit of a loosey-goosey flat. With the ducks, though.
Tubeless, I don't know what you're alluding to, by the way, but we don't charge for our content. If you want to watch the NAPT live stream, it's free to watch on Twitch and YouTube.
8-fold.
It's not loosey. Sucky ducky of a flat. Let's see how it works out for him. Ducks fly together. Ducks fly together.
Not on this occasion.
I wonder if there is a bit of sort of mental warfare a little bit here. When you're flatting with the deuces here in Schumacher's shoes, maybe you're thinking, you know what, Foggin just got there on the river. I don't think he's going to just come out blasting if he doesn't hit the board. That's what I'd be thinking. I understand the sims and stuff don't tell you those kind of things, but just from my live experience, sometimes I'll come after a player a little bit or be prepared to play pots with them after
something that dramatic happens where they're just kind of still getting out of it. And
150,000.
with ace-10 and the 10 of spades, I think it might be hard to shake Foggin, but at least he didn't come out betting, which would have been a bit tougher to defend against with the deuces. I do think that there is a small chance he even just makes a tight fold on the flop. And there it is, yeah. You know what? I'm so grateful to be here. I'm not getting in the check call with ace-10 high business. Not when I was almost out of business. I'm just trying to get this place afloat again.
To the outer table, where Jose Gonzalez has moved all in and looks like he's been called by Nathan Tatar. And they're waiting to check that the hand at the feature table has finished. Obviously, we just saw it finish, so hopefully word will reach him in a moment and they'll deal this out. So, king's the hand for Gonzalez, queen's the hand for Tatar. There should be a double up for Gonzalez. Just has to fade a queen on the river. Gonzalez gets the double up. Still has that magnificent beard, but is now sans headphones.
I like his shirt. He kind of has the energy of that bug.
Get ready for the water, okay, my friend?
Get ready for the water?
I think he might have said war.
Yeah, let's tone down that language, shall we?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it looks like Tatar took a bit of a hit there. I mean, he was chip leader for a long time.
One-time chip leader.
Is now definitely on the shorter side. Back to the feature table.
One fold, three fold, five fold. Six raise, 120,000. Seven fold.
I can impress all my friends if I did 3-bet this.
Oh. Like 1.8 to 2 million?
2.1, I think. Ten call.
There's your deuces, Griff. Oh, different hand.
Check. Six bet, 60,000.
A stone cold min bet from Schumacher here will not shake Simone. Haha, told you so. That was childish. I shouldn't have said that. Ooh, open-ended.
Indeed. And Schumacher has blockers to that straight draw.
Both of them. Ooh. Don't you like it when it just goes runner like that?
Barry Greenstein is back, ladies and gentlemen, giving Schumacher top pair, giving Gilles Simon the straight.
Oh, and of course, Simone checks. And Schumacher must think, I gotta get value from a queen here, right? I gotta bet something. But what if Simone check raises? What if he check raises because somehow he has a better hand, like a flush or a king 10, or somehow as a deuce? And that's why we see the check. And that is a very disciplined, almost ICM check. You know what? I'm not going to go for that value against the queen because I don't want to get check raised.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do. Real good discipline.
Sneaky, sneaky.
First time chat. How'd king 10 win? Straight, my friend. Broadway. Here, I'll help you. 10, jack, queen, king, ace. Straight.
Small blind.
Simon in the small blind, Parmasto in the big blind. Mark Foggin first to act, folds.
3 fold. 5 fold.
Ali says, I'm sorry, I'm new to poker. You don't have to apologize. We like new viewers.
That's okay, Ali. You know what? Many years from now, I might be handing you your first EPT main event trophy, and we can laugh about this and tell all the fans at home.
Just be clear, it'll be Joe who'll be handing him the trophy. But
yeah. For the sake of the story, can I hand it to Al?
no, we're not letting you anywhere near.
No,
a
but
camera.
I was here. He wasn't even here when he made the first comment, not understanding about the straight. I'll talk to Joe about it. He'll never give it up.
No. Anyway, Ali, very happy to have you here. Glad you're discovering the game. You ask any questions, and hopefully the other viewers or our mods will be able to help you out.
And Joe will be giving you the trophy if you ever win an EPT.
Remember, the number of players remaining is displayed on screen the whole time. We have 14 left from a starting field of 1,320 entries.
You always need a neck.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Nick.
The rule is there must always be a neck at the table, and Yannick Schumacher is currently fulfilling that obligation.
Five fold, 6 fold.
Our little Tasharek looks like he should be called Nick.
Yeah, there is that.
Snowmans.
Num num.
We wait for Dato's announcement.
I'm going to guess it. 130,000. Over under quickly, James.
Under.
150,000.
It was such a good sweat, wasn't it? He gave us a couple.
10 fold. 1 fold.
It's Mark Foggin's big blind. What does he have? Four, 3 off.
Ugh, all that for that.
5 seconds. Fold. Second check. Fold. Fold. Fold, sorry.
Foggin, the shortest stack at the table, hovering around the 20 big blind mark. Of course, we are on a pay jump. 14th pays $51,525. 13th pays $61,850. And we are going back out into the field. We have got action over at the other table. With 14 remaining, 2 tables of 7, so half the field's on the main stage, the other half is out on the floor. And we see a red triangle of death in front of Nathan Tatar. He is all in. Decision on Kenny Hallett. And Kenny folds. But Tatar still looks pretty short, Griffin. Back to the feature table.
Tenfold.
Action folded to Preet Parmasto.
Oh no, sorry.
One raise, 120,000.
No, it's 2.4. I miscounted, sorry.
120K. Fargan with 7 deuce.
Naughty. 5-4 off. Naughty.
Threefold. Five-four.
Kozenkai defending. King High is ahead right now. Parmasto pretty happy to have flopped a wheel draw.
Yeah, as far as boards go where you haven't connected, this is going to be a nice continue for Parmasto with that stronger range.
One raise, 240,000.
And if and when you do get called, which you won't this time from Kozenkai,
yeah,
gonna have a lot of reasons to keep betting with that backup wheel draw.
Yeah. Well, 30 minutes until the break. One thing to highlight, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here to say that we're probably still going to be at 2 tables by the time we get to the end of this level. And that means these guys will have played 2 and a bit full levels on the main stage. So I think it's only fair that we flip the tables during the breaks. There's a very good chance that we will actually have the outer table on the main stage and this table goes back out onto the floor.
Sevenfold.
Of course, we get past all that nonsense when we're down to 9 players because then everyone's at 1 table.
Eightfold.
So then wouldn't the unofficial final table be with 9 because you're all... Okay, it's not 8.
One fold.
The official final table is 8, but we play down to 6. Just to ensure that the days are balanced, Griff.
Gotcha.
We've obviously been burnt in the past with 8-handed final tables taking a while, so just by getting through a couple of extra players and inviting 6 to come back for the final day, just keeps those last 2 days a bit more balanced and a bit more even.
I mean, these are things I should know. Got to read the briefing.
Threefold.
Foggin, getting out of the way with the queen deuce suited. The man with perhaps the best name on the table, but there's a lot of competition. Bjorn Kozenkai limps in from the small blind with the 7 deuce suited. I mean, Yannick Schumacher's a great name. Halil Tassarak. Prit Parmasto. We got great names on this table. I'm just really drinking it in now. So I got the first names listed here.
Well, we're going to the other table where there's been an all-in and a call. And this is Alexander Feterin at risk and crushed. He's got ace-10. Victor Yuge with aces. Confirmation that players concluded on the main stage. We can run out this board.
Nine is good. See?
Not looking good for Feterin. And he does not improve, is eliminated in 14th place for $51,525, and we are down to the final 13.
Very impressive run here for Feterin. Someone we saw earlier on day 2 was featured on the feature table, but all good things come to an end. But not for this guy.
Yeah, we have seen Victor KO a fair few players in the last couple of days. Continuing to build a stack here on day 5 as Feterin exits the arena.
Tenfold.
No, today is not the final day. Tomorrow, main event Sunday, playing down to a winner. 6 returning. They'll all be guaranteed a 6-figure score, but they'll be competing for that 7-figure score up top.
Tesseract with that suited 10. Going to try to keep Parmasto in line. Parmasto has been getting a little cocky. Playing well, running well.
King 10-8 on the flop, so second pair for Tesseract.
7 check.
I'm going to take Parmasto in this hand, James. How about that? You can have Tesseract. Watch this. Check out the bobbing and weaving. It's like a raptor, this guy. His eyes just got wider. Oh, that's going to be a little tough. Couldn't you have just given me like a 4? He would have. It didn't even need to be a club. But the 8 is going to be tough.
7 check.
Just bet 650. Prove me right. He wants to do it so bad.
450.
That's pretty good.
1 bet, 450,000.
Oh, yeah, I did it again. I took the 9%er. James is fuming over here. He lost a 91% favorite.
Fuming isn't really the word I'd describe,
He really
Mike.
wasn't. I think he was
please don't,
checking an email or something.
please don't mistake my contemptuous stare into your eyes. Spare a thought for Lucky is Real, who says, I'm here to see Anton Wigg play. Well, you're 24 hours too late because Anton Wigg was eliminated yesterday. Only 13 players remaining now. Caesar asking what time does the final table start tomorrow? 1 p.m. local time is when we go live, so that's noon Central European summertime.
Foggin going to raise the queen 10 suited on 20 big blinds. Kozenkai at the cutoff here. Going to recognize that he's slightly ahead of Foggin's opening range here, but it never feels super comfortable to 3-bet call off 20 big blinds, hijack cutoff.
Yeah.
So instead, just flatting the ace-jack, sort of keeping those weaker hands in and not getting coolered against the bigger hands or losing a flip. But pretty fair fight going to the flop. Let's get those percentages up.
10, 8, 7. Foggin flops best.
And the percentages surely flip-flopped a bit here, but Kozenkai, 2 overs, straight draw, backdoor, nut flush draw. A lot of ways to win.
Floor? Yeah. Floor, please. I think my second base pretty seems afterwards is how much you mind.
250,000.
Pretty big bet on average, over half pot. Obviously, we're used to seeing sort of bets on the smaller side as C bets, but in this situation, with such a wet board, you know, Foggin wants to dissuade floats from that have a lot of equity, like the 38% ace jack. So brilliant sizing there from Foggin to fold out a hand that had quite a bit of equity against that queen 10. Nice takedown for the lone Brit on the feature table. 13 left. Have a go, Mark.
Minutes left on the level. And Foggin still the shortest stack at this table with 25 bigs. Andrea Dato, not just the biggest stack at this table, still tournament chip leader with 6.7 million at the start of this hand. Lines 30,000, 60,000.
Yeah, for someone who's had the chip lead, it's been pretty quiet. This level has Andrea Dato, except when he's announcing his raise size. Or any action, actually.
I was going to say, quiet is not the word.
No, yeah, I should use a different word than that here.
To describe him. Tashirak with ace queen on the button.
A 7 raise. 120,000.
Queen 10 for Dato.
$500,000. Oh, he's calling.
Yeah, he is.
Nice.
And it's Simon in the big blind. Who folds tray deuce of diamonds. So heads up to the flop. A domination situation in Tashirak's favor.
Surprised Simon didn't want to flick in that one chip with the suited 3 deuce playing 80 big blinds, but to each his own. Look at this. Would have had a wheel draw.
And a backdoor flush draw, I know. It's shoulda, woulda, coulda. As things stand, Tashirak, huge favorite.
Bet 175,000.
This ain't your hand, Andrea.
Pass.
Let's it go. John says, Dato, not quiet, but not as aggressive as some of the chip leaders we've seen recently.
Close to 5? Close to 5, yeah? Yeah. You? Close to 5. All right, that's good.
They're counting their stacks. That means 13-way chop incoming.
It could happen.
Action's going to start with Mark Foggin under the gun with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Your countrymate is watching, Mark. Don't you dare fold 10-9 suited.
3 raise, 125,000.
Ugh, what a bad raise. Should have folded the 10-9 suited.
5. 3 raise, 375,000.
I think we should get rid of Chat Pro Saturday and just have results-oriented Saturday.
Oh, Chat Pro Saturday is not a thing, just to be clear. I vetoed that yesterday.
Wow, I thought they had a pretty good chance for a while there.
Well, some fellas are lucky and some ain't.
Oh, imagine if they had Chat Pro Saturday for the single chip debacle. Would have thrown it. They would have had to make the. They would have had to choose. It would be their ruling. It would be the chat's ruling. Move over, Toby.
Interesting. Foggin wants to know how much Kozenkai has behind. Similar size stacks, but Kozenkai does have Foggin covered.
5 seconds. Time.
Foggin playing a time bank card.
If Foggin shoves his hand, I'm not coming back for 2 levels.
Seconds.
Well, Foggin does not
Let's
shove.
See a flop.
Foggin calls the re-raise. Wants to see a flop. Has less than 20 big blinds behind. And has hit a flush draw. Kozenkai still ahead though with jacks.
Yeah, but look at that SPR. I mean, he kind of needs to check shove and hope to fold out, you know, the ace queens and ace jack type hands.
3 check.
But are those even going to bet fold the flop? They're probably going to check or even bet call with this kind of SPR. So Foggin might just decide to check call here.
Okay, well, we have got a c-bet from Kozenkai of 225,000.
Okay, so yeah, I should be a bit more clear. It's not just the ace queens and the ace jacks, right? Kozenkai can have some bluff raises here. Let's say he has ace 5 of clubs. 3-betting, hoping to get Foggin to fold pre. That's the kind of hand that would c-bet and fold to a shove here. So there are a lot of bluff hands that Kozenkai can have here that he's going to bet, and then you just take it down with a shove. But Kozenkai ain't folding this. So I think you want to lean shove in Foggin's seat. You know, if your opponent 3-bet you with queen jack of clubs.
Well, he's check raised all in, Griffin. Playing the flush draw, and I think Kozenkai's hand is too strong to fold here.
Yeah, he's not thrilled because they're, you know, the king-queen suiteds, the king-jack suiteds, both of them are active here with the 2 jacks being blocked and the kings. But the times that your opponent has the ace-10 suiteds or the queen-10 suiteds, even apparently the 9-10 suiteds, you just can't burn the money and bet fold here for another, you know, 15 big blinds. But you can imagine the pain, right? What if you're getting trapped here? What if he just has aces? But you do block a bunch of those suited king combos with the jacks, right? So it's super less likely that he has king jack suited. So you're just hoping to even consider folding. You think he has aces or king queen suited exactly. King queen off would fold pre probably, right? King 10 suited, would that really call? I feel his pain, but he's got to put those chips in. There it is.
Well, he gets it in as a 71% favorite, and Mark Foggin is at risk and behind.
Yeah, no over. He's just going to love to see this hand. This is the exact hand you want to see because even ace, you know, all the ace-x suiteds has that overcard, but just the pairs being dead, that's the dream right here.
Well, let's see what the situation is at the other table. There is a hand in progress, although to be honest, it probably doesn't matter as we're not on a pay jump right now. 13th and 12th get paid exactly the same. Maybe they decide to let this hand play out. Yeah, they've decided to run it out. Don't need to wait for the hand to conclude at the outer table. And that jack on the turn has Mark Foggin drawing dead. He is eliminated in 13th place.
Why me Bert this time?
Cashes for $61,850 and takes us down to 12 players in the EPT Cyprus main event.
I'm loving the roller coaster. Yeah, that's nice. I mean,
Wasn't Mark's level, got new life with that ace-4 double up, but decided, didn't want to let go of that 10-9 suited pre, and got the kind of flop he needed to get all in with. Ran out of lives.
Okay, so those of you who aren't aware, like David, who's just made a fool of himself on YouTube, describing it as probably the worst switch in poker broadcasting history, we are playing soft hand for hand. They can't deal an all-in at the feature table until players concluded at the outer table. That's why we tracked away. Nothing was happening on the main stage. When the floor concluded that because there wasn't a pay jump, they could then deal out the all-in and gave the instruction for the players to reveal their cards, we came back to the feature table. Thank you for your comment.
You just got hardiganed.
Seven raise. Sorry, 103,000, sorry. Eight fold.
That is why we don't have Chat Pro Saturday.
Yeah. Thank you for the perfect example. Tasharak getting a little frisky here. +1 on 50 big blinds, raising the Queen 10. Kazenkai, fresh off that sick hold. Love how, despite having those sunglasses, you just see that emotion. And flopping nice here.
Five, check.
Yeah, this is going to be an automatic, very comfortable C-bet here. Very strong range under the gun. One here.
90,000.
And I haven't seen a ton from Tasharak. He seems really solid, but I haven't necessarily seen any bluffing barrels. So this is exactly the kind of card that I'd be very curious to see what Tasharak's game plan is. Because this is the card you almost feels like an automatic two-barrel, right? You want to bet out those. You can't lose to showdown here against Jack-9, right? If that's what the big blind has here. So is going to find that bet. Question just is how much. Looks like about 375.
7 bet.
And even with a king, you know, the weak big blind peel kings, this is a tough continue. Do you want to call, what, 15% of your stack here against this under the gun 1 range? And the answer from Kazenkai is hell yes. Let's see a river. Well, now what are you going to do?
Barry Greenstein.
5, check.
Yeah, I think.
Very difficult rep here, right, James? I mean, now that there's 2 aces out there, you're basically saying that you have one of the other 2 if you bet here, or you have 9s full, 8s full. Maybe you have king, queen. But are you really that thrilled about making a big bet on the turn with king, queen? Oh, let's go.
Come on, Tasharak.
Let's go. Also, got to remember, not a lot of ace-high floats on the king 9-8, right? Yeah, ace-8 or ace-9 will call.
but that is blocked by the fact that there are an 8 and 9 already out there. So ace jack would call the flop, right, from the big blind here. Ace 10. But also less likely that you have the ace in the big blind here because there's 2 out here. So this is a really advanced bluff. Tasharak knows Cousin Kai has a king here. He's saying, I dare you. I'm saying, I have an ace or better here. And Cousin Kai's looking over there and thinking, you messing with me, dude? You messing with me, dude? We're playing for $1 million.
Folds it.
Let's go. Halil Tasharak.
And we are heading to the outer table, Griffin, because Victor Uge has just bet enough to put Nikita Kuznetsov all in. Kuznetsov has used 8 time bank cards already. He's running out. Folds, and the jack of diamonds is exposed. Show 1. That's the ace of diamonds.
Cool shirt.
So reminder that when we hit the break in 4 minutes time, we're going to flip it. So what is currently the outer table becomes the feature table. What is currently the feature table becomes the outer table.
Are you allowed to do that?
We specifically need to do it to make sure that these players aren't at a perceived disadvantage by playing on camera for too long.
Makes sense. I just feel bad for Kuznetsov, who's going to lose his masseuse.
Rather than he loses chips.
There you are, Simon. Haven't seen a lot of action from Simon, except that 3 high fold we didn't like. Good face for a moustache. I like it. Ooh, interesting.
Queen 7-6.
Is anyone else a big fan of? I understand that these two are in the pot, but that Tasharak hand was cool, right?
Yeah, it was.
Like, if you look at him right now, he looks kind of like bored and just sort of like, whatever, another day at the office. Dato was trying to lay a bit of a pot control-y trap here with this flop check, but doesn't get Simon to bite. Threw out the line. Simon was like, ain't no fish. I'm not going to bite at this. Checked back with that gut shot, and now with the 6 on the turn.
225,000.
You heard the man. The announcer has declared his bet and takes down this pot.
Nice work from Simon there.
We're heading back to the other table, Griffin. It's Gerard Carbo, the Spanish qualifier, who's moved all in. And Nathan Tetart with the decision, and he's already used time bank cards. There are players to act behind.
Well, speaking of great shirts.
Got Haller, Uge, and Kuznetsov still to act. multiple time banks being played by Tatar.
I just want to say if there's a double elimination in the stand, the widget was right. Nah.
Okay, so Tatar has folded. Kenny Hallett is out. Victor Uge in the small blind. Just checking Kuznetsov's stack.
That usually means he's got a pretty decent hand. This is an open shove for what appears to be 360-ish, if I'm reading it right. Wow. So gets it through despite the very small stack. And certainly our tournament low stack over there with just 2 red chips worth 100,000.
Players concluded at the outer table. We come back to the feature table. Last hand of the level in progress. 8's still good on a Queen Jack 9 flop. And no good now. The bottom end of the straight versus the King High straight.
Tato, you dirty dog. King 5 off under the gun. I think someone was just saying in the Twitch chat, he's been playing pretty tight. We come over here and he tried to, as soon as the cameras weren't watching, King 5 off. And now straight over straight.
Hey, check.
Oh, Simone, so good. Just chilling. $250,000.
$450,000.
Overbet on the river from Andrea Dato, putting Gilles Simon to the test.
Just hating life.
Yeah.
So high up in his range. Checking the turn with the straight.
Oh, call.
Cycle. Lose the better straight. See Dato chip up to 7.5 million, 7.6 million actually.
Yeah, that's too much.
And come back from break with nearly 100 big blinds because the blinds are going up to 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. Dato in a great position. Pressure on Schumacher, who's dropped below 25 bigs. But a reminder, what was our feature table is now going to become the outer table because the other 6 players will be coming to the main stage when we come back for the next 90-minute session of the penultimate day of the EPT Cyprus main event. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and then the action continues as we try to get down to the final table and beyond. Down to the final 6 today, here at the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. So 20-minute break, and then more live action from here in Cyprus.
Looks like Suzor's coming in for the steal. 250,000 on the button.
And Jack 9 in the big blind, good for a defend, off to a flop. And a little bit of something for both of our players. We got the flush draw from Suksor, Liu with the gut shot straight draw. Up against a very wide range calling in the big blind. We spoke earlier about good bluffs, situations where your opponent can do lots of folding. This is certainly one of those, because the big blind's calling a lot of hands. He's going to miss very often. And also it's good to have hands that can improve on later streets. This one, of course, the flush draw. So a nice continuation bet spot for Suksor to take. He does, 175,000. Having defended Jack 9, when Liu sees a board where he does connect fairly well, has a chance to improve, I think he'll be doing something other than just folding his hand.
680.
That's something other than folding. He's coming in for a check raise, 680,000 announced, applying pressure to what is perceived to be a wide continuation bet from Suksor on the button. Let's imagine Suksor c-bets here with something like King 9 of clubs. He's going to get a very quick fold, which means that Liu's bluff is going to be immediately profitable. We can see that Suksor has a hand that's likely to continue, Queen Deuce of Hearts.
This could get very interesting indeed. Suksor calls the check raise, this hand going to the turn.
And 2 million chips already in this pot. There are some very fun turn cards indeed. Queen is one of them because Liu actually now turns open-ended, and if he wants to put pressure on a hand like Ace-3 of clubs, then betting on this turn, he can certainly represent that occasionally he's made a straight himself.
But from Suksor's perspective, Spraggy still has the flush draw, now has a pair to go with it.
Yep, even more outs. If he was up against an ace, he can now hit a deuce or a queen to get there, to go along with his hearts. Liu not slowing down, 800,000.
And that's the weird thing, from Suksor's perspective, he may be thinking about what cards he needs. The irony being, he's actually got the best hand.
Yep. And we may even see a situation where he realizes he has the best hand, right? If he's confident enough to say Liu is bluffing with 8-9 or Jack-9 or even a smaller flush draw, we may even see him hero all the way down. I think for the 800,000 chip price, given he also just picked up a pair, he won't be going anywhere. That is indeed a call, and this is a monstrous pot. 3.6 million chips, and we're off to an all-important river card.
Neither player has pot behind. Suksor the effective stack with 1.81 million, and he rivers the flush.
And it could be a situation where Liu attempts to represent that he has a flush. Some of his bluffs on the flop are going to be flush draws. And if Suksor gets here with Ace-3 of clubs, it would make a hand like that a very difficult call. So Liu may fancy his chances of getting a fold by shoving this river. 1.8 million effective behind, about half pot.
I'm all in.
He's all in.
Shoves on Suksor, who calls all in with the best hand and will get a huge double up through Liu.
What the hell?
You just walked into it, buddy. You just represented the hand your opponent has. And now Martin Suksor is up over 60 bigs, 7.25 million. Queen Jack suited, under the gun +1.
7 raise, 450.
And that's a raise to 450,000.
450, yeah.
Falcone folds. Sousa with 10-7. So passes. 7-7 for Torre. Out. 9-6 for Brandstrom in the small. Lou, there's the same hand, Queen Jack, but unsuited. Calls. And the flop is Jack, Jack 5.
Thank you.
I'm gonna warm up my vocal cords.
We're gonna nail this one, Vincent. Now remember, it's 3, 2, 1, then you go. I will pause longer. When you hear it, we won't be in sync, but what the audience hears might be in sync, so don't stop. Stick with it.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating so much.
Also, just to put additional pressure on you, Spraggy nailed it earlier on.
No! I failed all week long.
Oh, look at this. It might not be a chop. Oh, great for Martin to be free rolling here. $500,000, the bet from Lou. Just a call. And the river card is a spade.
We jinxed him, James.
Don't lie, Vincent. You are so happy that this is not a chop.
We jinxed him.
And Lou's going to bet big. 2.8 million in the middle. And he goes for $1 million. Nearly half his stack. Now the question is, does Martin raise and try and get the rest? Or is he worried about 5s, 10s or 9s?
I would feel if Lou had a better hand than a queen high flush here, he most likely would have used an all-in sizing. The issue for Martin is going to be with the jack in his hand, what is opponent going to call with if he shoves? But I think versus size, you just got to go all in. Give Lou the opportunity to make the hero call.
Yeah, raises enough to put Lou all in. And what a horrible spot for Lou. Sat there with trip jacks on a straighty, flushy, paired board. And knowing that if he calls and is wrong, he is out.
Will he make the big fold and be correct? It's so hard to imagine what your opponent is bluffing with here. So little left to play for. It's just so unlikely that someone pulls the trigger, but you've got this far. The pot is this big and you've got trips. It's not a fun spot at all.
And yes, he's committed a lot of chips already. But the chips you still have, the chips you have left have more value. He'd still have 6 big blinds. A horrible spot to be in, and I don't know how many time bank cards he still has. I don't know how much thinking time he can use here.
It's just a horrendous river card. King, queen gets there, 7-8 gets there, all the flushes get there. What can your opponent call with on the turn and then bluff raise you all in with on the river?
He folds it. He gets away from the trips and he still has 1.2 million. Yunye Liu still playing 6 big blinds. So this is hand number 8. We've already had 2 eliminations. You see Alexander Iversen in the background there. Did you know that Iversen and Brandstrom are sharing a hotel room here in Barcelona, and both almost made the final table?
It's very cute.
Sutso opens under the gun with 8s. Falcone with ace-queen on the button.
20 big blinds, the more important thing he's holding.
Yeah, I think we always see the all-in here with the ace-queen. And I think we probably always see the call with the 8s.
Well, there is the shove from Falcone. Let's see if Brandstrom wakes up with a hand in the big blind. Nope. Back on Sutso. And he calls, and we're off to the races. Now, this is where Falcone has been a specialist in the last 2 days.
8 is king. I have 8.
He seems incapable of losing a race. He always spikes an ace. He is invincible.
Ice, spade ice.
Huge, huge spot. Worth hundreds of thousands in real money equity.
The flop has a queen on it. Falcone now set for the double up. 89% favorite, just has to fade an 8.
I guess you were right, James.
He is invincible. Oh, he's on the turn!
Oh, man.
We found the kryptonite.
Turns out he is quite invincible.
Diego Falcone eliminated in 4th place. So we get a raise here from Sutso to 900,000 with 6-3 suited. King 3 for Brandstrom. Worth a defend, Finton, with king high?
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance that we're going to see him fold here. It'll be interesting to see if occasionally he wants to mix in a re-raise.
He does not mix in the re-raise, just a call. Hello, nurse, OMG.
Full house for Brandstrom. Trip 3s for Sutso.
Brandstrom with such a lock on the board, he might be tempted not to check raise here, but we can see if he plays it quick, all of the chips are going to be going into the middle.
Here comes the C-bet. 700,000 into 2.2 million.
We're almost certainly going to see a complete stack reversal here.
You can only play this slow, right? You've just got so much of this, and it's so unlikely that your opponent does. What can you do?
Oh, come on.
Jeez.
It's now house over house.
The poker gods are bored today.
And look at this from Sutso's perspective. He's just turned a boat and he's thinking, this is it. I'm going to close it out here. This is the moment that I'm going to win an EPT.
Does Brandstrom want to now start getting all the chips in on the turn? He might be tempted to continue to just call. It's going to look incredibly strong if he does check raise his turn, and we can see he has such a lock on the board. It's so hard for him to imagine that his opponent has a strong hand right now, except for maybe some flushes.
1.7 million into 3.6 million.
You gotta just call again and go for value on the river, and you are gonna get it. Just put the 6 on the river too.
We are going to see the check raise all in, and we are going to see the snap call. Martin's going to think he's about to take the title, and he is going to get the news that he's been coolered.
So you think he checks here, Finton? Doesn't lead for value, but yes, he does check. Wow.
Yeah, the 10 of hearts on the river just doesn't change enough about the board. Brandstrom just has to go for the check raise, and this way he can hope, if he has coolered his opponent with another full house, or more likely with a flush, the check raise on the river means he'll get to play for all of the chips.
The nonchalant 6 million bet.
Into a pot of 7 million.
Such a sick hand to go down heads up.
Brandstrom's got 18 mil, give or take, behind. He could simply check raise all in here. We know he's going to get snap called, and we know he's going to get the full double up.
Yeah, he's about to have 40 million chips. From Sutsor's point of view, maybe occasionally he feels his opponent check shove all in with a flush. It's heads up. There's just no way he's ever going to be able to fold this 6-3.
All in.
There's the shove. Checks his hand. Snap calls, thinks it's all over, but it is not.
Too excited. No.
House over house. Ridiculously sick cooler.
So sick.
And that is the big switcheroo. Simon Brandstrom is now the guy in control. He's got more than 100 big blinds.
Unlucky.
43 million chips. Martin Sutsor, 16 million, about 40 bigs.
The Brandstrom Sandstorm do-do-do-do double up.
Raises to 900,000. Pocket sixes for Brandstrom.
It's been a while since we've seen a flip. Is this likely to go in pre-flop, Fenton? Yeah, you think so?
I mean, the sixes are most certainly going to want to shove here, and I don't think you're going to get the full king-queen at this stack depth heads up.
There's the all-in. And the call from Sutsor, and we are flipping. A race for the EPT title.
Like money versus the title. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Sixes ahead for now, and if sixes hold, we have a winner.
I feel like Martin deserves a little bit of run good in this flip, given how the last 45 minutes has gone.
Well, if he does hit a king or a queen or some kind of straight combo, Finton, he'll still be at a significant disadvantage. It'll still be a better than 2-to-1 chip lead for Brandstrom. The flop is 9-7 deuce. No king, no queen. Sutsor has 6 outs. The turn card is an ace, and Simon Brandstrom is on the verge of victory. Unless there is a king or a queen on the river, he will have won the biggest EPT main event of all time. The river card is a 5, and Brandstrom has done it. The Swede takes down the title here in Barcelona. And once again, for the second time in his poker career, Martin Sutsor is a runner-up on the European Poker Tour.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the EPT Cyprus 2023. Brought to you by PokerStars live from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino, and Spa. First time ever, the European Poker Tour has made it to the land of Cyprus. Deep into day 5, deep into the main event. Those are our top 5 chip leaders of the 12 remaining players. That's right. not so far from those being the only 5 players left in this field. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
The goal today to get to the final 6. We are 3 players away from the final redraw of the tournament, which will happen at 9, and every player will be seated at the same table. Here is our feature table. 6 on this table, 6 on the quote-unquote other table, and as you can see, we got some shorties. Online qualifier, Gerard Carbo, 6 big blinds. Nikita Kuznetsov, 8 big blinds. Nathan Tatar, 12 big blinds. Might as well name check everyone else. Kenny Hallert, former World Series of Poker final tableist. Jose Gonzalez, second in chips. And Victor Ugai is top of the heap at this particular table. I would imagine we'll be seeing some all-ins pretty soon. There is a pay jump between 12th and 11th place. So there is a bit of a race between the 2 players with 6 and 8 big blinds. It does matter. You can't just ship it in. 11th place makes $74,200. 12th place makes $61,850. So that is a $10,000 difference. $13,000 more or less. Victor Ugai on the button, Jack 9, Sutai.
This guy has been stacking them up. 65 big blinds at this stage in the tournament, Joe. Very dominant stack.
Oh!
Speaking of domination.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 small stacks in the small and big blind, so that would be the reason why Ugai is putting them both all in. Jack 7 for Kuznetsov. And we are playing a hand-for-hand-ish situation still, given the nature of these pay jumps, given the nature of the fact that we can keep an eye on both tables at once. Gerard Carbo with ace-6. This feels like it's time to pay the piper.
Yep. Looks like Spin City to me. He's aware of the fact that Ugai is going to be doing this uber wide and therefore will probably be winning enough to make the call as the shortest stack, probably in the tournament at this point. Only 6 big blinds to start the hand. How can you miss it? Yeah, he's in. And he will be a very slight favorite, Joe.
Slight favorite, all in and call. We're not going to expose these hands right away. We're going to see what's happening at the other table first. Gerard Carbo is going to have to wait just a mo before we run this board. Other table. Ooh, we got some chips in the middle. We got a whole board out there. Andrea Dato with that infamous posture. This was our feature table earlier in the day. And Dato, who demonstrably announces his actions every hand, has announced a bet here. The board is 9, king, 7, 3 diamonds, 8-4. And Dato has bet 175,000 and is playing against Kazankai, who's raised to 500,000. We could have another all-in at this table. Once again, we're on the river. King 9, 7, 8, 4, 3 diamonds. Looks a lot like a queen from here, but I'm told it's a king.
Yep, it is a king. 9, king, 7, 8, 4 in that order.
Dato announces pass. So Kazenkai is going to pick up that pot, which looks significant. Back up on the stage. Carbo, as Nick mentioned, the slight favorite.
I think I'd rather have Jack 9 suited, though, somehow, gang. Such a pretty hand. Ace-6 really feels like it's just hanging on in there.
You know why? Because Ace-6 is hanging by a thread, and then when you lose with it, you feel bad.
You feel
Whereas
like
Jack
you
9, you're
deserved
like,
it.
yeah, I was supposed to lose. Ace-6 holding for now. King 5, 4, 2 spades. Spades not a factor. No hearts either. So you guy can't run down Carbo that particular way. Turn card is an 8. Carbo doing about as well as you can. Headed into the river, just has to fade the jacks and the 9s. And that river is another 8. Double up for Carbo.
Wow, huge hold here. Such an important pot for Carbo. A celebration from the Spanish rail. Love to see that. We haven't seen too much railing so far, have we, Joe?
They have all those sites blocked.
Yeah, I know, but I mean even from like the sort of
you mean
front
in
facing.
a poker sense, sure, no.
We actually don't have a rail left and right on this stage, unfortunately. Hey, you guy. Yeah, takes a slight hit there, but obviously all part of the game plan. Making those power plays very effective. Going to pick up a lot of money at non-showdown, and of course, sometimes you're going to get it in there. You're gonna do a few chips to one of the shorter stacks, but not the end of the world. Had very considerable equity to eliminate another player, and of course, plenty of opportunities to find folds and pick up the pot at non-showdown as well.
Now all the pressure on Nikita Kuznetsov with 7 big blinds. Kuznetsov is on the button now, so does have an orbit before he'll be forced to put another chip in. Ace-4 for Tatar under the gun. 6-handed Ace-4 offsuit. 12 big blinds for Tatar.
Only all-in or not? Only all-in.
Is reaching for chips.
It's not coordinated.
If it's speed jump situation, 2 people win all-in, lower chips.
Yeah, that's true. But
that's why they did it.
We can ask him, but
Maybe just take an account here. No, interesting.
Speed jump.
Tatar not moving all in. Going for the min raise. Off a 12 big blind stack with a shorter stack out there. Maybe thinks a steal is possible, and so far so good. Gonzalez probably not going to let a steal happen. Might let a peel happen. All right, so about 10% of Tatar's chips in the middle already. 10 tray deuce, 2 diamonds. Tatar flops a gut shot, ace high good. Gonzalez checks. And Tatar is going to continue. Yeah, just play like you have a 40 big blind stack.
Nice work there. Nice pickup there for Tatar. A couple people in the chat asking about the nationality of Victor Yugay, Uzbekistan. And I actually must apologize. Earlier on, I think I mentioned that I thought he might have been Russian, but that's because he was speaking Russian with the player directly to his left, Nikita Kuznetsov, who indeed is repping that flag. So my apologies for that confusion earlier, but it is indeed Uzbekistan here on our board. Tatar now up to 13 bigs, still in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
3 players definitely in the danger zone here, gang. So
danger zone.
Do not miss any opportunity to keep your eyes on the screen, because it could happen in the blink of an eye. Alert, quite comfortable on a 27 big blind stack. I know 27 is definitely getting on the shorter side, but when we get deeper in these tournaments and we haven't seen too many bust outs today, of course, that's where the chips start to get stretched a little bit.
Hey, you guy.
It's a good one, isn't it?
Victor, you guy. Making it 1-6-5. Carbo on the button with King 8 suited. And will not play. Neither will Jose Gonzalez. Tatar in the big blind now with 8-5. Later.
Одну посмотрел тоже. Хватит, чтобы и того закрыть, по идее.
Someone out there picking up my Goonies reference. Zoomer then saying Chunk was fun. You know what's weird is the kid that played Chunk went on to lose all the weight, become a very handsome man, and become a lawyer. And he's like an entertainment lawyer in LA. Like some of my friends are his clients.
And he still does the truffle shuffle to this day?
He does have a thing with the truffle shuffle, but I don't remember what it is. He's got like abs now, though, so. You guy folds this hand onto Kuznetsov. Now the shortest stack. He's got a jack. Tell me the jack of spades is the one-eyed jack, because we only looked at one of the cards. Nope. Not going to see the other one. Carbo not going to play the 10-4. Gonzalez out. Ta-ta. Oh, that's a hand you can play from any position with any chip stack.
True. 13 big blinds here as well from the small blind. I think I'm going to limp trap here like every day of the week. There's a chance that technically from a GTO perspective, there's only min raise or fold or limp. Sorry, min raise or fold. Might have to look this one up in a second, but as an exploit, there is a chance you might still find a limp here once in a while, but might be unbalanced in a way that your opponent's going to kind of pick up on that weaker line at a shallower stack depth. Wouldn't be surprised to see a small raise, though. Yep, 160. I'm going to look it up right now, gang.
I mean, Tatar did raise ace-4 offsuit, the exact same amount, did it under the gun.
True. That's definitely on the wider side, but worked out for him under those circumstances.
Kenny with 7-5. Not a situation where you want to use a time bank, I don't think. Kenny does make the call before burning one of those cards. And the flop is King 8-4, so aces with 80% of the equity here, but Kenny can drill the 6 for a gut shot. Feels like aces should be more than 80% against the gut shot. Especially with the ace of clubs. What am I missing?
Excuse me. Can I have papaya tea? Thank you, with sugar. Thank you.
Tatar bets 80,000. That's one big blind, the minimum bet.
So it's already 16. It's already 16% with the four shots at a gut shot twice, or approximately that. Then
the rest of the runners.
Some weird backdoors as well. A couple more percent, yeah. But I agree with you. It does seem like it's a little bit on the steeper side.
Kenny's going to peel. 9 on the turn. That cuts Hallard's equity in half.
I did look it up, guys. I think GTO prefers the limp here pre, but
with aces?
With the ace is he's super shallow, isn't he? So you never struggle to get the chips in later, but 2 barrels it is.
Now Tatar sizes up. Bets 375 into 560. Kenny pretty handcuffed at this point. Has to let it go.
Sorry.
2 crucial pots for Nathan Tatar, who moves from 12 big blinds to 17 big blinds. Pretty much out of the danger zone at this point. Gerard Carbo with 11 bigs, Kuznetsov with 7.
Yeah, it's close, actually. If you look at the 15 big blind and then the 13 big blind, that seems to be a sort of stepping off point. Sometimes it's a split there. And the shallower you get, the more limps we find, but it depends which one you go from. I'm assuming you can go from the sort of either camp here. But as played, takes it down.
Kuznetsov under the gun with 4 high. Topsy says, Hallard is a great poker pro. Who remembers him folding 7s full house versus Ruan having a straight flush? I don't remember that, but I'm not surprised because I agree with the first part of that statement. I haven't watched a lot of the main event coverage over the last decade or so, I'm not going to lie. I have my summers off, and I generally... Basically, if I'm watching poker, that's like half of doing commentary. So I tend not to do it very much.
Yeah, I ran into Kenny in the hallway on the way back to the room. We shared an elevator down to the tournament floor. Just so chill, really nice guy, very, very composed. He's seen this kind of action a lot over the last lots of years. And yeah, just a guy that really seems to have a great handle on the game and just living in the zen.
Raise and take it for Jose Gonzalez. Why does Jose Gonzalez look like the kind of guy that tells you that you don't ever need to go to a doctor and all you have to do is buy his vitamins?
He's giving you like supplement.
It's goji berries, man. That's all you need.
Supplement gang.
All you need is cold showers and goji berries.
I mean, he's not wrong. Speaking of Gonzalez, pocket fives, UTG +1, 58 big blinds. Gonna put in the raise, seems reasonable. Notice how it is greater than just the min raise here. Gonzalez sizing up, trying to get a couple extra folds from that larger sizing. Definitely nothing to be ashamed of. Definitely something advantageous at the stage when the chips are worth so much more. Probably do a lot better getting folds pre-flop than trying to duke it out against multiple players or indeed inviting some wider calls from the big blind.
Kuznetsov with 10-9 suited. Starts the hand in the big blind. So had 7 big blinds to start the hand. Has 5 back. It's going to cost them a little more than 1 more.
Yeah.
To see a flop here.
Yeah, so it looks like Gonzalez is already kind of sizing up that stack and deciding whether or not he's going to play fit or fold. And that is really a great board for fives in general, Joe. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just put it all in here, because Kuznetsov might actually get that all in after all.
Kuznetsov with less than pot left behind would make perfect sense.
Yeah.
There is the amount to set Kuznetsov all in. Same situation as before when Kuznetsov makes the call, calls all in. Now we're going to pause the action here. Remember, we're talking about a 13K pay jump for the next player out, so we're going to let that hand on the other table play out first. Make sure there's no all in there. Then we'll come back over here and deal Kuznetsov's fate.
On the outer table.
And once again, it seems like we've had some significant action at the other table. Big pile of chips. We've got Preet Parmasto versus Bjorn Kozenkai. Looks like a small bet from Kozenkai. And Parmasto folds. And another pot going Kozenkai's way. As we head back up for Gonzalez versus Kuznetsov, top pair versus middle pair. Kuznetsov in a very good spot to double up. Kuznetsov not worried about overcards, just has to fade. Huh?
The 3 or the 5?
The 3 or the 5. That's right. We got a gut shot now.
6 outs.
6 outs. Fades the 6 outs. Double up Kuznetsov. Wipes his brow unironically.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do here if you're Gonzalez? Hand kind of plays itself. Opens reasonable. It's cool that he uses a larger size there because it puts the big blind in a much harder situation to continue. Manages to find a beautiful Sam Grafton. Not going to be folding the 9-10 suited there. And just spikes it. There's no reason why that couldn't have been a suited ace where they managed to make a pair that was less than the 5 and basically the same outcome as well. So just unfortunate that Gonzalez runs into the top pair on that particularly low board. But still in good shape. Gonzalez 51 bigs. Kuznetsov now up to 14. A couple of our danger zone candidates have been slowly climbing back up.
Gonzalez folding under the gun. Tatar with another playable hand, king queen this time.
So 17 big blinds from +1. If we saw him sort of confidently raising with that offsuit ace earlier, Joe, I think you were probably going to see the same thing again from the king queen here. I mean, considerable ICM at this stage, right? So you don't want to just be smashing in this many big blinds when the min raise is a very viable strategy. That's exactly what he goes for, 160K. King queen, very playable hand regardless, unless you run into you guy.
Oh my goodness.
This is not the most ridiculous flatting spot either, Joey. If you wanted to get tricky.
You guy does appear to have some tricks up his sleeves as well.
Yeah, so far been really impressed with you guys' strat. Gonna use the time bank here. I would love to see a flat here. It'd be so spicy. I think that's what he's weighing up. He's looking at his stack. He's trying to just make sure.
$160, the original bet, the raise, the re-raise, 380,000, and Kuznetsov just sort of wistfully staring into the distance, wondering what might have been had action not gone this way before it got to him.
Yep. And decides to 3-bet, but it's a nice small sizing from you guy.
5 seconds.
Carbo waking up with a bad ace. Back to Tatar. I feel like, Nick, with Carbo on 9 big blinds and oh my goodness.
Wow, was
He
not
knows
expecting that.
once he got snap called, I mean, we didn't even have time to cut to you guy before the call was made. Tatar, yeah, this is very likely to be quite painful. Now, typically, we would make sure the action on the other table is finished before we run this. However, I think the action is already finished. It is. I thought there was a strong chance Tatar was going to get away from this entirely, given that there are 2 shorter stacks.
Yep, absolutely. And
felt like maybe he was being picked on.
Yeah, in terms of equity, this is about as bad as it gets pre-flop.
2 diamonds on the flop, not helpful for Tatar. Would have needed to see 2 spades.
Now it's got to be running queens. If you want king queen from Tatar to have a chance.
No queen.
But that'll do it as well. Potential straight draw now.
Can hit the 9 or the ace for a run. Otherwise, he'll be running from the table. King on the river. Top pair, no good.
Yeah, definitely a sweaty turn, though. Wasn't just the running queens, obviously running straight possible as well, but GG's for Tatar. And another stack going towards you, Guy.
And not only is Tatar eliminated in 12th place for $61,850, the rest of this field ladders up another $13K. 10th and 11th place now guaranteed $74,200.
At this point, you got to be thinking, why didn't I play the bounty? All I do is knock people out in this tournament.
Victor, you guy up over 80 big blinds, nearly $6.5 million.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Really nice spot for you guy.
Now 5-handed at this table. Jan Alvarez says Tatar needs to study some ICM. You need to study some spelling. It's N-E-E-D-S, not N-E-A-D-S. Thank you for your comment.
Blind v blind. I think we know what's going to happen here, Joey. He's all in. It's got to be. King 9 suited, blind v blind for sub 10 big blinds effective. Easy jam. Monster jam. Fantastic situation. Highly profitable. Does get it through. Will pick up the blinds and antes.
Because I didn't show this time, right? Was ace king.
He don't want broke table for keep play with me because I have more chips. Win more chips from me.
Yes.
Yeah, very smart guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Deep thinking.
Yes.
Same here. I keep him alive for play with you too.
Yes.
Victor, you guy under the gun. Nah. King 5 suited. I feel like maybe you could have gone for a poke there, 5-handed with all the chips.
Absolutely, 100%. In fact, I would argue that'd probably be a good adjustment. In fact, probably is already GTO to include that as a normal opening off of that stack.
5 seconds.
Kuznetsov really using the time banks here. I mean, not actually using the time banks, but certainly using his 30 seconds.
Jose getting a peek at the stack of Kenny Hallert in the big blind. Kenny's got 20 big blinds. Jose's got 48. All in. You better hope Kenny doesn't wake up with nothing, and he don't.
Yep, and I think, as we discussed, blind v blind, you can definitely shove pretty much any offsuit ace blind v blind there, 20 big blinds or less when antes are in play, but even more so when we're playing a big blind ante, Joe, because, of course, being shorthanded does not reduce the amount of dead money in the middle, as per the previous ante situation. So under those circumstances, you're picking up a ton of chips at non-showdown, and you will have the best hand often enough to actually pull the trigger, and you're going to generate enough folds. In fact, you're going to get better hands to fold all day long with a shove like that. So it is a very, very valuable situation. Obviously, going to be risky, but for 20 big blinds effective, I think you can go ahead and pull the trigger there. That's going to be very cool. You can imagine Kenny, obviously, in a pretty high-value situation. 20 big blinds, middle of the field here on the feature table in terms of chips, in terms of big blinds. Probably going to end up folding ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, ace-6, ace-7. You know, it depends how risk-averse he is.
What's weird is that, and when I say things like this, gang, I'm not a good player. I'm not saying, whoa, kings for Carbo now. I probably wouldn't shove ace-deuce there, and I would probably snap call with ace-deuce.
It's supposed to be the other way around, Joe. It's supposed to be like the halo effect, right? You can shove wider than you can call with.
Carbo's raise gets through to you guy in the big blind, king 4 suited. Feels pretty peelable. And peel we do. Ace 10-4, bottom pair for you guy.
He is 2/3 of the way to trips, though, Joe.
I mean, is there any chance that you guy ever bluffs Carbo off the kings on the ace-high board?
Probably unlikely when he has showdown, right? He's going to have the best hand with the 4 quite often regardless, right? So I think we probably just see a bet and a call on the flop.
Making this pot swell a little bit for Carbo to take down. Ace on the turn. Less of a chance of Carbo being fearful of it now.
So just bearing in mind here, guys, Carbo actually started the hand very short, which means that there's probably a good chance Yuge probably would have been quite happy just to check raise or raise some of the ace combos there. Not check raise, excuse me. 3-bet from the big blind with some of his ace combos right off the bat. So you can heavily discount him having some ace combos, obviously the strong stuff, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. All of those probably would have just gone in pre-flop against the cutoff steal. So very confident continuation on the turn with the kings there. You're going to have the best hand just so often and plenty of candidates to get paid by.
Updated chip counts. Kuznetsov still the shortest stack, just barely edged out by Carbo, 12 and 15 big blinds respectively. Kenny Hallert with 20. Jose Gonzalez, 51 big blinds. And Victor Uguy with 76.
Yeah, we've already seen Uguy with some power poker tactics. We saw the shove into 2 shorties with the jack-9 suited. The same applies when you're out of position, right? You've got some short stacks raising into you. You can start 3-betting a lot of the ace combos where you're just trying to shut it down pre-flop and apply pressure to the people that are at risk of busting. That was a great example of that, and therefore quite a lot of sort of discounted ranges. You know, a little bit of range capping can be done by Mr. Carbo. Heavily putting those kings in favor on the ace-ace texture. Now Kenny on the button has 20 big blinds. And will find the steal. Fold from the small blinds. Kuznetsov waking up with absolute napkins, as Arlie Shaban would say. Just the Kuznetsov napkins. Not a lot you can do. Just get out of the way. Kuznetsov maintains a 12 big blind stack after putting in the blinds and antes there. So costly. They come around so much quicker now, Joe. And those chunks coming out of you every big blind. Especially as one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, massive chunks, as long as we're going to keep doing Goonies references. This is their time up there.
Up there.
But down here, it's our time down here. And I think just because of that, I think whoever's the shortest stack should get to take one chip back. This is my wish. And I'm taking it back. I'm taking them all back.
I'm taking them all back. I love that movie.
You know, that movie is a massive flop in theaters.
What was?
The Goonies.
It was?
Yeah.
Wow, such a cult classic, though.
Massive flop. Was supposed to be like the big hit of the summer. Flopped. One of my best stories ever. One of my first best stories, I should say, is when I first started working on the big game. Let's make sure this hand doesn't turn into anything. When I first started working on the big game, we would do like 4 episodes in a day or something, like insane.
Wow.
And it would take me about 4 to 8 hours. I think we do 2 episodes in a day. It would take me 4 to 8 hours to prep an episode, and we would do like 4 days a week.
Wow.
So I would get home like 6 o'clock at night, and I would work till like midnight, 1, 2 in the morning, prepping the next day's shows. My first day, and I was so much pressure. I didn't know what I was doing. I was getting yelled at all the time. I was bad at it. I was fumbling over all my words. I was just so terrible at the job. And my first week off, I'm on my first week off. My first day off was a Saturday. And my agent called me at 7 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, can you get to Van Nuys Airport by 10 a.m.? And I'm like, what for? He's like, I got you a seat on a private plane. There's a big charity tournament happening, celebrity charity tournament. You're playing, you're going, you're getting on the plane. And I was like, nah, dog. This is my first day off. I can't do it. I'm exhausted. I got to go back to bed. And I hung up on him. And I laid there for a couple minutes, and I was like, you idiot. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How dare you say no to this opportunity?
Yeah, you got to get on the plane, man.
How dare you say no to this opportunity? And so I call him back, and I go, all right, I can do it. And he goes, okay, cool, let me make sure it's happening. I'm like, what? This isn't even confirmed?
Okay, but you chose wisely in the end, regardless of the outcome.
So he calls me back. I go to get on the plane. And the first celebrity waiting, he's there early, I'm there early, is Sean Astin.
Okay.
Mikey from the Goonies.
Okay.
Now, when I was a kid, I used to have dreams that I was friends with Mikey from the Goonies.
Sure.
So we're sitting there, and I'm like, hey, Sean, nice to meet you, blah, blah, blah. He's super nice, super, super, super nice. But I'm, like, too embarrassed to, like, ask him about anything. Right? Lord of the Rings, the Goonies. I'm too embarrassed. I'm, like, just trying to play it cool. And then we get on the plane, and it's me and him and Sam Simon, one of the creators of The Simpsons, and Cheryl Hines from Curb Your Enthusiasm. And... yes, Rudy. That's correct, Rohan. And Rudy. So, Aaron Paul Kramer, hold that thought for a second. So we're all sitting there not really talking, and finally Sean just blurts out, looking at Sam, he goes, I'm really sorry, I don't want to be a dork, but I got to ask you about The Simpsons.
Yeah, okay.
To Sam Simon.
Yeah.
And Sam's like, sure, no problem. What do you want to know? And then they talk about The Simpsons. And I was like, well, I'm glad you did that, Sean, because I'm so sorry, but I got to ask you about the Goonies.
And he goes, nah, not cool, man, not cool.
And he was like, sure, what do you want to know? And I was like, I don't know about anything specific. Like, what can you tell me? He goes, well, I'll tell you this. This is the funniest thing about the Goonies. He goes, all of us kids, the props department had to keep an eye on us. Because we were all stealing everything all the time. We were stealing swords, and we were stealing gold coins, and we were stealing pearls, and we were stealing marbles. Everything that we could get our hands on. We were just constantly stealing things off the set. And obviously, it really messes up continuity. Like if they need the props for the next day. So then I said, it's really weird that, I don't know if you know this or not, but there's like a deleted scene from the Goonies where they fight like an octopus, like a giant octopus at the end of the movie.
I didn't know that.
And what's weird is there's still a reference to it in the movie. Like at the end when they're telling the story of what happened, one of them was like, yeah, we fought this giant octopus.
Oh, okay.
And when you watch it, you're like, oh, for some reason they just lied about extra stuff that happened. But no, that was in a cut of the movie. And I was like, why did that line still make it into the movie? And he goes, oh, that was Dick Donner, who was the producer. He goes, that's typical Dick Donner. And then he made this motion, which I can't show you guys.
Oh, man. All in for Kuznetsov.
Uh-oh. And pocket King Queen for Carbo.
Carbo probably quite likely to call here, but can make the fold considering... Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, Carbo was in the cutoff, excuse me. That makes more sense. No, not going to call there under those circumstances. I thought it was blind v blind because we were talking about the Goonies.
Okay, Dr. Colossi, you got it. It wasn't like you can look up all day long that it wasn't a flop. It's fine. It was a critical failure. I mean, what kind of loser just sits there writing the same message over and over again, trying to prove me wrong about something I said?
All in a call.
God, we're trying to watch poker here.
Hey, you guy.
You guy behind, but not at risk.
By the way, I think Massive Flop would be a great title for your memoirs, Joe.
Actually, really good.
Works on so many levels.
It works on at least 2 levels. If the cover is a picture of my gigantic belly splashing into a pool, that's 3 levels. All right, here we go. Oh, we got an 8 right out the gate. Kuznetsov, 95% likely to survive.
Kuznetsov, short stack ninja, it seems, finding a lot of really good opportunities here. All super high equity spots, too.
Full boat now for Kuznetsov. You guy cannot eliminate Kuznetsov.
Absolutely no sweat. Kuznetsov going to be looking real healthy now. 24 big blinds, now slightly ahead of Kenny Hilliard.
Kuznetsov skyrockets up the leaderboard to middle of the pack. You guys still out in front. Gerard Carbo now the shortest. Would Carbo have won that hand with the king queen? I know there was 2 kings.
I don't think so. What was the board?
Wouldn't have filled up though, right?
No. Yeah, board was 8-9 king king 4. No good for the king queen. Little glimpse at those payouts at the bottom there, guys. $1 million plus for first place. super juicy. Hey Joe, can I make a really embarrassing confession?
Sure.
I of course know Sean Astin from Lord of the Rings.
Loader, sure.
But I actually didn't realize he was also the kid from the Goonies until today.
I could tell you didn't quite recognize the gravity.
As soon as you said that, I understood who it was immediately, but I was embarrassed to admit that I was today years old. I was now years old.
Now to get to Aaron Paul Kramer's question, he said, "Did you ask him about his dad, John Astin?" I did, which is kind of awkward because obviously the fellow is not alive anymore. Was not alive at the time, but yes, John Astin played the original Gomez Addams.
Oh, okay.
And he had obviously very nice things to say about his dad. Oh my goodness. This is a pot being pushed to Preet Parmasto. Dato was the opponent in that hand. Folded turn. A lot of red 100K chips in that pot. And we think that may have put Preet Parmasto into the overall chip lead.
Our quote-unquote cash game legend stacking him up there, feeling great. Pay attention, Mr. Gonzalez. We've spoken about this before.
At least he doesn't have headphones on now. At least he didn't accidentally call an all-in.
All right, folding around. You guy back in the driver's seat on the button, ace-jack. We are just five-handed guys, so it's going pretty fast. I expect to see an open here. Slightly sized up. Banana Bread asking, does wearing earphones, headphones not allow for outside assistance? Nobody at the featured table would be allowed to use any electronics, including smartwatches whatsoever. And of course, everything that you're seeing here on the screen happened 30 minutes ago, so there's no such thing as real-time assistance available. But also, if there was any chance of that, we just take it out of their hands completely. No electronics on the feature whatsoever, and this is what we're going to actually be showing. When you're not on the feature table, it's fine.
Moofy says, this tanking makes this terrible to watch. I'm going to do you a favor, Moofy. You banned. Go touch grass. Ace, king, 8, 2 diamonds. Top pair for you, guy.
$470K in there. Carbo's super short. I think you can just bet the one big blind if you want here. Yeah, just a little bit more. You definitely want to size down effective stack here, only about 9 bigs. So you're gonna get away with this a ton, and you absolutely want as much action as possible when you are strong as well. Benefit from the smaller bet under both circumstances.
Inappropriate innuendo asks, why spend 25,000 channel points to get timed out by Joe when it's easy to get timed out for free? Because you never know if it's going to be a real one. You never know. It's the fine line to tread of something that's just going to get you
timed out.
Banned versus banned.
He did air quotes, guys. All right, back in the mix, guys. Fast and Furious, short-handed poker, just the way I like it. UTG for Hilliard, ace-10 of the offsuit variety. Definitely going to want to play this one. 25 big blinds effective. And, yep, I think it looks like 175. There it is.
All right, Gonzalez, king at 5 suited. Has Hallert covered.
2 options, 3-bet or flat, never folding. Just makes the call. I think that was very reasonable at this stage.
And does flop a gut shot. Doesn't really want to make it, though. Does not want to hit that gut shot. Checks it to Hallert.
I think Kenny probably just wants to check here a bunch with this combo, but does have the gut shot. I think betting is not the most ridiculous thing ever. I think as we get closer to final table situations, though, the ICM pressure is on, and therefore maybe you see a couple more passive actions on the textures like this, where you have showdown with the ace high, and you can still improve to a 10 or an ace that might give you the best hand, and of course the gut shot that Joe mentioned as well. Technically speaking, Gonzalez should speed up now here with the gutter himself, trying to rep the 6 to 7 to 9. If Gonzalez were to make it like 300K here or something like that, probably is enough to get Kenny to fold. But Kenny's so studied, might still find a float given the more passive check back on the flop. Gonzalez knows what's up. Okay, 200,000, a little bit cheaper. That might just be cheap enough to keep Kenny in, though, because he knows his opponent probably should be betting their gut shots here. And then, of course, just some complete airball bluffs as well. Yeah, nice work. Maybe just a little bit too cheap to get the folds from these particular kinds of ace highs. And that is a great run out for Kenny. Really, in the grand scheme of things, ace 10 doing very well here. Can Gonzalez find another bullet to try and bluff? And if he does, can Hallert find the call?
Gonzalez is not relenting. This does not look like a huge bet relative to the size of the pot.
Is it 400 something? 450. Yeah, Kenny's like, this is about as good of a run out as I'm going to get if I'm not going to improve.
But against the big blind.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, this is a horrible spot, but your opponent's going to have to lead bluff this turn a lot, and they're going to have to go again if they want to try and get you off exactly what you represent when you check this flop. Can he put all the pieces together here? Makes the fold. Yeah, and you can understand why. Really, really tough in situ.
Gonzalez bluffs Hallert out of a decent-sized pot. That's going to leave Kenny with fewer than 20 big blinds.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Just want to take a minute to once again plug the North American Poker Tour happening in Las Vegas. Not only will there be a 3-day live stream, which includes the main event and the 5K high roller, there will be 2 days of filming of the big game on tour. The big game is coming back. We're going to have an open free roll tournament on November 5th at Resorts World. To qualify folks for the casting phase of the big game, we will be staking a loose cannon to play in the big game, just like before. And if you're thinking of coming out, you can use your gold power passes, I believe. Oh, no, maybe we ran out of those for Vegas. I'm not sure, but the main event is quite affordable. Vegas is quite affordable. Resorts World has 3. You don't think Vegas is an affordable town to visit, Nick? Flights to Vegas are cheap.
Flights are, yeah.
Hotels all over Vegas are cheap. He's shaking his head right across the street from Circus Circus. Of course, we want you to stay at Resorts World. You got Crockford's. You got the Hilton. You got the Conrad. All you got to do is plunk a couple of bucks in the Buffalo machine. Could pay for your whole trip. That's what I'm planning on doing.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Resorts World actually has one of the most respected poker rooms in Las Vegas right now. People love Resorts World. They got great mixed games happen there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Resorts World, actually incredible venue and beautiful little card room.
EPT Cyprus.
And the Carbo all in. I wasn't done with the NAPT yet, but the schedule, the rest of the schedule at the NAPT is cool. Lots of mixed games. Even Alan Kessler approved of the variety of games being offered.
Imagine this. You walk into Resorts World, walk into the card, and you say, hey, has anybody seen Joe Stapleton? And from a faraway slot machine, all you can hear is, Buffalo! Oh, there he is.
It's
follow the
right.
Buffalo.
It's right near the poker room.
Is it right next door?
Yeah. It's about as close to the poker room as you can get.
Are you going to land and you're going to realize that they've moved it or something?
We yell Buffalo sometimes. What we yell normally when we have really big hits is we yell, I love gambling. I love gambling! That's what we yell. Oh my God, I'm just so sick of all the contrarians today. Anyone who says that Vegas isn't affordable has only ever gone to the Bellagio and to the MGM.
Okay, you got me.
I'm
just kidding.
The rest of Las Vegas is quite an affordable city.
They charged me like $40 for a Bloody Mary once, and I almost cried. And I think maybe I'm just scarred from that moment.
Yeah, sure. If you go to the Wynn.
I think it was at Paris.
Paris, sure.
Is it Paris? It's just Paris. Is it?
Yeah.
It's just the one Paris. I'm thinking of New York.
Or Circus Circus.
Not the Luxor.
Or the Wynn Encore. Crockford has rooms for $59 USD during the NAPT, no resort fee.
Whoa. Huh. Okay, that is very, very affordable. No, it's going to be a great event, guys. I'm only joshing with you. Definitely come down and give it a spin. Hang out with all the peeps here. Top pair for Gonzalez in position. You guys still are chip leader at the feature here. 63 bigs behind. 56 from Jose. Yeah, nice close to 1/3 sizing here.
Maybe 1/9.
The effective stack is much deeper between these two individuals. Therefore, slightly larger continuation required than if we were sort of sub 25.
Didn't this just happen? No, there wasn't a king. Okay. Gonzalez with trip kings now. Yep, another contrarian getting banned. Full house on the river for Gonzalez.
This is not the craziest spot to actually make some hero calls with the 7.
The same people saying Vegas is expensive are the same people saying there's no good food in London.
I know exactly what you're getting at. Yeah, I agree. 450,000 on the river. That's what Gonzalez wants to bet. Oh, that looks like a lot more.
When you're trying to beat that shot clock, you just grab a handful of chips. It's hard to be specific.
Yeah, so 550,000 in the end. He looks tempted to make the hero call.
You guy really giving this some consideration. I just kind of feel like in these spots at this stage of the tournament, yes, if folks know you're doing this, you can be exploited, but like, there's just not that many bluffs. People aren't bluffing that much here, I don't think.
Just saw a great bluff against Kenny.
Even still, I just think if you just folded in most of these spots, like, you're probably going to come out on top.
I think the chips you don't lose at this stage are more valuable than the chips you try and win. It makes the call. Yeah, just King Jack, sorry. Oh, unfortunate call there for you guy. You know, I definitely get it. I definitely think this is not the most unreasonable hero call, but it's going to cost him a ton. And that puts Jose Gonzalez way out in front on our feature table, 71 big blinds. Now that's 5.6 million chips. Victor, you guy down to 4.3. Still a very respectable 53 big blind stack, though.
Jose Gonzalez, now chip boss at this table. Victor, you guy, still with a respectable stack. Yeah, look, I give him credit for making the call. That's a tough call to make. I will certainly be overexploited in that spot.
And you would have been right by folding, Joe.
In this particular one, but also in my case, they would have bet me out on the flop or turn. I think I need to have third nuts or better to call on a river. I don't think I've ever called the river with worse.
Don't limit yourself, Joe. Fly free.
That's why they call it no limit.
Fly free. Fly free.
5 raise, 175.
All right, back in the mix. Gonzalez, our new featured table chip leader. Gonna open the King 7 suiting. Probably a fold here for Kenny. Ace-6 off. Not really the best hand. Might sometimes find a 3-bet here, but there might be a better candidate than Ace-6 specifically. I mean, Ace-5 being the obvious. Obvious slight adjustment there where you can still make the wheel. Victor doesn't want to play the Queen Jack this time.
And what do we got in the big blind? Because that's off. Ace Queen suited. 21 bigs to start the hand.
21 bigs. So there's going to be a 3-bet here almost every single time, Joe, especially versus that cutoff steal, especially against the big stack. The question is, does he just want to 3-bet jam or 3-bet non-all-in? If he wants to be balanced, he probably should have some non-all-in 3-bets here. But at this stage in the tournament, he might just say, I don't want to mess around with this post-flop nonsense. I just want to get the folds right here, right now. Potentially get called by worse once in a while, too. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, given the ICM. Quick fold.
And Kuznetsov, who, if you remember, had like 6, 7 big blinds at the start of this session, is now up to 25 big blinds. There are at least 2 shorter stacks in this tournament. They're at this table, Kenny Hallert with 18, Gerard Carbo with 9. Not to mention whatever shorter stacks may be at the other table. Jose Gonzalez staring into the abyss, thinking about how he's going to spend that $1 million he's going to win tomorrow.
5-fold.
Gonzalez has folded this hand. Action on Hallert, who folds. Victor, you guy on the button. King deuce. No thank you. Blind on blind. The shortest stacks. Queen 10 for Kuznetsov. Sorry, not the shortest stacks. Carbo in the big blind with the shortest stack. Kuznetsov is third in chips.
This is just a shove, Joe. You don't do anything else but all in here. Your opponent is way too shallow not to find the jam here. The shove is just way too profitable. The shoving range here is ridiculously wide. Queen 10 is way inside that range.
All in.
Yep.
3, all in.
Gerard Carbo hasn't looked yet. Hasn't folded yet. Ace King for Carbo.
Yep. Snap call, but Queen 10 still has significant equity here, Joe.
That is correct. Carbo, the favorite. Oh, because that's off.
Vamos, a pedirla, a pedirla. All in de CB, call de G por MB. Está frito, está frito.
Okay, they're showing down, which means action is completed at the other table.
Mira, la tira boca abajo y todo.
Gonzalez is happy no matter what happens.
Dios, había puesto cara de Rey 10.
Kuznetsov chanting, Mamacita.
Hasta él lo sabe.
Carbo the favorite, but at risk. 38% of the time, it's going to end real bad for him. And that is a lot of the time.
All-in call, a Rey, dama 10, pincho.
Flop is Jack high. Ace King faring well. Kuznetsov with 10 outs to knock out Carbo. Spade's not a factor either. The turn is an ace.
Oh, Joe.
What's the matter? That's top pair for Carbo. Why are you making? What are you making noises for?
The double belly buster.
Come on. Top pair. Top pair, top kicker. Carbo's got to fade the king or the 9 for the double up. River is a king.
Oh, wow. What a run out.
2 pair, no good for Carbo. That's a straight for Kuznetsov. The online qualifier from España has been dispatched. Can understand the slow exit.
Oh, man. Look, what a great run, though. Great result, as a qualifier especially.
Drink in the moment. I know it hurts right now. It was a hell of a run.
Yeah, great performance from Carbo, too. Played some very, very good poker.
It's going to be quite emotional for a run like that to come to an end after having satellited in 11th place finisher, $74,200. That leaves us with the final 10 players. Kuznetsov up to 38 big blinds now after having been at 7 big blinds earlier. And we're going to wait for a player to be balanced to this table. 2 tables of 5 now. We're on the bubble of the last redraw of the tournament. Another prize jump on the horizon, $22,000. And Yannick Schumacher will be joining us at this table. Going to take the seat in between Kuznetsov and Gonzalez.
He's blind.
He's big blind only, yeah. Right. Okay. Sir? So you're in the big blind and big blind ante as well.
And play continues. 30 minutes left on this level.
Yes.
Kenny wanting to get a look at Schumacher's stack before he gets going. Schumacher comes with only 14 big blinds. Kenny going to be happy about that, considering he's only got 18.
play jumps, they have to separate who is passive first. If two people went all in, blah blah blah, something like that.
Kuznetsov on the button with 6-5 offsuit. I'm really touched by Carbo, Gerard Carbo, and his emotional exit there.
Yeah, obviously meant a lot to him. I mean, you know, should be really proud of the way he conducted himself throughout our broadcast, and all the poker I saw from Carbo. Very, very solid stuff. And obviously as a qualifier, what a huge return on investment. 71K, not too shabby. I would accept 71,000, Joe. Would you like 71,000? Yes, I would say yes.
Take it right now, sure.
I would say sure. Why not?
5 seconds.
Okay, a little call on the button here. Kuznetsov sneaking in a couple limpy limps. And potentially the easiest c-bet of all time for one big blind on the flop. Schumacher checks. Kuznetsov bets 80,000. GG. Next hand. Thank you for coming.
There's the check. Is Kuznetsov going to find the one big blind bet with 6-5? Looks like it.
Schumacher just 14 bigs. If there was ever a moment to start finding some jack high floats, not sure this is it when you are so close to that FT.
5 seconds.
How about jack high jams? Jack high folds.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, like I said, if he's a little bit deeper, there's a chance you can do some weird stuff there, but it's probably not going to be particularly approved.
They're all deep now, yeah. No first take.
Nice to see a couple limps sneaking in there, though. A nice little maneuver from Kuznetsov, who, by the way, is up to 40 big blinds after that Queen-10 encounter versus the Ace-King. Both players playing their hand perfectly under those circumstances, but here we go. Up to 40 bigs. Kuznetsov might be on for the run of a lifetime.
First ever EPT Cyprus trophy. Main event trophy, at least. Some other trophies been handed out this week.
Speaking of which, the mystery bounty is still running next door. Payouts there, absolutely gorgeous stuff.
I bet it was a good turnout, yeah.
It's like 110,000 just for first before mystery bounties.
That's awesome.
For a 1,600. Pretty juicy out there.
10K is running right now as well, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yeah, super high roller.
You guy opening 8-7 suited.
Call or 3-bet. Oh, wow. Kind of surprised to see that fold.
Neither one. Let Yannick Schumacher play with his 14 big blinds. Queen 10.
Yeah, maybe a slightly tighter fold there on the button, just being aware of that short stack and their ability to shove SB. But again, they're not going to do it super duper light. So you get to play the king jack in position quite frequently at this deeper stack depth now. But Schumacher is likely to fold here. Last player to act is our big blind. Gonzalez with the suited 9-4. Playing it cool, playing it cool.
You guy, not that hurt after the River Hero call. Still second in chips at this table. Still over 50 bigs. Sorry, that bugs me.
Sorry, Joe. What's mine is yours, buddy.
Anything with a dot on it, all this, it's got to go.
That's.
I admire your ability to let those sit there. Sorry, for those who don't know what's happening, I just reached over to Nick's laptop and turned off some of his notifications. I can't be seeing them.
As long as you're not in my internet history, that's fine. that's the only thing.
I'm not
that's
reading
off limits.
anything. I'm just getting rid of dots.
It's the only thing that's off limits, Joe.
One raise, 165,000.
Okay, you heard Jeppy. There's nets off. Just taking his time, taking that first 30 seconds for a lot of his decisions, which I don't personally have a problem with. Wait, how do you... All right, well, if he hadn't looked at his cards yet, I don't know about that, but just double checking before he folds, I think.
Maybe he's like challenging himself, like he's actually not looking until he has 5 seconds left.
The blink approach.
Poker's become so easy for him. He has to make every decision within 5 seconds.
This is 25 seconds too much, my dudes. Schumacher playing a similar game here.
Yeah, this is a little bit slow.
You know, folks always said that when you introduce the time clock, one thing that will happen is there'll be some players who use their full 30 seconds every single time, and that's what we're seeing here. We saw Kuznetsov do it. We just saw Schumacher do it. We're seeing Hallert do it. Hallert only used 15 seconds. See, they get to make you guys sweat a little bit. There's something to it. Levente asks, guys, I have a question. Which hand would have the biggest equity against aces? I would say like a royal flush with the other ace. Maybe 4 kings. 3 of a kind of anything is doing pretty good against aces.
2 pair plus?
2 pair plus, yeah. Thank you for your question. Lurchy Lurch says, Jesus, what reason could there possibly be to think about 5-3 off in early position for 20 seconds? Here's the reason. $22,000. $22,000 if there's an all-in and a call at the other table while you're thinking about it. Seems reasonable.
It's like 4 buy-ins.
I like that you think of it as buy-ins, and I think of it as mortgage. Several months of mortgage. You're like, I could play more poker. If I won $20,000, I could play even more poker. Like if I won $20,000, I could get out of credit card debt, sort of. One of my credit cards.
How do you think I got this job, Joe? Folding around. Mr. Kenny. So Kenny here, the effective stack, 15 big blinds, and you guy on the big blind with 56. So bit of a funny one. Queen 7, obviously a pretty garbage hand. I would argue that Victor, you guy in the big blind here, can apply a lot of pressure versus limps and apply a lot of ICM pressure. I think Queen 7 is one you can just get away from here pre-flop. And he has sixes. Yep, sure enough, probably would have just been a shove versus limp.
Да, наверное, чуть подшел бы. 25. Вообще, семерки, валит мастер. Непонятно. Потому что, думаю, у него есть не хватит сделать. Так что.
У него он играет лет 20.
Не, понял, но здесь не будет. Только исполнять. Думаешь, наоборот?
Just have a general question, Nick. Not really a poker question, but it does apply. Why is it the dumbest people have the strongest opinions?
Is that the Dunning-Kruger effect?
There's a little Dunning-Kruger in there, yeah.
Yeah.
You're a big player?
Yes.
Yeah, Muzza right here has a good answer. Because the more you know, the less you know that you don't know.
That's a great way to phrase it. I like that.
Tenfold.
Folding around. Small blind. You guy. Playing into Kuznetsov, now 38 big blinds. So 38 big blinds, the effective stack here. I think see quite a lot of limping in these spots, especially with the big blind ante in play. I think also Kuznetsov not super incentivized to go to war against another big stack, but pocket sevens might be good enough for him to find a raise. I think also a check here is fine as well if you just want to lower the variance. A lot of the stuff that likes to limp here, you have pretty seriously crushed pre-flop too, so let's see what our friend Nikita wants to do.
5 seconds. Mind giving me 2 steps again?
One is okay, right?
And flop is good still for Kuznetsov.
For some reason, yeah, I was going to say, I don't see you guy just playing this.
Yeah, and in my opinion, Kuznetsov can never fold sevens here. I know there's 2 overcards, but this is a board that your opponent's just going to fire all day long as a bluff, especially in a limped pots.
Seconds. 3, cool.
Kuznetsov makes the call. Nine of spades on the turn. You guy does have the 10 of spades.
One check.
Decides to slow up.
Interesting spot now for Kuznetsov. Obviously, you can still get value from some spades, like, for example, literally the 10 of spades, maybe some ace X of spades that limped. I mean, ace 3 with the ace of spades, for example, might be a hand that still bets the flop that checks turn. You can still get value from when they have the pair and the flush draw.
5 seconds.
I think also seeing a check here isn't completely ridiculous. Just keeping it chill. Don't get check raised. Great run out for the sevens to be the best hand still. And it might be a one and done situation for you guy on the flop and then checking to the river. Hard to imagine a 3 folding at this point to a river bet. Hard to imagine a 9 or a king ever folding.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it's not completely outside the realms of possibility that Kuznetsov still has the spades and check turn to try and get value on a later street. Although most players would try and find a continue, or sorry, a bet on the turn there when they fill up.
You guy chucking out a time bank card I believe previous times we've seen this has been when he is going to bluff or value bet, but in this case is a bluff.
Not sure if I like this one, Joe. I just feel like, first of all, it's not a size that's really going to get much of what I just described to fold. But also, I mean, I think a lot of the stuff that has showdown on the turn is what's checking, right? If Kuznetsov had a hand that was easily bluffed, they probably would have used it as a bluff themselves on the turn, right? So it should be an easy call for Kuznetsov here.
Kuznetsov has counted out the call.
5 seconds.
Kuznetsov has made the call.
Yeah.
You guy caught by Kuznetsov.
Yeah, I think if you want to try and convince some smaller pairs to fold there, you're going to need to go bigger than that. But after everything was said and done, it does make the call a lovely little spot.
Для раскачки динамики.
Инвестиция в будущее. Инвестиция после ужина.
Closing in on the end of this level, 12 minutes to go. Hallert with queen 6 suited. Gonzalez has already folded under the gun. On to Victor. Still second in chips. At least at this table. Folds this time. Kuznetsov 6-2 suited in the small. And will be out of position to Schumacher, who is still the shortest stack. Schumacher with 8 high. Connecting cards. It's going to cost one of his big blinds to see a flop. Huh. Schumacher needs at least another 30 seconds to come up with the answer here. It's going to need another 30 seconds. I guess maybe some of the time is thinking about shoving if you're taking this long.
I don't know.
It seems like if your options are fold or peel, maybe you don't need a full 90 seconds.
I think 8-7 is good enough to call here at the stack depth, but you know the ICM implications make it really tricky. And
you kind of lose your ability to shove in this situation when you think that long. Not that it was an option to begin with. I'm just trying to figure out what.
I think the other issue a little bit, Joe, is it could be a tell, because when you're sat there counting how many chips you have, it's like you're deliberating. You know, I have a very marginalized situation. I'm really deliberating if I have enough chips to actually make it worthwhile. Does that make sense? But then again, you could also do the same thing if you just didn't want to make a mistake when you had kings and you were deciding whether or not to flat. So I think it kind of balances.
It's not that big of a tell either way, is what you're saying. There's an argument that it can still be anything.
I think for certain individuals, they may read into it as a tell, but I think that probably in the long run, if
it isn't,
depending on the opponent, it could actually be balanced for in both directions, as strength and weakness. But 2 time banks used. Maybe it was 3, in fact.
Kenny with king 10 suited. Second shortest stack.
5 seconds.
It's going to take a peek at the other table, it looks like. Folds. At least that one's kind of a decision.
I would. That's definitely a tougher spot for sure. I mean, compared to some of the tanks that we've seen with you have 6 deuce off and similar, the decision to fold king 10 suited there, I would argue, is actually very, very close and did require a little bit more time. Because easily a hand that Kenny could choose to play there, obviously a very high value, high equity situation, but with the ICM pressure currently on, I think Kenny very happy just to avoid any variance at the stage this close to a final.
5 seconds.
Absolutely playable, but with ICM potentially just one you still want to get away from.
Actions folded around to Schumacher. Queen 3 in the small blind.
You know what this diamonds means?
Would be playing against the chip leader, out of position.
Invoke your color, invoker. Diamond grenade.
5 seconds.
7-4.
Schumacher using another time bank.
Time.
Is this not just a fold, Nick?
Absolutely, Joe. Yeah, I really don't think there's any opportunity to play this hand any other way. And it seems like Schumacher is just burning some of his time banks here to stall, to be honest. That 8-7 off one, actually, I would argue that that was close, though, for the small steal. This one, I would argue, probably 100% folding.
So that is a walk for Jose Gonzalez, who had ace-9.
I'm just wondering if at some point this tournament staff are going to start commenting on or potentially adjusting rules here. We've seen it before, haven't we? If one table seems to be playing much slower than the other, they are tracking that. And under those circumstances, they may ask them to act.
That would cause some action to be taken, yes. We don't know what's going on at the other table.
Yeah.
Tournament staff's going to be across that.
Yeah, and, you know, I default to their wisdom.
I don't know if I'd call it wisdom, but
authority.
Kind of know what they're doing.
I default to their authority.
It's not like they're a fortune cookie. Magic 8 Ball's got wisdom.
Did you hear they're doing a Magic 8 Ball film?
Is this a bit?
No.
Is it a horror movie?
It will be a horror movie.
Yeah, all right.
They're also doing a Matchbox.
So is the Magic 8 Ball going to be part of like the Mattel cinematic universe?
Oh, yeah, and I think they've just licensed like 70 films after the success of Barbie, including Magic 8
Well, that
Ball.
was the plan all along, but yeah, I imagine things have ramped up since then.
It's like the best thing that
I think My Little Pony, right? They're doing like a whole, I think they're doing a girl themed one. Barbie, My Little Pony. I think Polly Pocket. Isn't it Polly Pocket directed by, what's the girl's name who did Girls?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Lena Dunham. I think it's Polly Pocket by Lena Dunham. I remember thinking it was a joke, but I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then anyone who saw the latest Transformers, who stayed for the post-credit sequence there, knows that there is a lineup of boy-themed toy movies coming out in the Hasbro cinematic universe. Pocket 10s for Gonzalez in the small. Kenny in the big. 13 bigs. Gonzalez has made it $2 million. He's going to put Kenny all in. Jack 3 suited for Kenny. And all right, he took 8 seconds. I think is fine, right?
Yeah, I think so far Kenny's been pretty reasonable with the time banks.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So I would like you to not to use the 30 second If you have a decision, you can use the whole 30 seconds, that's fine.
I have a decision.
But I would like to encourage you to have a decent pace of the game. If you know in the first 5 seconds that you're going to fold, that's your decision, please play accordingly. Okay? Otherwise, if I've witnessed too many hands where you're taking 30 seconds, knowing you're fold. And
Короткие стеки, время, чтобы времени не тянуло. He don't understand anything.
Cards.
Oh, okay, after hand I explain.
Для этого можно hand to hand сделать.
You understand Russian?
No, I don't
Okay,
understand Russian. But
maybe after the hand
I
they
need
translate
it,
better.
So let's finish the hand.
Maybe we can play hand to hand, no?
No.
I mean, it's not fair for them because it's too short stack and their decision is like 22,000.
I know, but
It's fair enough.
I'm not going to pay.
It's not fair enough.
Because you have decided to stall with the time lane. So.
He's saying that if he have 7 views pre-flop, they don't have to take the 30 seconds. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, this happened?
Yeah, that's happening all the hands.
Скажи, чтобы решить эту проблему, просто можно hand to hand.
No Russian now.
Finish again. Finish the hand.
All right, so multiple things going on here. The first being that the tournament staff has sort of caught on to the fact that folks are taking a little longer than they have to with some of these decisions.
Yeah, I understand.
The second thing that's happening is Kuznetsov's trying to explain to you, Guy, but doing it in Russian while the hand's in progress, which Gonzalez isn't that big of a fan of. And all of this is understandable. The initial tanks are understandable. The tournament staff saying, hey, move it along. The players being a little salty about it because the short stacks are at this table, not at the other table, and not wanting Russian being spoken during the hand. All reasonable things, in my opinion. Axe is folded to Kenny.
This is getting pretty close now, guys. 13 big blinds for Kenny. Blind v blind. King 9 can just be played as a jam here profitably, according to Chippy V. And we might be getting close to that time when he's got to start pulling the trigger or he's going to be blinded out.
Yeah, and this is awkward timing right now that he's going to let this tick down.
Yeah, he's going to take it. He's going to take it, yeah.
He can't say anything if he shoves.
Okay, in fairness to Kenny, though, he's used basically no time banks this entire tournament. So, oh, and this could be a call as well.
I think it is a call. Yes, to what you're saying, Nick, that he hasn't used time banks, but I think part of the tournament staff's issue is not even time banks being used. It's just about when your decision gets made in the last 5 seconds every single time, it's a little sus.
Yeah, I think we've seen that pretty consistently from Kuznetsov as well, so that's fair. Look, guys, if you're looking at your pre-flop charts, King 10 is always a call here. Obviously, with ICM, though, you guys might be tempted to just miss this one out completely and just maintain the stack. It is a decent chunk out of his stack, so Yuge currently also 53 bigs.
Oh.
Yeah, and I really think that that's probably okay, given the circumstances. He's in a really good position to find some more ladders. King 10, obviously, gonna do okay there, but you could also argue that Kenny's adjusted range means that it's not as high value as it would be if we were looking at a pure blind v blind chippy v push fold chart.
All right, the shuffle has started. This is going to be the last hand of the level at this table. Under a minute to go.
I understand you. I understand you. But
Kuznetsov may be still a little salty from that ruling earlier as well. Obviously, Olivier was the staff who determined that the one chip would not be ruled an all-in call.
They have a life. People have a life out of pocket.
Schumacher under the gun. Folds the king 7.
5 fold. 10 fold.
Players heading to break. As they make their folds, just you guy and Kuznetsov left in this hand. Hey, take your time now, gang. Queen 5 suited. Significant raise here. Yeah, to 280,000.
Uh-oh.
Kuznetsov with ace, queen, domination situation.
Yeah. I think we just see a 3-bet here every time. I think Kuznetsov just wants to end it right here. Don't really see too much value in having a flat. If you're not 3-betting ace-queen off blind v blind here, then, you know, how frequently are you finding 3-bets? Are you going anywhere near enough? Okay, I take it back. I guess we're going to see a flop.
Kuznetsov pretty under-repped here.
Very under-repped, yeah.
8-4-4. You got to be pretty happy with ace-queen.
Yeah.
Station Nation, in addition to Domination Nation.
Yeah, it's a spot where I think you guy probably tempted to continue on a very dry texture where he's going to get plenty of folds. Kuznetsov with a hand that is super under-repped and therefore probably going to be doing quite well on this texture.
1 bet, 230,000.
You guy continuing for near enough 3 big blinds. This pot's getting pretty big already. One of the bigger pots we've seen played so far. Not a lot of these players have enough chips to play through the streets. Well, remember, this pre-flop raise was a little bit bigger. That might have been part of the reason why there wasn't a 3-bet pre-flop.
Yeah, but I think also given the play we've seen from you guys so far, I feel like that larger size blind is really called for, right? When you're playing out of position, you got to pump up the volume. Otherwise, you're going to get floated way too light. And always be playing out of position with hands that you probably want to generate folds with.
9 of diamonds on the turn. Ace-queen. A massive favorite still for Kuznetsov. You guy pumps the brakes.
Seconds. 3 check.
River
check.
is a king. Yep. Kuznetsov decides to check back on the turn. And the river is the first somewhat scary card.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you guy here can try and rep that king. I think that we've seen quite a lot of this line from him so far. I think it's a little bit tricky, though, because I think Kuznetsov could easily have some king-high floats in this texture that check the turn because they're concerned about getting to showdown without too much action. I think we could see a hero call for here from ace-queen.
$560, the bet.
Yeah, but you'll notice that larger size than the previous river bluff. It's only slightly, though. Still a good price. Wow, gets him to fold.
Kuznetsov lays it down. And Victor Ugai kind of had an up and down level there. Not massive peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
But a couple of hero calls gone wrong. One bluff snapped off. One bluff got through. These 5 players headed to break. We're still at 10, which means 5 players at this table, 5 players at the other table. Jose Gonzalez still out in front with 55 big blinds. Yannick Schumacher in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Along with Kenny Hallert. From what we understand, these are the shortest stacks overall. Players taking a 20-minute break as we continue the bubble for the final redraw of the tournament. More from EPT Cyprus in 20 minutes' time.
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited. King 7 the hand from Brandon Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up, or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop. Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here. Hollink continues for 70K.
Yeah, continuing in similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with third pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
So Schaefer calls the 70K. It's a Jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit if we see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it. Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. Two of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo. $72,000 is the bet.
So I think 12K, 24K. Williams raises it up. Hussein shoves ace-8.
Take your moment, kid.
This for the title.
Take your moment. Mom, Dad, come over here.
You want to play a big pot with those two? How many you got?
Count them up.
Count them up. 2, 3, 4, 5.
You have to ask for a count. Arshan's counting is just 7.
He really is the star of his own movie, isn't he?
Well, it's about 24 something, 25 less than big blinds.
By my awful maths.
The bet is actually, the raise is 644,000. That's a correction. 644,000 is the amount.
We're here to gamble, aren't we? We're here to gamble.
Oh, it's not gambling. Why do you think the same 6 guys make the World Series of Poker final table every year?
I think by 2020 standards, ace-10 would have been a snap. Jeff Williams searching for information.
I call.
And calls.
So here we go. Jeff Williams has his opponent dominated and is on the verge of becoming an EPT champion.
The first EPT millionaire.
His parents watching from the rail. The flop is 9-7-5.
The flop is 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 7 of spades.
I've already announced the flop, Lee.
Repeat 7 on the turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Jeff is in the
Thief.
Jeff is still in front. Arshan is looking for an 8 or a 6.
9 or 5.
That's some chop outs.
That is not an out for Arshad Hussain. That is the end of the tournament, and that is the moment that Jeff Williams won the EPT2 Grand Final back in March 2006 in Monte Carlo, winning 900,000 euros, more than $1 million US.
$220. 210.
How unlucky is this? Right after the last cold deck, another cold deck. Unheard of. Abana says, funny how the crowd here is much calmer than in San Remo. I think that's probably something to do with, A, the location, right? Like Monte Carlo just feels more, what's the word, reverent. Secondly, the amount of money that they're playing for.
With a flop of 6, deuce, 7, 2 spades.
Also, no one had time to get tired in San Remo. We talked about the fact that it was a 2.5-hour near enough final table, so everyone was pumped up. Here, I'm sure everyone was fired up at the start, but look outside. It's really late now. They've been playing for several hours. You get fatigue from the players, but you also get fatigue from the rail.
Yeah, and you can see in the card room as well, like it's definitely late, right? There's only one table going on in the background, largely cleared out.
I mean, I remember this very clearly. We're talking like early hours probably of the morning now.
Bad lookalike Scott Seaver, by the way, $4 grand Baron.
You can't do lookalikes with other poker players, Spraggy. They have to be people who are independently well known.
Even though Glenn Chorney is a dead ringer for Chris Moneymaker, that's not even a bad lookalike. That's just like a separated at birth.
Does not count.
Well, it's an interesting spot to see Glenn Chorney, decide to lead. Baron with just the ace-queen high. Maybe he's struggling to find hands that beat ace-queen pre-flop and didn't re-raise before the flop.
I'd definitely be struggling to find hands that wouldn't fold to a shove here when they lead.
Right. Four-handed, you'd think that 8s and above are going to get it in with you pre-flop. And then if he leads, maybe he's seeing where he is with something that could fold to pressure. You have 2 overs and the backdoor ace of spades.
Chorney calls the clock again on a hand that he is involved in.
Call.
All in and a call.
Induces the shove, snaps it off.
Shows ace queen, and Glenn shows pair of aces.
Remember, all the times that he has called clock, he has absolutely had it.
Isaac has the ace of spades, the queen of diamonds. He would need.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him.
And here's the turn.
Spaderoo.
9 of spades on the turn.
Okay.
Always a sweat. It's never easy.
Now Isaac needs a spade. Or is he fourth place finisher? Let's see the river card. King of clubs. No,
Isaac Barron exits in fourth place. 589,000 euros, leaving us with the final 3 players. Glenn Chorney wins another big pot, claims another scalp, and the blinds are now 60,000, 120,000. I think this is the biggest blind level we've reached yet.
Third place prize. Near enough $1 million. Over $1 million for third place, 1.1 million, James.
Clubs. 10, ace, 4.
Gut shot for Chorney. Not much for Villemure to be excited about.
Check, check.
Everybody a millionaire.
Turn card, check of spades.
Chorney with Broadway.
And crucially, I think Villemure picking up a double gut shot of his own, a 9 or a king would make him a straight. Reasonable situation for him to start bluffing in.
200,000. Glenn call.
Oh yeah, story checks out about him not feeling that well.
Into your sleeve, pal, not into your hand, and oh, Villemure makes the dummy straight.
I mean, he's a little wooden. I wouldn't call him a dummy.
Three-handed, flops check through. Insanely cruel run out for Villemure, who makes the second nuts.
Much.
550,000.
Maxime bets 450,000. Okay, 550,000.
How much do you have left?
This is such a pure run out for Chorney, not only rolling his gut shot straight on the turn, but his opponent getting there on the bottom end of things.
550?
This hand, so sick.
Literally and figuratively.
I'm all in.
Glenn re-raise all in.
Chorney shoves on Villemure.
And
who calls and is out.
Queen, king for Glenn.
Nut straight for Chorney, and Villemure busts in third place, 715,000 euros, and it's heads up in Monte Carlo, the Season 4 Grand Final from April 2008. Glenn Chorney taking on Dennis Carlo for the title trophy and first prize of more than 2 million euros.
Well, Glenn Chorney ran very well at this final table. I think he played a very solid game as well. But Carlo, the second time he finds himself heads up this season on the EPT, right?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Very lucky river from
And we really haven't seen much from him in this show at all.
Yeah, kind of a silent, understated move into second place. And now he's playing for it all in the trophy.
Minutes left. Marina shuffle up and deal.
So I can't say Dennis Carlo looks a little like Nick Schulman.
Nope, not allowed. Joe, you have to appreciate and understand the rules of bad lookalikes.
If I find someone that looks like Nick Schulman, can I then say he looks like Dennis Carlo?
As long as they are famous in the mainstream world and not in poker.
Rules are rules.
That was a walk for Dennis Carlo, by the way. First hand a heads up.
He definitely looks like evil Nick Schulman. I only say that because of the goatee. It's just the way it works. If you have a goatee, you're the evil version of someone else.
That is King Queen for Carlo, who is at a significant chip disadvantage.
350.
Raised to 350.
That's putting it lightly.
Then it's raised to 350,000.
I'm all in.
Re-raise all in.
Chorney shoves with ace-5. Carlo calls it off.
Not bad. Dennis all in with king, queen. King of hearts, queen of diamonds.
Glenn Chorney, a 6-4 favorite to win the Season 4 Grand Final.
Put an ace out there one time, please.
Let's see the flop.
Or hearts.
About to be runner-up again.
And the flop comes. Ace, queen, 6.
Ace, queen, 6.
We have a pair of queens for Dennis, but a pair of aces for Glenn. Glenn is in the lead. Dennis needs another queen or a king for second pair.
Please don't do it to me.
Let's see the card.
Don't do it to him.
It's a 6.
It's never been done to him.
Well, that takes away the king outs.
Only a queen's good now.
Let's see the river card.
Thank you, Glenn.
No queen.
It's
not a queen, and it's over. Glenn Chorney takes it down. Dennis Carlo, a runner-up 2 times this season.
Chorney, well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I'm playing Heads Up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese.
William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selch is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Yes, we will be in Vegas next month for the North American Poker Tour, where we are hosting the big game on tour. But right now, we're in Cyprus. The penultimate leg of the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, and day 5 of the main event, as we continue to play down to the final 6. 10 players returning from the break. I am James Hartigan, and joining me live via satellite, it's Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello there.
And these are the 10 players still in contention, Maria, and things are starting to get a little bit shallow. No longer any monster stacks. The biggest stack, Jose Gonzalez, has 55 big blinds, but we do have a couple of shorties. Kenny Hallett playing 12 bigs, Yannick Schumacher playing 9 bigs. As we go to the 50K, 100K blind level, I ask the question, is it this level where something gives? Is it this level where we finally get down to a single table?
I feel like the ICM implications are so high right now that it feels like it might take half of another level, but I think it'll depend a little bit on how active some of the big stacks get as well, but certainly some of the short stacks will just be waiting to outlast one another.
Yeah, so we have got the chip leader at the feature table at the moment, Jose Gonzalez. We can see the prize money still up for grabs, along with the names of today's fallen. Next player out, $74,200. And yeah, to emphasize what Maria was just saying about ICM considerations, there is now a jump with every single bust out. Make it to the unofficial final table, you've locked up the better part of $96,500. And then the sums of money become really big. We start looking at 6-figure scores and more. The single biggest slices of the $6.4 million prize pool generated by the 1,320 entries. 125K for 8th. Money jumps going up, more than $250,000 for 5th. More than $500,000 for the runner-up, and more than $1 million for the winner. Of course, the top 6 prizes will be paid out tomorrow when we play down from 6 to a winner. A reminder that we're live with the final table tomorrow at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Eastern European summertime. That's noon Central European summertime. So 2 tables still in action, 2 tables of 5. And Maria, the key thing to let you know is that because of those ICM considerations, and because we've got a couple of short stacks at the feature table, both Hallett and Schumacher, we did see plenty of, let's just say, tanking. I'm not going to use the S word. I'm not going to say stalling, but Olivier, the floor man, has warned them a couple of times to speed up. There is a feeling that people are unnecessarily using every single second of their 30-second shot clock on every single decision.
It's to be expected, again, when we're playing for this much money. And again, it's just a part of the game that we have all come to, I guess, tolerate. And a lot of it is just on tournament organizers to find a good solution to these situations.
And it seems the solution is, if there is a perception, if there is a feeling that people are in any way abusing the 30 seconds, then they will lose the right to having those 30 seconds. It's what I like to call the Cabral rule. Suddenly you find yourself with 10 seconds to make a decision. As we look at Jose Gonzalez and his 55 big blind stack. He was the player who eliminated Tonka a couple of days ago. Kenny Hallett, a former November Niner, made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event back in 2016. He is the second shortest stack right now with just 12 big blinds.
So, guys, I'm going to insist.
Oh, here we go.
Pace of game. That table was playing a decent pace. I'm going to strongly encourage you to play the game as it's supposed to be. We still play soft and forehand. We're tracking the hands. If some people are throwing down, I'm going to monitor them. We are monitoring both tables. So, play at the normal pace. The shot clock is here for decisions. It's not there for wasting time. So play the game. Know that if you carry on, I can take some decision like reducing your clock.
There we go.
Allowing only one time main card. I can do a couple of things. So that's my recommendations.
Okay. So players strongly encouraged to use the shot clock, what it's there for difficult decisions. And there was the threat that if there is a feeling that this table is playing too slowly compared to the other table, if there is a feeling that certain players are just unnecessarily tanking on every single decision with any two cards, their shot clock will be reduced.
You have been warned.
10 players left, and dealers, you can restart the game.
So here we go, level 29 underway, blinds 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. This, the last level before the dinner break.
What I want to know, James, is why did you ask me how long it would take to reach the final table? Why don't you consult the widget?
Because the widget is out. The widget had us down to a single table at least a level ago. Things have got a little bit shallower than they normally get. We're looking at a 39 big blind average stack right now.
Is there a glitch in the matrix? How could the widget be wrong?
It occasionally slides, but it'll get back on track eventually.
All in.
With 5 seconds left on his shot clock, Kuznetsov shoves on Schumacher, all into call. Ooh.
Ooh.
This is a call, right?
Yeah, you're the shortest stack, so you certainly have the least to lose. And you've just got to be well ahead of a lot of the hands that Kuznetsov is going to be willing to shove with. But it's just about, okay, if I fold in this spot, there'd be some collision effect later. You hate calling it off versus being the one to shove, but
he makes the correct decision. So Schumacher all in and at risk, but with the best hand right now. And again, we wait for play to conclude at the other table before the hands are tabled and we run the board. Let's see what's happening over at the outer table. It's Preet Parmasto, Halil Tashirek, and Andrea Dato in this hand. 3 players going to the flop. It's Parmasto betting here. Tashirak currently second in chips, so the biggest stack at this table. He's folded. Andrea, the announcer, Dato. Start of day chip leader. Calls the bet. And these guys are going heads up to the turn.
Dato has quite the posture. I mean, he's also just still, completely still. Hard person to read, it would seem, in this spot.
He has amazing table presence, quite an intimidating stature, and he's even more intimidating when he verbally announces his bets. 450,000. Looks like this has been checked to showdown. And the pot is being pushed in the direction of Andrea Dato, which means we can come back to the main stage to run out this all-in. A reminder, Kuznetsov shoved on Schumacher, who called all-in with ace-10. 2-1 favorite, but has to fade kings, fives, has to fade ugliness to ensure he survives. Queen, queen, 9 on the flop. Turn card is a deuce.
So far, so good.
And a 4 on the river, ace high holds. And that is a double up for Yannick Schumacher. Well, that changes the dynamic. Schumacher now playing 17 big blinds. Kenny Hallett now becomes the shortest stack in the tournament with 12 bigs. Meanwhile, Nikita Kuznetsov is hovering around the 25 big blind mark. The other two players at the table, Eugen Gonzalez with around 50 bigs each.
And when we mention, you know, how shallow some of these stacks are getting, we have to remember how much and how significant it is for most of these players' stacks to be even doubling up a short stack.
Yeah.
So even though you want to keep the pressure on in this situation, it's also putting your chip position at risk.
Zephyr on Twitch says, how do you like Schumacher's watch, James? I love it. Vintage Casios, top notch.
I need to step up my watch game, James, especially when I end up making a feature table on a PokerStars stream. I didn't know that you would be.
You see, if you got the
Just
Whoop
judging.
band for fitness, Maria, you don't need the Apple Watch.
Okay, okay. Noted.
Folded around to Kuznetsov on the button. He's passed. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's thinking. He's thinking. Now he's folded. So, Schumacher, small blind, Jack 8.
I think the standard play here in this situation would probably just to find a call here and limp in from the small blind. Hope to see a flop cheaply. Ooh.
Okay, Gonzalez with kings in the big. So looking at this from Schumacher's perspective, do you just feel you're being exploited for limping? Do you feel you can actually get to the flop with Jack 8, or do you just have to fold here off a 16 big blind stack?
Of course, there's going to be that part of you that feels like Gonzalez with that big stack is going to be exploiting you, but there's really not much you can do about it. So even if you had that thought in your mind, you don't really have the right stack or the right hand to play back. And so you see just the fold, and you just have to be willing to understand that at this point, those chips are so incredibly precious, and you really have to pick your spots wisely. But nobody likes the schoolyard bully, of course.
E.M. Taylor asks, did they say earlier you can't wear smart watches at the feature table? So only analog watches? No, because you'll see that Yannick Schumacher is wearing a digital watch rather than an analog watch, but no watch that can receive any data, text messages, emails, signals of any kind. No electronic device which can be used for communication is allowed at the feature table.
Anything? Is it English? Okay. Everything's English. While the hands in front. Okay.
I don't know how many times Yugay and Kuznetsov have to be warned to not speak Russian when they both have cards in front of them.
Schumacher using some time here. Has enough of a hand to certainly get involved. It's just a matter of how much. If you're playing for chips, of course, unexploitably, a shove is never going to be a mistake, but the problem in this spot is you really just don't want to get called. You never want to have your tournament life at risk, especially when there is somebody shorter than you. The nice part about this is that Kenny, who's in the big blind, is shorter than Schumacher, so it feels a little bit better when you do shove, and the person that's most likely to get involved in the hand, the big blind, is somebody you have covered.
Yeah. Schumacher chipping up to just shy of 20 big blinds. In fact, almost drawing level with Nikita Kuznetsov.
This is where I feel like it's just going to get slower, because once Schumacher got that double up pretty early into this level and now has a pretty similar stack to one or two other players at the table, then you can definitely afford to just stay patient, hope that somebody busts from the other table, continue to ladder up.
I don't know whether you're trolling, Bernardo, but I'll answer the question anyway. What's the problem of speaking in Russian? Cyprus is in Europe, a place of many languages. People speak whatever they want, lol. Wouldn't matter whether it was Russian, Turkish, Japanese, Hungarian. There is an English only at the table rule for when a hand is in progress. All of the dealers speak English, but they don't necessarily speak every other language in the world. So if there are cards out, you have to be sure that the players aren't sharing information about the hand or discussing the hand while it's taking place. You can only police that if you can understand what they're saying. Hence, English only at the table. It's a common rule in most card rooms on most poker tours around the world.
Gonzalez with a hand that you would open from the button, but facing this all in, you know, in one sense, Gonzalez might feel like he could afford it, but in another sense, you might not want to give up your chip position in a situation where Haller could also be very strong.
What timing? Twice. Yeah. Good timing for me. Maybe because you don't put the hand.
Bernardo, you're kind of defeating your point. You asked a question very clearly in the English language, and now you're claiming that you don't know how to speak English. Or if you're talking about a hypothetical person who can't speak English, I suggest that they don't engage in conversation at a poker table whilst there's a hand in progress.
5 seconds. C4 raises to 220,000.
I never understood people that got mad at the dealers for enforcing the rules, you know? The rules are in place. It's your choice to come and play this tournament, and you have to abide by them. But there's certain players that don't like being told what to do, I guess.
Important question for the commentators. That's you and me, Maria. I'll let you handle this one. Bagpuss wants to know, which pizza should I get? Meaty Feast, Chinese chicken, or double pepperoni?
Ooh, when I thought that you had me at Meaty Feast, I just love a lot of, you know, I'm all about like meat lover, supreme, that pizza. But then you said double pepperoni, and so now I'm a little torn. The Chinese chicken does not speak to me, though.
No,
that doesn't really feel like
we can
the
roll
right
out,
pizza.
We're rolling out Chinese chicken, so now we've got a coin flip between Meat Feast and double pepperoni. I'm siding towards the double pepperoni. I like to keep it simple. I don't need a variety of meats. I like pepperoni on the pizza.
Do you not like putting Parmesan or crushed red pepper on your pizza? Do you not like a lot of different things?
No. I don't like a lot of different meats.
Pure?
I do like a variety of toppings. I'm saying when it comes to the meat, I'm happy with just the sausage.
Okay.
So which way are we leaning? Meat Feast or double pepperoni? The guy needs an answer. He's got to make the order.
I'll go double pepperoni.
Okay, there you go. We've agreed. We've reached a consensus. I concur with Maria. Gonzalez has raised with ace-4, only to run into the aces of Kuznetsov in the small blind.
Gonzalez, understandably applying pressure, but now is run up against it.
Raise.
C3 raise 600,000.
I can confirm
This
there is
3-bet non-all-in sizing off of a 20 big blind stack is very strong. Kind of surprising to see Gonzalez burn a time bank here on this decision, because I just imagine ace-4 is going to be in the muck pretty quickly. Again, Kuznetsov is repping a lot of strength to be able to do this. Granted, you know, understanding that Gonzalez, of course, is going to be opening light because he is the big stack here, but still just not a spot where I think you need to give it a lot of thought, even if you wanted to posture a little bit. No need to use the time bank.
Oh, Bagpuss, don't push it. Can you help me choose a starter? These are the options, Maria. Chicken wings, garlic bread with cheese, onion rings, garlic mushrooms, potato wedges, potato skins, curly fries, mozzarella sticks, jalapeno cream cheese.
You know what? I feel like you got to go 2 starters with this list. There's a lot of good choices on here. I would go. Oh, okay, no, that might be too carby. And
Yeah, don't garlic bread pre-pizza just feels like too much dough.
Okay, what do you think about chicken wings and curly fries?
I am with you with chicken wings. I would personally go with mozzarella sticks, but I'm happy to concede and say yes to curly fries. Or
we don't even know if he's agreed to order 2 starters yet.
Do you know what? I'm going to say do 3. Chicken wings, curly fries, mozzarella sticks, double pepperoni pizza. You're in for a good night.
Still monitoring the other tables as well. Space has been better than here.
They're very equal, right? They have very equal stacks. They have equal stacks. Similar, same amount. Yeah.
They will for sure keep folding.
Everyone be with 5, right?
It's so obvious they were gonna do that. They've all checked already stacks.
One raise 225,000.
Well, Victor Uge is going to start the action here with King Queen.
Yeah, how to raise and take it the hand before. This time it better from first position, and it feels like kind of a nice spot when you have Gonzalez, the person that has you covered at the table in the small blind versus the big blind, because they're less likely, of course, to defend hands from the small, and so you don't really want to get tangled up with the only other stack that has you covered. And it's also nice to be raising into the short stack as well, because they're not going to be able to continue quite as wide.
Raise and take it for Uge. Who has 49 big blinds. Actually, has now pipped Jose Gonzalez by 100,000 chips to take the chip lead. Pretty much neck and neck. By the way, Maria, I don't want to put you on the spot. Are you allowed to say what you're doing on the East Coast? Are you allowed to say why you're in New York? Or are we just saying it's unofficial PokerStars business?
I thought you would be the one to tell me if I'm allowed to talk about it or not.
Okay, maybe let's just say that you're there doing something fun for PokerStars and we can't talk about it. I don't mean to tease people, but equally, I don't know how much is in the public domain, so I don't necessarily want to upset anyone by saying something we shouldn't be saying.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like generically just saying it's a charity event is okay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm excited.
It's not being funny, guys. It's nothing that any of you can be a part of or enjoy in any way, so it doesn't really matter if I give you the details or not. It's not like an EPT Las Vegas or the big game on tour where you can absolutely participate can absolutely be a part of it.
I can't wait to see some of the submissions and the people that you guys are making stars on the big game, because everybody that's come through the big game, I feel like just has been so memorable. All of the loose cannons have been incredibly fun to watch, and I just can't wait to see who the new batch of people are going to be this time around.
It's like Gremlins 2, the new batch. We go three-way to the flop here. A button raise from Schumacher. Sorry, a cut-off raise from Schumacher. Called by Gonzalez on the button and Newgate in the big blind. And Jack 3 on the flop means sixes are still good.
Certainly not a bad flop for the sixes, but again, multi-way, you do want to tread carefully. It's one of those spots where you don't mind having a little protection from all of the overcards that are out there, and happy to see Gonzalez get out of the way and also Yuge folding rather quickly. It's the best result you could hope for.
Destiny changed. Destiny changed.
It does feel like they're playing at an acceptable pace right now. It doesn't feel that the egregious stalling has continued.
Yeah, so far so good on that front. I feel like, again, nobody wants to be down to 10 seconds to make a pre-flop decision, and it's a pretty severe penalty basically to incur at this stage. So they're going to be reasonable, and it's a lot harder when you're on the feature table, right? You feel like there's more eyes on you versus when you are on an outer table, then maybe there's not as many people watching your every move, and maybe not, you know, a floor person just watching like a hawk. I mean, down to 2 tables is a little different, but if there were 3 or 4 and there was a little bit of egregious stalling, people feel like they could get away with it easier when they're on the outer tables.
Enrique Reyes, watching on YouTube, lets us know he's watching from Belize and is curious to know how far a player from Belize has got in any PokerStars tournament. Great question, Enrique. I have no idea. This is a mission for Howard Swains from the PokerStars blog. Howard collates all that kind of nonsense. He'd know. Obviously, I will happily give StatTrick the challenge of trying to find it out, but he'll probably just message Howard. So Yuge completed in the small. Kuznetsov is going to raise from the big with 4 deuce.
And certainly there's good reason, I think, to attack limps, especially when you have the bottom of your range. And if you just assume that your opponent has a lot of limps here, then most of the time they're not going to have a hand strong enough to continue against a raise.
For the visual?
No, for the work of this man. We must be kind.
Kuznetsov has a hand that could flop pretty well. There's going to be a lot of boards that you can certainly connect with and continue on, and does decide to just go the aggressive route, shoving all in against Schumacher. And this is a bit of a different spot in the sense that now that Schumacher is not the shortest stack,
yeah,
he's not going to be as willing to call it off, which means you can certainly shove wider as the covering stack.
Не против тебя.
Не против меня?
Угу. Но были.
Yesterday?
Today.
Today?
Kuznetsov, ace-8 of diamonds.
Seconds. Fold. C4 fold. Okay, C5. Check.
So with Kuznetsov calling, Gonzalez checks his option. These two will go to the flop. And it's 7-6 tray with 2 diamonds. Kuznetsov with the best hand and the best draw.
Gonzalez, a little piece of it with that gutter, has that overcard to the board. But again, with the limp from Kuznetsov, certainly ranges could be a little bit wider. This doesn't necessarily rate to just be a flop that only favors the big blind.
5 seconds.
I'm not really sure about the extreme close-up of that beard. I'm worried we're going to see things moving in it.
How long do you think it takes the average person to grow their beard that long?
I have no idea. I mean, the most I've gone without shaving is probably a week, and I've grown maybe a centimetre of stubble. Half a centimetre. I was being too generous.
5 seconds.
Huh. Povitron says he didn't have a beard at the start of this hand.
Well, it looks like Gonzalez made his straight on the end, and Kuznetsov just bricking off what was a pretty big hand on the flop. Just left with ace high, definitely considering, you know, some of the just random stabs, considering there was just X on both streets to the river. A lot of the times, you know, ace high could be good here still against the random stabs.
Straight is good. So we are 30 minutes into this level. Still 10-handed in the EPT Cyprus main event, 2 tables of 5. I'm going to amend the target for today. Trying to get down to a single table tonight. 6 might be a stretch. Right now, this is level 29. When that concludes, we'll take a dinner break. We'll come back and play levels 30 and 31. If we get to the end of level 31, it's going to be past midnight. And if we still have more than 6 players, whatever, we'll come back tomorrow with them. But these things do have a tendency to go in waves. We'll have a long period of time where we're going to be stuck on 10. The next thing you know, you're down to 9, bish, bash, bosh, you've got your 6 players. All happens inside of 20 minutes.
Has Joe stopped traveling with the cranker?
It was very difficult to get it across the multiple borders he had to travel across to be at this venue.
I feel like Stapes has one job when he's on his breaks, and he's letting us down this time around.
Also, when it comes to utilizing the cooler machine, Maria, when it comes to cranking it, there is some very important software that Joe needs to use to aid his cranking. And unfortunately, it's been blocked in this country. Online
Surely
tutorials.
like a VPN or something can get around it.
Alas, no. Trust me. Do you think this guy hasn't tried? He needs this online assistance. He needs these tutorial videos to help him crank it. So sadly, not only do we not have the cooler machine here in Cyprus, but Joe is definitely not able to crank it right now. Should highlight that Kenny Hallett has dropped below the 10 big blind mark, down to 9 bigs now.
What's important is that you don't want to get so short that you just lose all your fold equity. At 9 big blinds, you're still going to have fold equity, but if you don't pick up a hand in a few orbits, then the big blind is going to be priced in to call.
Hello, Queens. Yes, Federico, once a player busts, we will have a 9-handed table. The final redraw of the tournament will take place. The final 9 will draw for seats in the main stage. Everyone will be sat at the same table. Rainbows, unicorns, fireworks, the whole shebang.
And this is the second time where Gonzalez has opened and he's faced a 3-bet from a stack that he has covered. And again, I feel like even though you want to sometimes get involved in this spot, maybe see just how strong of a hand they really have, put them to the test a little bit just because you have the chips to do it with. It is going to be always concerning when some of these stacks decides to 3-bet the table chip leader, because Again, they're going to be playing pretty honest in this situation with the short stacks out there. People aren't going to be going for a lot of light 3-bets against the big stack.
Oh, wow.
A stack that they have covered, a different story. But yes, this 4-bet is Gonzalez testing Yuge here. And this is why you're happy to get queens, but you're not, right? You're happy because you know it's a big hand. But once you face this 4-bet, then it's really about, wow, do I 5-bet ship here and just hope that Gonzalez doesn't have it? Do I call here and invest 1.5 million chips?
So what you're saying is
and
that what looks to me like a completely unnecessary and incredibly spewy 4-bet is actually a genius move because it's putting the guy with queens to an ultimate test.
And you would think that Yuge will pass this test in the sense that if you feel like Gonzalez is going to have some light 4-bets here for precisely the reason of the ICM pressure and the money at stake, then you feel like, okay, I just hope they don't actually have it. But what if they do? The chip leader and the chip leader at the table and the big stacks can get hands as well. So you just want to make sure that it's not one of those times, even though that's probably going to be more rare than them just trying to push you around.
Right.
But it would be complete disaster if they ended up having just the complete top of their range and the premium pairs that have queens crushed here. And you see you guys looking over at Hallert's stack, looking over at Schumacher's stack, just sizing up the fact that now he's put himself in a really tough spot when there's shorter stacks out there.
If he folds queens here, I'm walking out. See you, Maria.
Ooh.
I got it. I got it. I'm here. Jeez, thank God I came in early. All right. Did that just happen, by the way? I know I just came at the tail end of that hand, but should I... There's not some, like, explanation, like, why that was okay, right? Someone just folded queens pre-flop?
The explanation is that Yuge didn't want to bust before the short stacks, right? And what I have to say to that is if you're not sure what you want to do with the hand that you have in that spot, if you were to get 4-bet, then maybe just flat, right? It's okay to have your hand under-repped in that spot. It's okay to decide to maybe not put more chips in pre and just go ahead and see a run out and play post. But if you end up 3-betting and you don't know if you want to go with it, if you face a 4-bet, then flatting is certainly an option that might be a little more attractive.
I have a pitch also. And that pitch
what is that?
just fold the queens right away. I mean, it would be better than what happened, right? Just don't open them to begin with.
No, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, Stapes. That.
Sorry, you think that 3-bet folding queens is better than not opening them? Which one would he have more chips right now, I guess is the question I'm asking.
If you satellited into this tournament for $1, then maybe I would consider it okay if you just wanted to open fold queens.
5 seconds.
All right, well, we have to continue playing somehow. You guy limping in, Kuznetsov taking the free flop. Well, that's a fun one. Middle pair, straight draw for Kuznetsov. You guy not looking great here. You guy checks. And both, excuse me, you guy checks again after seeing the 6 of hearts on the turn.
Kuznetsov had a good hand where he can just check back, and a lot of the times we'll be able to just bluff catch against stabs really easily with second pair on the flop, and sometimes on brickier turns can easily go for value himself. This one with the 4-liner to the straight, but having that backdoor flush draw makes Kuznetsov feel a little bit more comfortable.
So everybody who was shouting about how you wanted to hear what the players were saying at the end of the last hand, are you hearing this? Are you translating this? Is that worthwhile? Have you got it? Kuznetsov picks up that hand, understandably. Not a very big pot. Hallert in the cutoff. Sub Ted big blind stack. Gonzalez folds, Haller folds, you guy folds. Kuznetsov, blind on blind. Kuznetsov and Schumacher. 26 big blinds playing in 20 big blinds.
Kuznetsov already shoved twice from the small blind into Schumacher's big blind. This time, though, this will be the type of hand where certainly not going to shove with. Sometimes you can find limps, but folding is fine as well.
1,620, next level.
Yes.
People still discussing the pocket queens fold. All I'll say is this, is that I completely agree that if it had been kings or aces, we'd all be praising the fold. I wasn't criticizing the fold. I was just incredulous of the fold. The same way I would be had they folded to kings or aces. I'd have been just as surprised. And I was being sarcastic when I said it's better to open muck them.
Huh. Some people's sarcasm detector seems to be broken, huh?
Was that sarcasm?
Take it how you want.
I usually do with you. Action folds around to Kuznetsov. King 7 off on the button. Once again to the blind, Schumacher Gonzalez this time.
Definitely more attractive spots than to take some light opens into the big stack in the big blind, but for Schumacher in the small blind, this is the type of hand where you wouldn't mind seeing a flop these middling cards with potential.
All right, another limp in, check back. All right, keep your hands to yourself, Gonzalez. Ace, 10, 5, 2 diamonds. That 10 right there for Schumacher. That's a good one. Schumacher checks the pair of tens. Sorry about
He
that.
doesn't want to be in a situation where he's going to have to play a big pot with a marginal strength hand. Feels pretty good about it being the best hand, given the fact that Gonzalez did check back. It's not a great turn, though, because Gonzalez can certainly check back the flop with bottom pair. But Schumacher also with the 9 of diamonds definitely won't go anywhere if Gonzalez chooses to bet. But Gonzalez has a little bit of showdown value as well.
Checkity check to the riv. It's an 8.
Now for Schumacher, it's about, can he try to get some value from some high cards? Feeling like 10s and 5s with the ace kicker has got to be the best hand. And if somehow Gonzalez has another 10x, and you're going to be chopping with a lot of the 10x as well that has better kickers before the flop. And Gonzalez giving it consideration with queen high, but does fold.
One, only chip, only one.
Bet and a fold there. Schumacher picks up some chips, still in the 25 big blind range. Halfway through this level. And no offense to Kenny Hallert, but if he doesn't make a move in the next 43 minutes, he's going to be in big, big trouble when the blinds go up. He's already in big, big trouble. I don't even know what to call it. King 10 for Kuznetsov after the fold for Victor Ugai.
Yeah, certainly wants to know how much Hallert has right now in the big blind, because Kuznetsov wants to already predetermine if Hallert has a hand he wants to go with. Is King 10 going to be good enough to call it off? And Hallert, 8 big blinds. It's going to need to pick up something. Ooh. Well, we know that Gonzalez won't be folding queens.
So how are queens going to get folded this time?
A big gust of wind would have to come by and swiftly put those cards into the muck for these to go anywhere near there.
And the King 10 for Kuznetsov facing the 3-bet goes into the muck.
Sorry, I told you step twice. I don't know why. It's like fucking respect. Sorry, never again. They should count themselves. Sorry. I realized.
Yeah, it's better just to.
Sorry. I realized both times later. I realized that what? Sorry, so sorry.
It's 8 chips.
Won't happen again.
8?
Won't happen again. Sorry.
That's nice.
They should learn to count.
I'm still learning. I got computers for all that. I still get it wrong.
Yeah, Gonzalez playing well and seems pretty likable, so wouldn't be the worst person to root for. There's, 10 of these players left, and I personally have only played with a few of them. Don't really have much info or personal history with any of the other players. It's not an immediate for me yet, but somebody who's nice, respectful, plays well, pretty easy to root for.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Haller, very easy for, but things are definitely getting tougher for him. Hard to accumulate chips when it's hard to find an unopened pot in front of you. Also not getting a lot of luck from the cards. Not getting dealt just the type of hands where he's not needing a premium with his stack. He just needs a viable option.
Yes. I'm hearing things. Like the others.
Well, it seems like some bonding is occurring, at least, now that everyone's getting deliriously tired. Schumacher with 9-6 under the gun says no, thank you. Gonzalez with suited connectors as well. And connectors for Hallert as well. Lets him go on the button. And another 9 in the mix for you guy. They're suited, not connectors. Gone. And Kuznetsov in the big blind. Sure, why not? Also suited connectors. Genta on YouTube asks, how long are they playing today? Genta, how long is a football commentator's name?
What?
How long? He does football commentary on Fox Sports.
Is this a real is this a real person?
You've never heard of Howie Long?
No, definitely not.
Jeez, you definitely have. Where's your boyfriend at? He's gonna lose. He's gonna lose it when you tell him that you've never heard of Howie Long.
Are we talking about like NFL, or are we talking about
Yes.
soccer or football?
National Football League. Terry, Howie, and the gang, get out of here.
Oh, wait, I might know this Terry guy you speak of. Was
Terry
he an
Bradshaw,
ex-NFL?
Howie Long,
Yes,
Jimmy Johnson.
I know Terry. Well, why didn't you start with Terry Bradshaw? I know
Because
Terry
it
Bradshaw.
wasn't Terry Bradshaw, are they playing today? It was how long are they playing today?
Okay, well, I didn't know that Howie Long was a person's name, so I didn't realize you were making this whole pun. But okay, I'm sorry, I've ruined your joke. Oh, good. I'm getting a little bit of support in chat, though. See, it wasn't that obvious to everybody.
From Europeans.
Most of these people have never heard of Howie Long.
They also think football is soccer. If anyone really knew anything about comedy and the joke I was making, they would understand how brilliant it is. Kenny Hallert out of the gun. King 6. Not going to do it. 7 big blinds. Not from that position. Not with as long as he's been holding on.
Now you just gotta hope that in the big blinds you're gonna have a better option, or that somebody will bust this hand.
All right, Schumacher, ace king, a sight for sore eyes. Does have to play out of position against the chip leader should they go to a flop.
At some point, something's got to give. Is this going to be maybe a cooler? Schumacher decides to limp. Might be looking to limp shove. And we have seen players like to take their bottom of the range hands and go for a raise against limps, but Gonzalez just going to check with the 8-3 off.
I mean, don't you hate this flop? Don't you hate anything that doesn't have an ace or a king on it after 8-3?
Yes.
After the big blind just gets to get 3 cards?
Yeah, and in this situation where perhaps you were looking to trap pre, now you're just hoping to get to showdown cheaply. You do, of course, have some cards that'll help you make the nuts, but even if you turn top pair, how good would you feel about that with the board being so coordinated? And Gonzalez just gotta fire this stab. No equity, really.
Gotta do it.
Does have a gut, yeah, it does have a gut shot, of course, but it's for the low end of the straight, and also don't expect to win with 8 high at showdown very often, so natural bluff here.
Unbelievable. I mean, what do you got to do to get 8-tray to fold? What do you got to do other than raising pre-flop? What do you got to do? Limp trap fail. Horrible run out no matter what, unless the jack peels off.
Yeah, and Gonzalez, of course, recognizing that with Schumacher limping in pre, can have a lot of hands here that, of course, won't fold to a turn bet. Most common type of holding in this spot that would check call the flop might be some 9X's, 6X's. Maybe there's going to be a Jack X open-ender continue there from Schumacher. So 8 high, still, of course, not going to win at showdown. So going to just attack the weakest part of the continuing range. And I think this is going to be all she wrote for Schumacher's hand. Just not a great run out. Not really able to comfortably contest this sizing. Really in no man's land going into the river. Ton of bad river cards.
Wow.
Ooh.
Schumacher
Dicky.
stations. So I guess sort of a limp trap. You're still trapping here on the turn. 4 on the river does miss Gonzalez. Schumacher's going to have the best hand if he can somehow get it to showdown.
And now this is just all about how much resolve Gonzalez has in this spot to fire that third barrel.
Oh, yeah.
Schumacher, of course, could have, played Queen X this way as well, just because you don't necessarily want to just be leading top pair on that flop.
Does manage to get the cheap showdown. Check, check. You win, Schumacher. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Thank you.
Schumacher does jump above the 30 big blind mark, which is like third on the leaderboard at this point.
Yeah, it does feel like at some point, though, something's got to give, and then it's just going to end up being maybe a couple of quick bust outs in succession. None of the short stacks have been consolidated or absorbed into bigger stacks, and people are going to just keep getting shallower and shallower, and who knows what's happening at the other table.
I bet the other table's just chilling. I bet they're not even playing.
They're sitting out. They're playing Chinese poker.
Yeah, no one's watching them. They're playing hangman.
5 seconds. 250.
Well, look at Schumacher. Look at, oh. Johnny Big Shoes over here has got all these chips now.
Yeah, it's been a really great level for Schumacher to, of course, double up within, I think, the first 3 hands of this level. And then after that, just winning some small pots, chipping up, leaving Hallert in a bad position with King 3 off in the big blind.
Oh, Kenny. Poor Kenny has to commit a third of his chips to peel the King 3.
Of course, going to stop and go if he has any piece of it, but doesn't connect.
Unfortunately,
That's
it's
gotta hurt.
going to be the stop and stop. Stop and go, another thing I used to do back in the day that I was told was bad when I had a short stack. Now all of a sudden everyone's doing it.
You were just ahead of the time.
I was ahead of the time in some ways.
You were on the next level.
Now, there's probably some very simple concepts from today that I was getting wrong. But there was definitely stuff that wasn't a thing back then that I was like, I'm pretty sure with 10 big blinds, I'm supposed to just call a min raise. And they're like, no, it's a shove or fold stack.
And now look at them and look at you.
Ace 5 suited? I was on that a long time ago.
Before it was named artisanal sourdough, not just regular sourdough.
That's right. Figgy asks, is there a reason why they keep 2 separate tables instead of a single final table with only 10 players remaining? Yes, absolutely. There is a reason. Thank you for your question. Kenny Hallert down to 3 big blinds. All right, everybody. Let's get on your feet. Everybody get on your feet for Kenny Hallert. Hold your lighters in the air.
The man needs to find a hand and won't have fold equity even if he does. Not a whole lot of control of your fate at this stage for Kenny.
Schumacher with king 8. No, doesn't want to face the 3 big blind shove from Kenny. Gonzalez, 6 tray of diamonds. Nope. Kenny in the small with king deuce.
Well, you got an open lane. That's all you could ask for. You don't really want to go up against 4 people with no fold equity, so
now is this
in this spot?
Do you like a min raise here, or should we go out of control and 3 exit? Kenny goes for the full 3x raise, maybe a little too big. You guy asking for a count with 9 high. And makes the call.
Yes, 3 bigs. Was it? 9-5.
Soft hand for hand, still a thing. Got to check out the other table first. Kenny breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that his job is done. It's up to the poker gods now. Thunder Nick exclaiming, "Wow, 9 high call." Maria, can you fold any hand there for a 3 big blind shove when you have 2 big blinds in the pot?
I mean, like, no.
Yeah. There is no wow in this case. Unless somehow it was a 9 and a rules for playing poker. There is no shock that this was a call. All right, other table not going. Here we go. Kenny with the king high. King high. Holding. Queen, queen 10. Kenny's just got to fade the 9s and 5s for now. Turn card is a 6. That is decent news for Kenny. Does not add more outs that he's got to fade. River card. 9, 10, queen, jack. Kenny's good. Kenny's good. He's got the bigger 4 card straight, which means a double up and a survival for Kenny Hallert. Eight big blinds, right back in it.
Yeah, definitely back in business. Has fold equity. That's the most important part. You just don't want to have a random hand call and have to face the run out. So hoping that maybe this is where it's going to start turning around and build some momentum for Kenny.
I said put your lighters in the air. Only one person did. Nikki Hartman, the only person, held up their lighter for Kenny Hallert. Well, there's one person in the Kenny Hallert fan club at least.
I feel like the whole poker community owes Kenny a big one for so kindly organizing a whole summer poker tournament schedule on a Google Doc for every player to access. And for that alone, we should all be rooting for him.
Yeah, I mentioned that the other day. Because I don't play the World Series, I didn't have a lot of details. I was like, I think he does a guide.
It has every tournament at every property in Vegas during that time period. And I mean, maybe at this point it's a little more plug and play, but when he first did it, it's just a lot. It's a huge undertaking to do for free, right? It wasn't even like he was like, oh, you can drop me a couple dollars in my Venmo.
Right.
It was really just so that everybody in poker would know, you know, where to go, what tournament to play next.
You know what's weird is he could probably sell ads in it. It's got a bigger circulation than most newspapers.
Wow. You should really hit Kenny up with that.
Look, Maria, much like
might
my phrase, all it
give you a
takes is a
putt.
chip and a chair, I just like to give things to the community myself. I don't need to be compensated. All right, what do we have here? A pair of 8s for Kuznetsov is the best hand. This was a limp from Gonzalez, a complete from you guy, a check back from Kuznetsov. So an unraised pot 3 ways. Maria, did you just refer to Twitter as X in chat?
Ugh,
Do you
I
have to-
hated myself for doing it.
Do you have to do
but-
that in case you meet Elon Musk one day? Is that... Because it's not out of the realm that you would, like, be in the same circles as him. So I can see why. Just covering your bases. Don't answer. I'm pretty sure he already knows I don't like him, and that's why I don't get any reach anymore with my Twitter.
Are you pretty much shadow banned?
Oh, yeah, I've been shadow banned for years.
Kuznetsov gets counterfeited on the turn with that queen pairing.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I didn't even notice.
But
I didn't even notice that he had 8s and 5s, and now he doesn't.
yeah, but he still actually does have the best hand, which is nice.
And does get a call out of Gonzalez. And the jacks are live, the 9s are live, the 10 is live. River card, not any of those cards.
You know, sometimes it doesn't hit, and the best hand on the turn is still going to be the best hand on the river. Very exciting for Kuznetsov.
Wooly says, a woman I
Happy to
work
see
with. Sorry, go ahead, Maria.
No, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say has nothing to do with what's happening here. So let's see what Kuznetsov does. And Kuznetsov bets river, gets the fold from Jack High. Wooly says, a woman I work with saw a line of Starlink satellites and it freaked her out. Wait till she sees all the Nazis on Twitter. Even scarier. Thank you for your comment. That's right. I mean on X.
I think I just typed X, to be honest, because it's shorter and it's faster. But I feel like in conversations, I'm just still calling it Twitter. Or I'll say tweet, actually. I don't know if I really ever refer to it as Twitter. I'll just be like, did you see that tweet?
You don't say, did you see that X?
Post? It's so vague. No, and if you just said, did you see that post? It's so vague because it could be Instagram post, it could be Facebook post, it could be Threads.
When the $1 for Twitter becomes a thing, that will be it for me. Kenny jamming 9-7 suited from the cutoff. Will it get through? As Maria said, he does have some fold equity now. It's not the kind of hand you can just call it 9-5 off anymore. Kuznetsov with 10-9. And again, for 8 big blinds, probably not. Schumacher with Jack 5. Nope. Nice pot there for Kenny.
That is the power of fold equity.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to get a hand that's 2 hands, actually, that's better than yours to fold, which is what you need to happen to just start chipping up. Winning the blinds and antes are so valuable to
I think they're going to need that card from Kenny to deal the next hand, but I'm not positive. Oh, both of them. I mean, it was good he got to shove them, but I don't think they're so good that he wants to keep them for another hand.
Nobody coming either. We was there.
The only thing that hand was missing was one guy showing that he got dealt aces.
Today? I don't think so. No, not today. Today? Oh, okay. I know. Anyways, Jose.
Yannick.
Yannick.
Yes. French name.
You're the French one.
No, I'm German, but it's a French name.
Ah, okay.
My mom's French.
Yannick.
My mom's French. Don't say anything about my mom, Maria.
Polish name, as far as I'm concerned.
I've learned my lesson, Joe. I told you.
French family or something? Or what?
Yeah, a French family.
Like, if I didn't think there was an actual chance that one day I would meet her in person, you know, go to your house for the holidays, then yeah, sure, I wouldn't care. But
yeah, no, you gotta.
I've got to, yeah.
You gotta stay in the good books. You don't want to be hit with a flurry of passive-aggressive comments at Christmas. You guy opening Queen 10. Big Toro asking, did we already have the dinner break? No, we have not. Dinner break is in 15 minutes. Ooh, a domination situation. 8-4 tray, 2 diamonds. No disgusting cooler on this horizon. Tom's asking me what I'm having for dinner. Maria, I'm in this really bad loop where right before dinner every night, I end up having, I get real tired, so then I have a coffee. And then when dinner hits, I'm not hungry.
So you make yourself a plate and bring it back to your room for later?
That would be a really smart idea, but I did not do that. I did last night. Stupid. Check, by the way. 6 on the turn. I finally ordered room service in an all-inclusive resort. I had to pay a la carte room service because I missed dinner. And I was in bed, and I was like, you know you're not going to go to sleep till you eat something. So, King on the River.
And is it more frustrating because you know that they're basically grabbing it off of the buffet line and just putting it onto a plate and serving it to you?
Yes, it's frustrating because it's probably buffet food because I'm paying for it when I don't have to, and I really shouldn't be having dinner at 11 o'clock at night. Check to showdown. Cheers. Ostrovia.
Queen high is good? Yeah? Queen high is good?
Yeah.
Queen 10.
Queen high, Jackie, charisma.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's right. Bottom must be here. It was big blind, right?
Yeah, it was big blind. I really was trying to say 50.
Action on Victor Yu guy from Uzbekistan. Ace 10. All right, here we go. A hand. Six-three suited for Kuznetsad.
Oh, Schumacher.
Oh, baby. Big, slick energy.
Yeah, it's even nicer when it's suited and you have your opponent covered
I mean, don't forget that you guys did fold queens, so I'm not sure, Ace Solus, if there is carnage incoming.
Fold.
Gonzalez makes the tight laydown with 10-4. Kenny. Wow. Not going to play, but somehow also has an ace. So, you guy probably not going to get into the position of reopening the action pre-flop regardless. Just lays it down. No carnage.
Pretty nice pickup for Schumacher, and he's now up to 40 big blinds.
All right, while the dealers are getting changed out, time once again to mention the return of the big game. This time we're calling it the big game on tour. Slightly different version of the big game. This is happening alongside the NAPT at Resorts World in Las Vegas. There's going to be a qualifying tournament. 2 qualifying tournaments, November 5th at Resorts World. And I would check out the PokerStars blog and the website for the T's and C's of this entire thing. But in those tournaments, we're going to qualify people who will then move on to the casting phase to be staked $50,000 to play in the new version of the big game. Same rules as before. You lose it, who cares? No big deal. PokerStars takes it on the chin. You win, you keep everything above the $50,000. And we're working on lineups for the big game right now. There's going to be a mix of pros, celebrities, influencers. Jawas knows what I'm talking about. Says, man, Resorts World is so nice. Great poker room. Sorry for that big sigh. I just can't deal with the contrarians today.
Oh, no, what happened?
But with inflation, shouldn't it be like 75K stake? You banned. I just can't.
Yeah, well.
I can't tell you who's playing in the big game yet. Mind. But I can't tell you who's not playing in the big game. I can tell you who said no so far.
Well, you know, if you need a warm body, Joe.
Oh, for the big game, you mean? Kenny with a good opportunity to shove from the small blind over the open from Gonzalez. Maria, do you think you'll be able to sell enough action to play in the big game?
Well, you know, I was going to ask you if, you know, since I've bought action of you over the years, like
I see.
maybe you'd be interested. Like, I mean, I would even sell you 1%. You know, every little bit helps.
I don't think I'd be able to do that given my position within the show. Now, I actually started goofing about big game stuff, thinking that this was going to be a snap fold from Gonzalez, but it is not a fold. It is a call. Kenny Hallert at risk, but a big favorite.
Yeah, a really good spot for Kenny. Can't for more. Just hoping to hold.
I thought that Kenny maybe had enough fold equity to get the ace-4 to go. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This is a disaster. Now, in Gonzalez's defense, Kenny would probably be shoving more than just bigger aces here, so it makes sense that ace-4 would be a call sometimes. But it's domination, rotation. Kenny Hallert needs to spike a 3-outer to survive. He has clung to life with the short stack, waiting for good spots. Got the good spot, and has just gotten horrifically unlucky here. Kenny on the brink of elimination. Needs the Jable. No jack on the river. GG. Kenny Hallert will be departing in 10th place. And you know what? All right, Kenny's doing a good job smiling through the pain. I know Kenny wants it real bad.
Yeah, but always a class act at the tables. Not surprised to see him take it really well, but of course, going to be hurting inside.
Kenny cashes for $74,000. Everyone else ladders up more than $22,000. And since there are only 8.5 minutes left on the level, what's going to happen is we're going to take a break now. The redraw will happen. Then we'll come back, finish out this level, and plow straight into the next one, and that is the dinner break.
We have 45 plus 8 or 45 total? 45 total. When you come back, we will play those 8 minutes, and we will switch to the next level.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny. Jose Gonzalez. 66 big blinds. This is the quote-unquote feature table chip counts, but when we get back, we'll have all 9 players on that board. Gonzalez taking 66 blinds to the dinner break, 39 for Schumacher, 25 for Kuznetsov, 24 for you guy. A reminder of what they're playing for, and we have finally reached the point where this graphic is relevant. 9th place, next player eliminated. And we're looking to get down to 6 players today, so the 7th place finisher, the last person that will likely lose today, is going to cash for $162,000, and tomorrow we get into the good stuff. Make it through to tomorrow, you're making over 200K. And first place, when it all is said and done, tomorrow evening, $1 million. Like I said, the final 9 players are going to break. When we come back, they'll be seated on the main stage, all shuffled up, all jumbled up. We'll be playing more from EPT Cyprus in just about 45 minutes. Catch you then. Marcel Lusk told me he was named after a boxer. That is a hashtag. Real fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, yes.
So, time to sweat with Marcel Joe and play this hand from his perspective.
Don't check how much you do. Oh, 24. Yes. Sorry.
I was going to say, James, if I were playing this hand, I would ask the guy to my right how much I should raise.
I thought you were offering me out for dinner.
We raised to 65,000. Then register 6,400 on the big blind.
So, re-raise from Ben Grundy.
How much did we... Okay, well, we're calling. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable to only call 40 more. Is that all it was? With 9, 10 of spades, but this is not a dream flop for us.
No.
And I'm probably just going to check back and hope to pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, pick up a straight card or a spade. Instead, it's the 4 of diamonds.
Man, it's checked twice, so, I mean, he's completely missed and playing like a goober, or he's got something huge, and I'm weighted towards him having something huge here, slow playing aces, kings, queens, a set of jacks.
Well, Marcel's going to try and buy it.
I don't know what you 3-bet with that you check twice, other than like crazy value hands.
Players, you do not have to be here for the race off. Go ahead and take a break.
Wow, okay.
Ace queen was the hand for Grundy. He was ahead.
Okay. So, I guess
I was super connected.
You're lucky spade didn't come.
I don't want spade. I just want the low flop.
Nice play, Marcel.
I guess I was wrong about the strength of his hand, but also he probably should have bet at some point.
If I put my chips in there, unless you go all in, I will not lay down my hand. You guys need 40, 50, 60, 80.
I had a good hand.
3 years, I'm going to be that good. 3 years.
You're lucky I had the hand that didn't hit, the only hand that I raised there with that doesn't hit the flop.
I know it yet. That's why I took the extra card first. Because sometimes you are rude enough to play like you have 3 jacks now.
Yeah, but I would check 2 with any pair of the jacks in which
I know your game. But you take me, I know what you take me for. Pair of 9s, or 10s, or 8s.
It's like blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, 100 ante.
I had it the other day about 5 times in 20 hands.
Queen 8 again for Marcel. This time it's going to be the winner.
Marcel registered 25,000.
25,000 total. And ace jack for Fraser Dunphy.
280, 1,000, 2,000. You listen players for 1,000 euro buy-in. Andy 200, blinds 1,000, 2,000.
He's in no re-raise. Queen tray for Karam. Does Grundy come after it just because it's loose? Oh yeah. King deuce suited. Trying to run down his nemesis.
Open-ended straight draw for Marcel.
Checks around.
There we go. So Marcel has the straight. Grundy has now got the flush draw.
This is gonna get weird. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. 3x raise from Marcel. Grundy obviously taking it personally. After the last time they exchanged words.
1,000 euros in the goal. And again, E. Stefan C.
Marcel very comfortable.
And again, Dennis, Giuseppe, Abel, Alex Kravchenko, Rafael, Christian, Geo, Sergei, Peter, Slava, Pasi, Renaud.
Grundy just calls.
Oh, the all-important river card.
Man, and that club.
No club on the river, but it is a pair for Grundy.
Oh, is he looking to snap it off here? That's what I'm wondering. Just 60 into 200.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be genius. Can he induce Grundy? I mean, either way.
The Milky Bar Kid's hand ain't good enough.
I've got such hardly anything here. I can beat the sickest bluff.
Not that sick of a bluff to bet 60 here.
There's so much in the middle.
Yeah, I like it. I agree.
He's talking to himself. I'm talking to myself.
Poor dealer's like, what? This might be the longest tank we've seen.
Yeah.
Great size value bet from Marcel. I thought it was a little small, but maybe Grundy would have folded for more.
I think that's one of the best hands we've seen so far, especially when you realize that it was informed by that confrontation between the two earlier.
Kings, so I have to play for the queen.
Yeah, you been watching me, huh?
Smurry. I have to play those smurry hands now.
Water, please. I've got the water. I need a glass.
Marcel has the big blind in his hand. Jeff folds. Ross folds.
Ross Boatman folds.
Joey folds.
To Hussein, King Deuce folds.
Folds. So Alexander. It's on Mark in the small blind.
So
And
blind
we are
on
now
blind.
blind be blind.
Question is he going to steal it?
Suit and tie versus suit.
It's my best chance to get chips. You understand?
Marcel looks a little short.
I haven't been looked. I know. You want me to look first?
I don't really want you to call.
Call me old-fashioned. I think the guy who's has the action on him first should look first. But
Marcel all in. And looks like it's being called.
Well, Karam shoved on Lusk. Lusk calls all in. It's Jack 7 against 8. Marcel the at-risk player, but he is ahead.
The flop. 4-4-10.
no jack, no
4-4.
diamonds.
2 hearts. 7 of hearts.
7 on the
3
turn.
hearts. Marcel has the 8 of hearts.
It is always coming 7. And Mark Karam eliminates Marcel Lusk. Marcel out in 7th place, cashing for 112,000 euros.
Round of applause for Marcel, please.
Clap. It's a clap, chat.
It gets so complicated, it's incredible to try to recreate games over and over again and quickly.
What does it take to make a movie these days?
Oh man, I mean, it's funny, you know, because, you know, over the last, I don't know, 15 years or something or whatever, 10 years, I mean, in theory, it's gotten easier. You can make a movie for, you know, a very small amount of money. My first movie, you know, I did make for like $17,000, and a lot of people who are successful right now did make their movies, you know, for that amount of money. But all that said, like I think the last 5 years or so, it's gotten a lot harder. The money is just sort of more difficult to get. So there's the money part, which is always usually like in some ways the hardest part. I personally spent a lot of time hoping and a lot of time writing. And, I've written a lot of scripts that don't get, a lot of things just don't get made. So sometimes it's sort of like an abstract job of like hoping and like building something that will never get made. That happens a lot too. But it's right now, yeah, it's very, very hard to get a movie made. That's what it feels like.
So let's talk about the cast a little bit and our sort of association. We play in a home game together, or did play before I ended up getting super busy again. Club Quarantine is, and Michael Sarah obviously was a member of that game. And did you have a pre-existing relationship with Michael, and that's how he came to be in the game, or did your friendship blossom during this game?
Yeah, no, so I met Michael when I made another movie called Person to Person, and I hardly knew Michael at that point, but we made another movie together that I directed. And then after making that movie, we became friends, and became closer. And we actually did play a little poker, off and on during that time period. But yeah, it was this Zoom poker group, Club Quarantine, that happened because of COVID, that I got deeper into poker. But yeah, I invited Michael into that group, and then sort of like my relationship with Michael in terms of poker became deeper. Like we had played a little bit of poker, but together, and he had played poker in his life, off and on, but it was when he did Molly's Game, he got deeper, and then it got even more deeper during Club Quarantine, because like he and I would like play the game, and then like, oftentimes after the game we would actually talk about it and what went wrong or what went right. We would like this, and we discuss the players and everything.
I guess that's kind of where I wanted to go with my next question, as far as how poker relates to this movie. Using poker as a device to show you how impulsive and compulsive Eric can be. Was that your plan all along for Eric, or is that just like a happy coincidence that you happened to discover poker, become sort of deeper into poker while you're writing this?
Yeah, like that original draft that I was speaking about didn't have poker.
Cool.
This other draft that we were thinking of shooting and possibly going to shoot, that we didn't, thankfully, was like 90% different than this movie. Like I completely overhauled 90% of the whole thing, and one of those things was poker. And in fact, I think poker was, in many ways, the unlocking of the script, I think, in some ways, because what ended up happening was that, and it was because of this Zoom poker group that I had gotten deeper into poker, and my relationship with Michael talking about poker. Really, maybe this movie wouldn't even exist without that. Cool. Because I think this movie needed that aspect to it. What ended up happening was that the poker really unlocked the character and the script for me. I had this perfect device, that was, in the film, it's about this person who has sort of stopped playing with or having any kind of imagination, or like an unwillingness to participate in this childhood world with his sisters. Well, now he has this other kind of place where he can play, this more adult world where he feels like he can have some kind of control or some kind of power. And I think when he was young, I think he had control and power, and like he was sort of like the king of that sort of world with them. And now he's with the poker, he's like, it's a sense of like comfort and like some kind of control.
Did you find shooting the poker scenes to be challenging at all? It seems like you did it in such a way that you missed a lot of the sort of mistakes that people make by not trying to show the entire scene.
I think it also probably helps the fact that you knew the game, Dustin, because it is something that notoriously directors who maybe are not au fait with poker really struggle with. They find it, that they reportedly found it really hard to cover it and show the audience what's happening and get the key information out there.
I mean, it's hard. It is hard. I mean, it's really, really hard to convey the information. Just in a practical sense, because like the prop person didn't know poker, and that became like that is something that's like really, really hard, because like, you know, the prop people have to like reset the chips, reset the cards. And when the cards are dealt, the right cards have to come out. It gets so complicated. It's incredible to try to recreate games over and over again and quickly.
I did it. On Card Counter, I did that. That was my job, to set the decks, to make sure when all the players had to pull their chips back. You know, we had a very small crew on that one as well. It's really very difficult, but I think the way you chose to do it is perfect, because things aren't perfect in these home games. They're not perfect in the warehouse underground game.
Yeah, I'm trying to direct the actors and everything, but like, if the prop person doesn't, you know, the prop person not knowing poker, not even knowing, like, trying to really understand it, was really just like a big challenge. We were trying to just, but luckily also Michael was there to, like, he was also resetting things too. We were the only two people in the room who knew poker, so it was like really, really crazy to sort of reset.
Dumont with 9s in the big blind. 3-betting would just put him in a bit of a pickle. You don't really want to get involved in a big pot against the other big stack when there's 2 shorter stacks. You're out of position. Let's see the flop. Let's go from there.
Maria, it's called playing to win. 6, 7, 8 is the flop. Dumont has an overpair and a straight draw. Not too shabby. Zhang's got 2 overcards and a gut shot, also NTS.
And he's probably just going to knuckle, I think. I feel like... Oh, okay, I didn't know that it was Dumont's turn. So I thought Dumont had checked, and I was talking about Zhang, but okay. We saw that Dumont led earlier out of the big blind when Zhang had opened from under the gun, so.
Now, this is a relatively small bet, but I think is going to get the job done most of the time. I don't think there's a reason why the bet needs to be super huge on that flop. 2 of diamonds on the turn. Phil Razor tweets in with a very good point. So let me get this straight. Dumont is a driving instructor from France. He does not have the shape of head I would expect. I don't know if you remember the cone heads. We are from France. And that was their cover. They're driving instructors.
Another value bet from Dumont on a safe turn.
Yeah, really safe turn. And the river is 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That straightenized for pocket 9s. What a great run out for 9s, huh?
I just want to know when Dumont started staring down his opponents when it's not their turn.
It didn't happen. This whole new demeanor happened once he became chip leader last night. He was like, wait a second. With great power comes great responsibility. I have a responsibility to stare down everybody all the time. Here comes the value bet that can never get called. Always the chance that Zhang loses his mind.
Yeah, but so far I feel like Zhang hasn't gotten very out of line post-flop. And I don't expect him to here, even with the 10 in his hand.
Nope. That is going to put some distance between Dumont and Zhang, however. The 2 chip leaders. Dumont over 10 million in chips now. Zhang opened this pot with his king 9. Dumont is 3-betting now to 1 million even. Zhang says, let's play.
First 3-bet we've seen heads up.
Another Jack X hand, another Jack high flop.
Dumont outflops Zhang. And interesting. He's going to check it over.
700.
What do you do now, Maria? You've called a 3-bet pre-flop with this. You've pretty much whiffed. Did you call the over card and a backdoor 9-high flush draw?
Well, Zhang actually bet when checked to him, so unless it gets raised,
Oh, sorry, yes. He's the one
he
betting.
will
Interesting.
see the turn.
Yes, that question makes far less sense when Zhang's the one betting. Thank you. Now Zhang manages to pick up a gut shot.
And I think when your opponent 3-bets out of position pre and then checks to you on the flop, I don't think that's an auto bet just when your opponent checks. I think sometimes you have to think about the fact that your opponent will have traps.
It's a trap! May the 4th be with you.
And Zhang decided to slow down on the turn, seeing if he could hit some of his outs on the river. And sometimes I would want to see a check from Dumont just because, you know, the draws missed. So maybe you could get your opponent to bluff their misdraw on the river.
1.9.
Because when they check back the turn, they do have some hands with showdown value, but they also have some draws that if checked to, they might try to bet.
Makes sense. And Zhang does let it go.
Hand 105 of this final table about to be dealt. So Dumont just calls on the button with queens. Zhang has a pocket pair, a smaller pocket pair, 6s.
I think he could go either way with the 6s.
650.
He is going to come in for a raise to 650,000. And again, it's probably a better decision to raise when that ante's in play because you're more incentivized to take down the pot pre-flop. There's more in the middle, more benefit to getting your opponent to fold.
Last level, they were just batting each other around a little bit here and there, but we did not see pair on pair.
You would think if Dumont is limping the queens, his intention would be to limp raise them.
Now, does this look suspicious to Zhang that Dumont has limp raised the button? 2.2 million is the size of his 3-bet.
I think it looks suspicious. And again, hold cards.
I would agree, though. We spoke about the ante being in play, that more often than not... Wow, he does think it's suspicious. He's all in.
Zhang shoves, snap call by Dumont.
He couldn't even get the words out of his mouth. That's how nervous he is about this situation. It was just
a huge all-in, and it's domination nation. The underpair for Zhang. Dumont, who is an 80% favorite here and has Zhang covered, could win EPT Monte Carlo right here, right now.
And we suggested that that ante in play might make things go a little quicker here. They certainly have.
I don't think anyone suspected it would go this quick. Of course, there is that 19% chance that sixes win this.
And if that happens, Dumont will be left with 14 big blinds. But 4 times out of 5, Dumont will win this coup and win the title. Queen's holding on the flop. Zhang drawing to 2 outs. He needs a 6 to survive.
And the backdoor diamonds are all Dumont's.
The turn card is an 8, no additional outs. Zhang needs a 6 on the river. He must hit one of those 2 cards, or Nicolas Dumont is an EPT champion. It's over.
Congratulations.
Dumont takes the title.
Well done.
Of course, when they got heads up, Spraggy, Dumont seemed quite keen to look at the numbers, was open to discussing a deal. Zhang said, no, let's play for it.
Right, and a lot of people in the chat might be thinking, well, that's what you get. You don't take the deal, you end up second. But if he's confident in his ability, I think he's right to go with it, play it out. Pretty much a cooler, I think, heads up with the ante in play. You can't blame him for getting it in with the 6s. Just unfortunate to run into the queens.
So congratulations to Nicolas Dumont. He is now an EPT champion. He will bag the platinum pass. He'll lift the trophy. He gets the first prize of 712,000 euros. Vardanian, early position. We've only seen one of his cards, the Queen of Spades.
Well, whatever that other card is, it ain't better than Pocket Kings.
Pocket Kings once more. 2 hands in a row.
8-fold. 10-fold.
Vardanian, haven't seen second card yet. Vardanian's only got about 22 big blinds behind those, so if this is queens or ace-queen, might see some spicy 4-bet action here. Uh-oh. That's a huge chunk of...
525,000.
Well, whatever Vardanian has here, he is behind. He is 4-betting to 525. There is the shove from Kozenkai. And Vardanian is priced in, makes the call, clearly doesn't like it.
Need some popcorn for this?
Yeah, popcorn time. Pop it.
It's got to be ace, queen, or queens, right?
Hopefully for his sake, it's ace-queen.
Vardanian is the at-risk player here.
Wish good luck to everyone.
And whatever his other card is, we know he's behind. The question is how far behind. Oh, he's got queens.
Yeah, would have preferred an overcard.
It's a gift, I think. Good luck, guys.
Greater Good says, James, you were 100% dead wrong. Own it. What? I'm explaining someone else's ruling, dude.
He's banned.
Jack 4-3 on the flop. King's holding.
A little bit of a more action. Please on the turn.
Does have diamonds working in his favor,
I like
though.
sweating. Like, it's more fun, everybody. There's always the enjoyment in the pain.
But also in the winning.
Only a queen on the river saves Timur Vardanian.
Losing is more addictive.
That's true.
He's not wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And with that 6 on the river, Timur Vardanian is eliminated. 15th place finisher in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event, cashing for $51,525, taking us down to the final 14. That means we need 2 tables of 7. That means we need to balance the 2 tables and bring someone from the outer table to the main stage.
Yeah.
The short stack, Mark Foggin, ace-4 off.
This is a fucking shove. 11 blinds. Hate getting called when you got the ace-4, but you know, this is how you pick up chips. This is how you gotta get back into it. This is a dream scenario.
5 seconds.
Just give me a couple folds.
Foggin all in. And sevens in the small blind for Kozenkai.
Yeah, it's treble. The old hockey sticks.
Yeah, reshoves. Schumacher in the big blind. Deuces. Folds. And we're in a situation where we have to wait for plays to conclude at the other table before this all-in is dealt.
You decided to show. Nobody forced you. I didn't decide. The card decided.
Card decided.
You can misclick fold. Always. Or they can say on that table. No. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Looks like we're ready to go. And Mark Foggin is at risk here. And 2-1 underdog.
Yeah, Mark Foggin just needs a break. You know, this level has not gone his way, but that's the beautiful thing about the game we love is even if you step in a couple potholes, one ace in this hand can just turn things around. You'll be back where you started.
Will we see an ace on the desk? King, king, six flop. Seven's huge favorite now.
Anything above an 8 will give more outs. That's one of them.
Like that?
Another lady on the river.
I'm not doing that.
And Foggin will win with ace high 2 pair. We do not accept 3 pairs here at the EPT. I've asked about it. Ace high 2 pair still better.
River card is a queen, and sevens are counterfeited. Kings and queens with the ace kicker. See Mark Foggin double up through Bjorn Kozenkai.
Too many pair syndrome. Telling ya. You don't want 3 pair.
So Foggin survives and now has 25 bigs as Kozenkai drops down to 40 bigs. Action's going to start with Mark Foggin under the gun with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Your countrymate is watching, Mark. Don't you dare fold 10-9 suited.
Free raise, 125,000.
Ugh, what a bad raise. Should have folded the 10-9 suited.
375,000.
I think we should get rid of Chat Pro Saturday and just have results-oriented Saturday.
Oh, Chat Pro Saturday is not a thing, just to be clear. I vetoed that yesterday.
Wow, I thought they had a pretty good chance for a while there.
Well, some fellas are lucky and some ain't.
Oh, imagine if they had Chat Pro Saturday for the single chip debacle. Would have thrown it. They would have had to make the. They would have had to choose. It would be their ruling. It would be the chat's ruling. Move over, Toby.
Interesting. Foggin wants to know how much Kozenkai has behind. Similar size stacks, but Kozenkai does have Foggin covered.
5 seconds. Time.
Foggin playing a time bank card.
If Foggin shoves this hand, I'm not coming back for 2 levels.
Seconds.
Well, Foggin does not
Let's
shove.
See a flop.
Foggin calls the re-raise. Wants to see a flop. There's less than 20 big blinds behind. And has hit a flush draw. Kozenkai still ahead though with jacks.
Yeah, but look at that SPR. I mean, he kind of needs to check shove and hope to fold out, you know, the ace queens and ace jack type hands.
Check.
But are those even going to bet fold the flop? They're probably going to check or even bet call with this kind of SPR. So Foggin might just decide to check call here.
Okay, well, we have got a c-bet from Kozenkai of 225,000.
Okay, so yeah, I should be a bit more clear. It's not just the ace queens and the ace jacks, right? Kozenkai can have some bluff raises here. Let's say he has ace five of clubs. 3-betting, hoping to get Foggin to fold pre. That's the kind of hand that would c-bet and fold to a shove here. So there are a lot of bluff hands that Kozenkai can have here that he's going to bet, and then you just take it down with a shove. But Kozenkai ain't folding this. So I think you want to lean shove in Foggin's seat. You know, if your opponent 3-bet you with queen jack of clubs.
Well, he's check raised all in, Griffin. Playing the flush draw, and I think Kozenkai's hand is too strong to fold here.
Yeah, he's not thrilled because they're, you know, the king-queen suiteds, the king-jack suiteds, both of them are active here with the two jacks being blocked and the kings. But the times that your opponent has the ace-10 suiteds or the queen-10 suiteds, even apparently the 9-10 suiteds, you just can't burn the money and bet fold here for another, you know, 15 big blinds. But you can imagine the pain, right? What if you're getting trapped here? What if he just has aces? But you do block a bunch of those suited king combos with the jacks, right? So it's super less likely that he has king jack suited. So you're just hoping to even consider folding. You think he has aces or king queen suited exactly. King queen off would fold pre probably, right? King 10 suited, would that really call? I feel his pain, but he's got to put those chips in. There it is.
Well, he gets it in as a 71% favorite, and Mark Foggin is at risk and behind.
Yeah, no over. He's just going to love to see this hand. This is the exact hand you want to see because even ace, you know, all the ace-x suiteds has that overcard, but just the pairs being dead, that's the dream right here.
And that jack on the turn has Mark Foggin drawing dead. He is eliminated in 13th place.
Why me work this time?
Cashes for $61,850 and takes us down to 12 players in the EPT Cyprus main event.
So 17 big blinds from +1. If we saw him sort of confidently raising with that offsuit ace earlier, Joe, I think you were probably going to see the same thing again from the king queen here. I mean, considerable ICM at this stage, right? So you don't want to just be smashing in this many big blinds when the min raise is a very viable strategy. That's exactly what he goes for, 160K. King queen, very playable hand regardless, unless you run into you guy.
Oh my goodness.
This is not the most ridiculous flatting spot either, Joey. If you wanted to get tricky.
You guy does appear to have some tricks up his sleeves as well.
Yeah, so far been really impressed with you guys' strat. Gonna use the time bank here. I would love to see a flat here. It'd be so spicy. I think that's what he's weighing up. He's looking at his stack. He's trying to just make sure.
$160, the original bet, the raise, the re-raise, 380,000, and Kuznetsov just sort of wistfully staring into the distance, wondering what might have been had action not gone this way before it got to him.
Yep. And decides to 3-bet, but it's a nice small sizing from you guy.
Carbo waking up with a bad ace. Back to Tatar. I feel like, Nick, with Carbo on 9 big blinds, and oh my goodness.
Wow, was
He
not
knows
expecting that.
once he got snap called, I mean, we didn't even have time to cut to you guy before the call was made. Tatar, yeah, this is very likely to be quite painful. Now, typically, we would make sure the action on the other table is finished before we run this. However, I think the action is already finished. It is. I thought there was a strong chance Tatar was going to get away from this entirely, given that there are 2 shorter stacks.
Yep, absolutely. And
felt like maybe he was being picked on.
Yeah, in terms of equity, this is about as bad as it gets pre-flop.
2 diamonds on the flop, not helpful for Tatar. Would have needed to see 2 spades.
Now it's got to be running queens. If you want king queen from Tatar to have a chance.
No queen.
But that'll do it as well. Potential straight draw now.
Can hit the 9 or the ace for a run. Otherwise, he'll be running from the table. King on the river. Top pair, no good.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour as day 5 of the main event continues. Players coming back from the dinner break at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. And for the first time in this tournament, every remaining player will be sat around the same table. Just before the dinner break, we got down to 9 with Kenny Hallett eliminated in 10th place. That necessitated the final redraw of the tournament. Now 9 players are coming to the main stage. We will continue tonight until we are down to 6 players or until we've played to the end of level 31. We've got the rest of level 29 to play out. Got about 8 minutes left on the clock. We'll roll straight into level 30 and then a break, then level 31. Now, in case you missed yesterday's announcement, when we get to NAPT Las Vegas next month, we are bringing back the big game. We have the big game on tour because it's taking place on the North American Poker Tour. We're filming a couple of sessions, 2 tables on November the 8th and 9th. And of course, it's the big game. We need loose cannons. And so we are qualifying and casting 2 loose cannons to take part in the big game on tour. And those qualifying tournaments, which will then lead to the casting process, are taking place on Sunday, November 5th. By the way, it's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And Joe, I know you're very excited about this.
Super excited, not just for the loose cannons, but for seeing great TV, high-stakes cash game poker yet again. The loose cannon element not only is a great story for the loose cannon, but is a great attractor for people who like playing high-stakes poker. We get some of the people out of the woodwork who wouldn't play on your high-stakes streams normally.
Plus, after we have filmed the big game, we've then got 3 days of live streaming from NAPT Las Vegas, covering the last 2 days of the main event and the final table of the 5K High Roller. That is Friday, November 10th to Sunday, November 12th on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. The 3 of us will be there, along with Maria and Nick. So 2 days of the big game, 3 days of the NAPT. First 2 days we're filming. Those will be post-produced shows, which you'll see down the line sometime in 2024. But the 3 days of live streaming will be as the name suggests, live.
And if you guys haven't been to Resorts World yet, it's about as new a casino as you could have on the Las Vegas Strip. Gorgeous.
We will be there as we check on the remaining players in the EPT Cyprus main event. And it is Halil Tashirek who has the chip lead, more than 10 million right now, a significant advantage over the rest of the field, Griffin.
Yeah, absolutely. Our first 8-figure stack. Look at that.
It's a weird sight to see because the biggest stack at our previous table was Jose Gonzalez with around 60 and everyone else trailing. So that's where all the chips are, I guess.
And a reminder, we've got just under 10 minutes left to play at the 5,100 blind level. No super short stack. So we've got Victor Ugay and Nikita Kuznetsov, both with 25 bigs. Preet Parmasto with a sub-20 big blind stack. But no one at immediate risk of elimination. And that's why we highlight again, Griffin, that we'll play out to the end of level 31. There is no guarantee that we'll get down to 6 tonight.
Yep. We might just run out of time, but we're going to do everything we can over here. Some payouts. Already guaranteed just under $100,000.
Yep. And then once we're at the official final table, it's 6-figure scores right until we get to that first prize of more than $1 million. Of course, we will not pay that first prize. We will not present the trophy until we have our champion. That will be tomorrow. Make sure you join us on Sunday from 1 p.m. local time. That's noon Central European summertime. Every single hand from the final table, live and cards up. Once again, on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. It seems that most of the players have returned from dinner. There is no sign of Jose Gonzalez, but I'm not sure how long the tournament staff are going to give it before they decide to get cards in the air again.
I mean, if he's having a traditional Spanish dinner, it could be hours until he returns.
There is our chip leader from Turkey, Halil Tashirek.
He's just been playing solid, too, as far as I can tell, the last couple of days.
Pretty solid, but we saw a couple nice moves. A really brilliant 3-barrel bluff against Bjorn Kozenkai 2 or 3 levels ago with the Queen 10 that I think everyone was very impressed by. That million chip bet on the river.
So still no sign of Gonzalez, but away we go. 9-handed action in the EPT Cyprus main event, picking up with 9 minutes on the clock at the 5,100 blind level. And the action will start with Nikita Kuznetsov.
Time. Such a funny thing.
Darwin on YouTube asking any info on the lineups for the big game. Not that we're revealing yet. Kuznetsov raising with queens, 210,000. And Parmasto is all in with ace-jack.
That did not take long.
Maybe the fact that the Spaniard hasn't returned, this is convincing Parmasto that he can open his shove range up a bit, but this is pretty rough 8-handed.
There is the call, and Parmasto has one overcard to Kuznetsov's pair. As Gonzalez returns to see the run out of this board.
Probably for the best he wasn't here.
Preet Parmasto, the player at risk and the player who is behind right now with 5 cards to come. There's a jack. So 3 outs for Parmasto when you take into account the folded cards. 2 aces, 1 jack. Now down to 2 queens and 1 jack.
Indeed.
3 outs for Parmasto, an 8% chance of survival. The river card is a 4, and on the first hand of 9-handed play, we lose Preet Parmasto. Eliminated in 9th place, cashing for $96,425. We have reached the official final table in just 1 hand, with everyone now guaranteed at least 125K.
Very impressive performance from Parmasto. We saw some really aggressive, strong moves. Clearly someone that wasn't afraid to put the pressure on, and even there in the bus at hand, take a marginal spot, hoping that Kuznetsov was just going for a raise fold under the gun there. But sometimes you put it in on that 30%er and it doesn't hit.
I'm moving the table a little bit.
Nikita Kuznetsov now playing 4.6 million, 46 big blinds. He has $1.4 million in live earnings. Most of his biggest live cashes have come in the USA, but he did have a 7th place finish in the EPT Sochi main event in 2020.
Technical issues.
Yeah, the name's familiar. I'm surprised that it's not more appearances than that deep in an EPT.
Be cold. Thank you.
For all my hockey fans out there, Kuznetsov is a famous hockey player that plays for the Washington Capitals.
Oh, maybe that's why I know it.
Yeah. It's one of the longtime teammates of Alexander Ovechkin.
Who was the hockey player that you gave that statue to my Tinder date that time?
Pavel Datsyuk.
Got it.
Detroit Red Wings legend. And if not already, future Hall of Famer.
That was really nice of you. I think that's the only reason she hung out with me that night.
Yeah.
When I say hung out.
Yeah, we know. They know. Everyone knows what you mean.
Hey, you made it.
It's funny. I've never told anyone that. Like my brother would appreciate that story so much. You know, like my hockey fan friends. Thanks.
They'd probably be mad at you.
Yeah. I told you are a survivor. On day 3.
Let's make day 6 now. No.
I mean, she was a real hockey fan. Pavel Datsuk's like, I mean, if you gonna, it's like, you know, you have to know hockey to know who Pavel. It's not like Sidney Crosby or Wayne Gretzky or something. It's like, you know.
She didn't just see something in your house she wanted and make up a story on the spot.
Yeah.
Where is all that stuff now, by the way?
I sold it all. Most of it.
I assume you made a profit on it.
Yeah, such a big profit. With all the boxes I didn't take care of. And let me be clear, I didn't sell it. I hired someone.
You mean repo men came to your house and boxed it against your will?
On one of the nerdy Facebook groups, the guy drove down from Toronto.
Oh, you sold it in bulk?
No, he like knew where to sell them off, and you know, gave him a little, cut him off a little piece, you know.
Got it.
Get these away from me. They're everywhere.
Once again, we've got the Gilles Simon fans watching on Twitch asking us to spam this Willie to support Gilly.
Oh.
Didn't Kuznetsov just have queens?
Well, the poker gods saw that you guy folded queens pre-flop to a 4-bet and was like, you know what? If you don't know what to do with these, we're going to give them to somebody else.
Maybe it's the poker goddesses.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I wasn't being gender specific, but yes.
Well, because they're queens, yeah.
I got
it.
I got it.
You know I like to check sometimes.
Sure. No, I know. I got that one too.
Kuzi, not kidding around with this sizing. Nearly 5x. Just trying to say to Tassarak, yeah, dude, like, just please fold. Like, let's move on. Tassarak's like, all right, dude. We're buddies. For now.
No, Godzetti, the folded cards do not go back in the deck for the flop.
Thank you to Elkanats for this hashtag fun fact that I will have to get verified because it's come from a member of the audience. 4 players at this table. Kozenkai, Schumacher, Yuge, and Tassurek can become their respective countries' first EPT champion.
I don't know about Schumacher being the first Austrian champion. What else we got?
So we've got Kozenkai from Hungary.
No.
No, as in there's already been a Hungarian?
Pretty sure there's been a Hungarian champion.
Definitely need to get this checked. Gonzalez has opened under the gun with ace-king.
It might be the first Austrian to win in Cyprus.
Tassurek calling with 9-8 of diamonds. We've got Simon in the small blind. Queen 10. And now we've got Victor Yuge in the big blind with ace-queen.
Oof. This could be very big trouble for Yuge here. Starting the hand with 24 big blinds, a very aggressive opener under the gun. 8-handed, and Gonzalez is going to have a lot of raise folds. Tassarak, this isn't really a situation that he would be trapping very often, so almost always going to have a folding hand against his 24 big blind stack. So there is the shove.
The squeeze shove from Yuge, and one assumes that Gonzalez is going to reshove, which he does.
Yeah, and Yuge hates that even before the cards are turned up.
Yep.
It is a domination situation. Yuge at risk and behind.
And if you remember, Simone folding the queen in the small blind, so that's one less out. They don't call it the triangle of life.
The triangle of double ups doesn't really work.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
Ace 7-4. Yuge 12% to win the pot outright. 2% chance of a chop.
Would love a diamond. Spice things up a little here.
Oh, there is the diamond, and that gives Yuge additional outs. Could hit a diamond, could hit a queen.
And they're both trying to keep their cool, but look at these expressions. Flexing jawbones, cheekbones. It is just nerves up to here when you're playing for this kind of money, this kind of prestige.
Nope, 6 of clubs is a brick, and that will see Victor Yuge eliminated in 8th place. Coming back from dinner, we've seen 2 quick eliminations, losing Preet Parmasto in 9th, and now Victor Yuge in 8th. He cashes for $125,350. We are down to 7, and if we lose one more player, we are done for the day.
That has happened pretty quickly.
And I guess we should not have been so cruel, so cynical.
Was cynical, I wouldn't say cruel.
To have doubted Elkanats.
Yeah, sorry, Elkanats.
There has never been an Austrian main event champion. There has never been a Hungarian main event champion.
You were
and I
really
think
sure about that, Joe.
You know why? Because they all become Austrian after they win.
And we knew that Turkey and Turkmenistan were obviously going to be on the list of first-time countries.
People suddenly become Austrian at the payout cage. I apologize, Elka Nuts.
No discount?
No.
Richard Toth never won an EPT. Who's the other one?
There have been a few Hungarians who've come close.
You're right, Snake, the flying 3K. Hungarians usually finishing second place.
And Kuznetsov not getting many hands off here. Certainly could justify making a tight fold, but we are only playing seven-handed. This is a very strong hand. You're in the second ultimate, the penultimate position. Does that work? The cutoff? Love that word.
I still don't know what the cutoff is.
It's the spot beside the dealer. The dealer would be ultimate position.
Which one's the hijack?
The one before the cutoff.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure that gets Mandela affected every time. I think it's like a USB cable. Whichever one I do, it's the opposite.
So the very quick fold from Dato. And look how effective that 3-bet is, right? And that's why, I know you don't want to hear it, Joe, but the blocker thing is important, right? When you have a king-queen there, it's less likely your opponent's going to have kings and queens and ace-queen, ace-king. And that means that when all those other aces, they're probably going to fold every single one to your 3-bet, right? Ace-jack, top of fold range there, quickly goes in the muck. So much ICM consideration. Didn't even have to make it that big. 240 to 585. Ace-jack, snap fold. So very effective hand selection there.
When it works. Cardisa, I don't mind these dumb questions if they're genuine. Do they have to play every EPT? No. This is an at-will.
You pays your money, you makes your choices.
That's right.
Can we make that a rule, though? We get great turnout.
If the whole world has to play every EPT, how would you even... I'm going to agree it is a dumb question.
I think he meant everyone that comes to the event, like this one. Would
So
have to come
play one, play all. So if you're intending to play one EPT, you have to play all 5 of them.
Yeah. You can never leave, but you can live forever. Come to the EPT.
Decoot, who is noting that I'm answering more questions than I've ever seen. It's because of this. If someone asks a genuine question, I will. All right, you point at my whiskey. That's fine. Maybe that's why. Maybe old Uncle Daddy gets a little soft when he's had a couple of tugs on the bottle.
Just the bottle.
Don't mess with old Uncle Terry when he's had a little bit of drink in him.
By the way, Dato's all in.
About to be?
You want to hear him say it?
Yeah, be cool. Damn it. I talked over it telling you to be quiet. Unreal.
And Simon says fold, but he doesn't like it. That's a pretty hand. It is a very strong hand to get in the button, but not the kind of hand you can call a 20 big blind shove with. Them's the rules.
So Dato, one-time chip leader, now the second shortest stack with 24 big blinds. We are now at level 30. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante.
That was the fastest level ever.
Yeah, that felt quick. That felt no more than like 8 minutes, but my sense of time is obviously off.
Well, the surprising thing for him was actually 9.
Digging the shirt, scarf, sweater combo going on here for Schumacher. I like it. Sort of like a cool dad situation.
You know what, Griffin? I think that's a delightful comment from you. I couldn't agree more. You know what?
Can you get this man
you
another?
You don't get enough credit for how funny you are.
I've only just noticed you're wearing a hat.
Yeah.
The Royal Montreal Golf Club.
Yeah.
They allow you in?
No, I was brought in as a guest once, and I bought a hat. So everyone thinks that I'm at a cool golf club.
They probably made him buy a shirt, too, that he had to wear that day.
Well, it's Gilles Simon's turn to be dealt pocket fives. It's raise from the cutoff. It's raise and take it.
Yeah, nice little subtle sizing thing there, making it quite a bit bigger than normal. Just under 2.5x into the chip leader's big blind. Maybe wanting to dissuade him from continuing, just wanting to take it down. So much power does Tesseract, like in Avengers, have in every post-flop pot against the other players with that big chip lead.
Yeah, we decided that when he moves all in on a bluff, he's got 2 infinity stones.
Nice. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Tesseract is a single. It is an infinity stone, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Was it the Mind Stone?
Wasn't there? I thought the infinity stone was inside the Tesseract.
I thought the Tesseract transformed
It went
into an Infinity Stone.
into the infinity stone?
Yeah, it went.
Okay. Got it.
That was like 78 movies ago.
Which
How
stone
am I supposed
was
to
it,
remember this? It was the Mind Stone. It's
Okay.
the one that gets put into Loki's rod, and then he controls Bloki. The one who's all in Swedish guy.
Mayor of Kingstown.
Jeremy Renner?
No. Well, yes, him too. But before that, the scientist dude. with the Incredible Hulk.
Stellan Skarsgård?
Oh,
Yes.
Stellan Skarsgård. Yeah.
An Incredible Hulk.
Thor.
Thor, yeah. Dark elves.
20 years and 50 movies ago.
Tinky Winky saying the space stone was inside the Tesseract, which leads me to believe that it was not.
I think it might have been actually, yeah.
What's the
Mind Stone
space
doesn't sound-
stone?
That's what I'm saying. There is no space stone.
I think there is.
There is?
Yeah.
Just like there's a Hungarian
Space,
winner.
Mind.
Time.
Time.
Water.
No.
Earth, wind, fire, heart.
Super serum.
Sorry. Can you?
I miss Iron Man.
Maybe it's the
Spoilers.
lights and the air dark, but it looks like some kind of different.
No, sometimes it's just
Poker Face asking, what the hell is this about?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Moving on.
Sorry. You know what? We're going to.
From the heat. Okay.
Yeah. We deserve that. Here we go. Space, mind, time, power, reality,
Definitely not me.
Who
soul.
have the warm hand? Who is nervous?
Oh, me definitely.
The Soul Stone was inside a Bill Withers album.
From the cup.
3 still good on an 8-8-7 flop. Do you remember Thanos making portals?
No.
No. Apparently that was done using the Space Stone. Wow.
There is also the Gallstone.
The what?
The Gallstone? For when you have unmitigated gall. Thank you, Faux Daddy. 3 on the turn.
That is a full house.
That's a lot of crabs.
Something else Griffin got at the Montreal Royal Golf Club after he had to wear a pair of house boxers.
Stop it. I'm thinking about that beard again.
Old Greg has the funky stone. Prolique, I'm going to say that in the voice of the character intended, all right? Now we can finally rest and watch the sun rise on a grateful universe.
Not bad.
Is that
That's my
Vin
Thanos.
Diesel?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, that was him in Fast 7.
I literally thought you were doing Dominic Toretto. Then.
I'm not sure if I have a good Thanos. It was my first try.
It wasn't that bad.
Leveling up.
Gonzalez.
You want the things?
One of those moments where no one laughs along with you because you're the only one stacking chips.
Yeah, with a full house.
He is closing in on Tashirak. Has 80 big blinds right now. The chip leader with 84 bigs. The shortest stack is Bjorn Kozenkai with just over 20 big blinds.
You know, that would be a good crossover, that after Thanos snapped his fingers and half of the universe disappeared, Dominic Toretto came after him because half of his family disappeared.
Family.
Stream shows everything, Jose.
That guy doesn't even have friends. Like
The Avengers
all
hired
he
Dominic
has.
Toretto to steal the Infinity Stones.
Yeah. Don't get cocky, Guns. What are you doing? From the hijack?
Which one's that again?
So far away. You got to skip over the cutoff. You got to jump over the button.
So far, so good.
You have to swim past the small blind.
Splish splash.
And then finally climb over
Mount Big Blind.
the Bjorn.
Call.
That sounded like all to me. sounded pretty binding.
King 9 Trey. Well, Jack High still the best hand.
It's about to go into the muck.
So you might be wondering why you're seeing this 6-4 offsuit raise from the hijack. Obviously, it's not standard. But this final table now is about the haves and the have-nots. And Halil Tassarak and Jose Gonzalez have a lot of license to just go a little buck wild, because these 40 big blind, even the 30 big blind stack of Yannick Schumacher really can't get too out of line. They can't really 3-bet the ace-9s, ace-10 offs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Did he say butt wild?
Buck wild.
I think he said butt wild, though.
As in, hey, ladies, if your man wants to get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style.
I know it's buck wild, but I think Griffin said butt wild.
I didn't.
Do you think it's butt naked or buck naked?
What?
Pretty sure he said butt.
Primal D says, who got eliminated? No one. Kozenkai folded on the flop. Thank you for your question.
And Gonzalez is going to raise a 6-4 off. I'm telling you right now, that King 4 suited's going in the muck. What do I know? He looks down at the King 4 of hearts and says the butt stops here.
Yes.
Thank you for your question.
Round to the blinds. 10-9 for Bjorn Kozenkai in the small. He completes Nikita Kuznetsov in the big. There's Queen Deuce of Diamonds.
Okay.
Let's get this party started.
Courteous.
Throw all the kids in the pool. Whoa!
Top two for Kozenkai. Flush draw for Kuznetsov. It's a post-flop flip. He has also got the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, and you have to imagine on 20 big blinds, Kozenkai is going to feel pretty comfortable just getting all the money in now, and I think that's what the effective check is here. Going to get a lot of bets from Kuznetsov from, you know, your rogue 7Xs and Jack Xs and some Queen Xs as well. Now, this particular hand, depending on Kozenkai's sizing, we could see a flat of the check raise or a shove. I mean, remarkable percentages here.
Yeah,
nearly 50-50, and just the call from Kozenkai. Wants to keep those bluffs in. You have the board so destroyed here, right? So unlikely that your opponent has something they'd be prepared to get all in with. So Kozenkai instead is just going to be like, you know what? I'll just let him keep betting. Try to rep me off my perceived 8-6 off, or, you know, King 9.
Check.
And then you get two bluffs, and maybe you decide to just put the rest in here. And boy, if he does, as this bet is going to represent almost 30% of Bjorn's stack. Actually, pretty much exactly 30%. Kuznetsov is going to wish he had just checked this back and seen the free river. Try to hit that diamond or jack. Instead,
look at the face. The pain.
Just stings.
The full pot-size bet. Now, Kuznetsov needs to know how much more is it to call. 1.38.
I didn't hear it, please.
3.5 in the pot.
He just...
Thank you so much.
He just
Oh, I
can't
gotta
really
thank you.
call. He just can't.
No, he knows that. I think that's what the face was about.
Yeah. And this is what's going to happen sometimes when you take aggressive action. And you might be thinking, oh, what a bad bet. What was he doing? Why didn't he just... Well, Kozenkai's not always going to have two pair there. He's going to have King 8 and just fold to the big bet on the turn. You know, you gotta work with what you got.
Broken and blue.
What?
The back is broken. I use the blue one.
The badge is blue, the badge is broken. Seemingly talking some kind of code.
Maybe
No.
I mean,
I leave it in the hands of one of the staff when I'm coming quick.
There are blue badges they
It's
are
not
wearing.
here.
It's like
I
a
don't know why.
merit.
Probably he put it anywhere else.
Wants his phone, maybe?
Ah, okay, sorry. That one, thanks. Pass. Thank you.
240,000.
Andrea, the announcer, Dato, verbally declares his bet. 240K with ace-10. Schumacher folds the 9-8. Kozenkai gives up the button. Kuznetsov out from the small blind. Gilly in the big.
Oh boy.
Has pocket jacks.
Silly Gilly.
Have not versus have not. Have not versus have some.
$840.
Re-raises to 840. And a quick fold from Andrea Dato, who's now playing 20 bigs at the 61-20 blind level. Still 67 minutes to run on this level. Action folded to Schumacher. He's out. Round to the button. Ace 10 for Kuznetsov. Raises to 255,000.
Oh, the sweater fell. It's a tell. Get out of there.
Oh yeah, he folded.
Probably one of the worst. Okay.
It's boring, you know. You have to do something. Ah, you can watch it later.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not gonna. I keep my 65 minutes of information.
Alco asks, what level are we at? This is level 30. And we're going to play to the end of level 31 tonight, or stop if we get down to 6 players.
Oh, sorry.
Schumacher playing a hand.
240.
Starts just over 30 big blinds, raising here with ace 10 of clubs. Kuznetsov with ace 8 in the cutoff.
It's got to be the peel, right? The peel's the reason we play. Every hand, a new chance, a new hope.
Hashtag play for the peel.
Play for the peel. Like that, like looking down and seeing 2 fat clangers.
A regal hand for a regal beard. And a re-raise from Gonzalez.
He doesn't look so much like a king as he does an advisor to one. One who can't be killed by conventional methods.
$850,000. A lot of schmeckles. Not a lot of room here to just, you know, call and try to get there. This is really just a shove or fold spot, and you're gonna want to lean fold.
Oh boy.
You know what? Has found the call. You know, were this ace-jack offsuit, I don't think Schumacher would be doing this, but you are going to be beating the bluff range something like ace-10 suited, you know, a 3-bet with like ace-5 of diamonds and stuff like that. And also if you are up against the big hands like this, like the kings, you can hit that ace.
Always an ace on the desk when you have kings. Gonzalez continues 525 into 1.9.
Unlike Griffin's recent dinner date, Gonzalez not bulletproof, but is firing away.
I see what you did there.
The call from Schumacher, this hand going to the turn. Nearly 3 million chips in the middle. 3 of clubs changes nothing. Gonzalez, 5% equity.
And Gonzalez right now is thinking, you gotta be kidding me. Because quite frankly, there aren't really any Jack X hands. I think that Schumacher flats pre doesn't just decide, hey, let's call with the Jack 10 suited here with 7 people left in this main event. Playing 30 big blinds effective. He recognizes this is the ace queen off, ace
had to
queen
slow
suited,
it down.
the ace jack suited, the ace 10 suited, or the trapped pocket aces, frankly. Certainly king queen suited is a possibility of diamonds. And Schumacher's feeling quite comfortable, expecting his opponent to either be shutting down with bluffs or have something like kings, queens, but no real reason to bet. Most of the time, just going to be folding out the worst hands. I don't think Schumacher is going to get paid on this river once Gonzalez checks. I think Gonzalez is too aware of the way that his range is broken down, and it just includes so many more aces than it does, you know, the one combo, in my opinion, of diamonds. Maybe something like king, queen of spades calls the 3-bet pre, would float the flop with the backdoor spades, but I think these suited king, queens are getting folded a lot pre too, right? It's just a little different when you have that ace 10 suited, because you can suck out against those big overpairs. Yeah, not getting greedy.
450,000.
He's trying to give him the price. I mean, look at how frustrated.
Muttering to himself like a character from Resident Evil 4.
He's paying it because he's been given the price.
Yes, you have been called. Kings have been cracked. And that's going to see Jose Gonzalez drop down to 8 million chips, 67 big blinds. Yannick Schumacher now third on the leaderboard, 5.9 million, hovering around the 50 big blind mark.
Boom, Schumacher Laka.
And you know what? It's not often you see someone compliment another player once they've called a 3-bet with ace-10 against your kings and cracked them. But I felt very genuine from Jose Gonzalez. I think he was impressed by that size on the river, because that was you could tell as soon as it went out there was the exact amount he felt he had to call.
Comment from QD on YouTube. Poker was funnier in the past. I mean, I'll concede that 2005, 2006, when we had Gary Turnbuckle at a feature table.
Hilarious.
I mean, such a funny guy. But I will say yesterday, we did have someone fall off their chair, and that provided much frivolity.
That was pretty hilarious. Nobody does pratfalls anymore.
I fall out of my chair all the time.
I know, that's why it's not as funny. Somebody wants to up the ante, they got to slip on a banana peel. It's the only way to top that. Griffin has a slide whistle standing by.
It's a real peel-themed level so far.
A lot of peeling.
couple of minutes, we're going to start doing our favorite Jordan Peele movies. Or your favorite Jordan Peele stories. You worked with the man.
I got a couple.
I got a couple.
This is going to be Schumacher versus Gonzalez round 2.
I actually have one Jordan Peele story. It's when I tell my friends that my friend worked with Jordan Peele. Really?
So Gonzalez is just called on the button. The blinds are folded, so these two are going heads up to the flop for the second hand in a row.
It's personal now.
Round 2.
Oh.
Fight.
It's personal. And once again, it is Schumacher who flops best. Top.
For that.
A few more chips that Gonzalez isn't going to be getting back. 350,000.
I sure like it when it's easy.
Yeah, but you only think it's easy because you know what Gonzalez has. But this is the kind of thing is not that easy.
I don't get that bent out of shape when I have top pair, top kicker. I'm not saying I'm right every time.
Not on 10, 8, 9, 8, 6, because every time I've seen the 4 card straight come out when you've been in a pot, you go, shit.
Not against the button raise.
On the subject of poker being funny,
it's not a button raise. It's out of the gun.
A comment on YouTube.
Sorry.
Poker was funny at EPT Barcelona 2022. That review coming from a Patrick Jarosz.
Oh, hey, Patrick Jarosz. It was funny. They were great. And that was relatively recent, I want to say, 2022. Anyway, Griffin, sorry. Sorry, if I raise
the
another
BB guy? Maybe this guy didn't see the BB guy, the who dance and point. What was that? Was that Barcelona?
That was literally the guy doing this.
Oh, that's the one we're talking
That's
about?
him,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Jesus Christ, Griffin.
I thought that was, you said 2022? That was a year ago? No.
Yes, this year is 2023, so a year ago would have been 2022. It's 2023 subtract 1.
Oh, that felt like a month ago. Oh my God, guys, you guys.
Yep. They both have the same hand. They both have a straight. This is a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
I prefer a jack.
My first one of the trip. A little emotional.
Yeah.
Same.
Well, guys, based on the reviews, it sounds like we're going to regionals.
Is EPT Barcelona currently airing still?
I think so.
Yes.
I wonder what Patrick Jarosz thinks of the coverage.
Well, I don't know if he's living in the United States of America, so I don't know if he's able to see it on Fox Sports on a Friday night.
Do you think it's in Canada on Sportsnet? They always have the other
Yes.
Yes. Of course, mustn't forget our friends north of the border in Canada.
Please don't. If you forget about us, we'll freeze. The winters are long.
Rip Cheater says, flush entity. Can you explain the river lead there for the chat pros, please?
I think it was like it was a bit of a troll. Maybe instead of checking, I mean, okay, this is what I would surmise. This is what I would guess. Because of the trend of people doing the small bet to induce a raise to then like re-raise, it might be a little scarier than just a check to see that little min bet and just said, you know what, I'm not going to pretend to have the jack here. Let's just chop it up and let everyone sing.
I would have answered for the lulls.
Yes.
How much? 22.3 million.
Play for the peel, stay for the lulls.
And mock for the shoes, am I right? This is going in.
Seems like a lot of big blinds to go in.
No, 20 bigs.
Cool.
Button big blind. The button opens on 18 big blinds. You're not going to stuff in the ace-10 on them?
Absolutely. Stick it in his eye.
Yeah.
Shove it down his
throat. It literally
throat.
just happened a second ago. This exact situation with the ace-10. But you know what? Schumacher's like, I think I'm going to stay a little under-repped here. This is almost like a pot control-y trap. Expecting that the times that Dado does call him off, he's going to be dominated or flipping. Instead, let's keep those weaker hands in there, like your king fours.
Check.
Yeah, Transattic Steve-O saying check his pocket for aces and tens. I mean, not a serious cheating allegation, but has been dealt ace-10 a lot.
I mean, that is also the ace of clubs.
Can he go 4 for 4 is what I want to know.
I mean, those are some big sleeves.
There goes Dato. Now, Griffin, I'm glad that you brought up Schumacher's outfit. Because I said yesterday they should call him Shoe Macklemore. Because he got that stuff at the thrift shop.
Yeah. Let's get it like that.
Still got more than half of this level to run. 60,000, 120,000 blinds.
He's guaranteed $162,925 in his pocket.
You know, it's funny. Say what you want about Macklemore. I've always had a soft spot for him because he did a great song and music video about being a Seattle Mariners fan. I was like, yeah, it's one of the good baseball songs.
You know those classic baseball songs that we all love, like
Macklemore's
Center Field and Willie, Mickey, and the Duke. Joltin' Joe DiMaggio.
If you can name the song, since I've clearly forgotten what it is, please do so. And Twitch or YouTube.
Tashirek on the button with King Queen.
I don't know how much I have to warn chat.
My oh my.
I have a hair trigger today.
My oh my was the song.
The Mariners song?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
my
dying
word.
to know.
We were wondering whether Schumacher could actually go 4 for 4 with ace-10, but no, he's upgraded to kings.
By the way, Joe's bluffing. He's not gonna ban you. He's in such a good mood.
What I'm saying is, Joe, you were the ones thinking I was being unkind about preventing Chat Pro Saturday. Aren't you happy that I made life slightly easier for you?
I guess so. But the person who just rated that last joke of mine a 4 out of 10 just got a permaban. Because if you don't like my jokes, you don't get to hear them anymore. You banned.
So if I was in Tassarak's shoes, I would be a bit offended by this 3-bet. He's been pretty quiet as far as chip leaders go.
Right, sure.
And it's folded him on the button. Makes a very reasonable, damn near premium raise with King Queen off. And
I certainly wouldn't be folding.
Bet the guy that does.
That is a 4-bet.
Yeah.
No.
Of course it is. Of course it is. He's
2.1 million.
2.1 million. And I don't blame Tassarek for this, honestly. Yeah, he does happen to have kings here. Our boy Schumacher. But that's not always going to be the case, and he needs to protect his opens. I wouldn't have done it because the guy has kings. I wouldn't have done it.
Interestingly, Schumacher not responding with a 5-bet, calls with the kings. This hand going to the flop, and we already have 4.4 million in the pot.
I'm pretty surprised by this. He's now creating an SPR of 1-1. You only have 35 big blinds if you somehow lose this pot to ace-10 off.
Oh, come on.
Oh, man. The ace-10 off giveth. And the
he doesn't have
possible ace-10 off.
But you know what I mean?
Take it away. So
there's only really one of two reasons he would be doing this, right?
You know who's loving this?
Either he just doesn't want to get it in pre-flop because of ICM or he's trapping, but
Gonzalez is going to absolutely love this.
This is either really nitty or really like he wants value for this. He wants more. He's like, I want more. I think he's probably 4-bet folding, so I'm gonna flat let him hit some equity, and if I get sucked out,
450.
Now he bets 1/10 of the pot.
Wow. I know that Schumacher doesn't like that ace, but you can't fold to 1-bet like this.
No, this is just the exact same situation Gonzalez was in moments ago.
And I think it's going to be hard for Tassarek to continue once Schumacher comes in for the call here, because the pot will now be bloated to almost 5.5 million. Schumacher's only going to have 3.7 left. You're going to expect your opponent has an ace most of the time being prepared to call. But, I was lamenting the fact that he didn't put the rest of the chips in. But look, he's just made another 450,000 now, and it's not over. Maybe Tassarek does find a way to win. Maybe he shoves on the jack of clubs.
Well, it's the 6 of spades on the turn. 5.3 million in the middle. Schumacher with 3.8 behind. Schumacher checks a second time.
Yeah, you better take a look at how many chips Schumacher's got.
And Tassarek checks behind. Deuce on the river.
I think that was the give up from Tassarek, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not sure he isn't up against the ace-10 suited, the ace-jacks, the ace-queens.
And this is riveting pressure happening right now in Schumacher's brain. Once I check here, if Tassarek goes all in, what am
Oh, God.
Okay, check to showdown. That is a huge pot that will get pushed in the direction of Yannick Schumacher.
What a heater.
And I think that hand is going to give Schumacher the chip lead. 9.1 million, 76 big blinds ahead of Jose Gonzalez and Halil Tassarek on the leaderboard.
Showdown or bet what?
Kings.
Showdown kings? Huh?
Yannick. Yannick.
Hey, bro, why you win the kings?
Heating up in a big way here at the final table.
It's crazy. You're the man. I won't fight with you. Today.
How's everybody doing in the mini EPTs? The mini EPT main is tomorrow. Don't forget about that. Also, sound off in chat if you're going to the NAPT. If you're thinking about going to the NAPT in Las Vegas, I'll be there. Griffin will be there. James will be there. Nick Walsh will be there. Maria Ho will be there. Winter says, wish I was going, but I'm a poor. There will be ways to win. Free and or paid. Masolis is going to go and try to qualify for the big game. Nice. F1 happening the following week. Some lucky red spade pass winners will be there for that. Dre on YouTube is saying, I should be there. All right, Dre. Ace-Jack for Simone. Maybe it's time for someone else to play a pot. Kuznetsov dominated in the big blind. Kuznetsov, the effective stack with 32 bigs. Kuznetsov does make the call. 7, 8, 9. This is why 6 is afraid of 7, Griff. And it's domination rotation for now.
7, 8, 9.
Correct.
Give me that one.
MJB Wilkie says Simon is pronounced Seaman. Griffin, how do you pronounce this word? Y-A-B-A-N-D.
You banned.
You banned. That's correct. You banned. Thank you.
I do know how to read. Like spell.
I know it's hard when someone spells something out. It's fine. I wasn't going to give you too hard of a time for that.
Okay, thanks. Because that was nerve-wracking.
Kuznetsov leading the turn after the flop goes check, check. And Simone makes the call. 5 on the river, no help for the ace-jack. All the spamming of the willies to support the gilly haven't worked out for this hand. Kuznetsov waits until the bitter end of that clock and knuckles the rail for a check.
Only one way to win here for Simon Simone. And that is to bet. Gonna recognize that Kuznetsov, whether he has a pair of 8s, 9s, 7s.
Check, check. Kuznetsov's gonna take it down at the show. Andrea Dato, the shortest stack.
Also wouldn't be surprised if Andrea has maybe the most experience and maybe done, well, I can't really speak to hours put in or work ethic or anything like that, but this is someone who's in the sort of Mustafa Kanit crew. A lot of experience playing main events, high rollers, going to be feel very comfortable on a 17 big blind stack. Doubt we're going to see any mistakes from
240,000.
Yeah, there's an argument for Kuznetsov being the most experienced, especially if you're counting online. Kuznetsov is an absolute online crusher.
Oh, yeah?
But you're absolutely right about Dato. Not to take away from Dato.
What's his online name then?
Are we allowed to say his online name? Eba. Eba 11, to be specific. Dato coming in for a raise with the queen suited. And it's going to pick up the pot. Important pot, being the shortest stack.
$240,000.
Two hands in a row. We're going to see Andrea Dato aggress.
And we could just see a fold here with the 8-7 suited because of Dato's stack size. But because Schumacher has all those chips, but yeah, with 4 players behind as well. But that's where the consideration comes from.
Nuts off on the button with 10-4. Probably not going to play.
God, you're good. Okay, very interesting spot. Buckle up, because this can really go 2 different ways.
Okay, what are those ways?
Well, given the big blind is, yeah, and you know what? He's just going to play it as a call. And I dig this, because if you were in the big blind here, maybe you would just want to shove. But because Gonzalez is behind, you can't really put in the 5 million, and you don't really want to 3-bet call off 9s for 20 big blinds against a range that would be prepared to get it in.
45.
So instead,
But he said 45 or he said 40? Sorry.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Oh, what do you know? Gonzalez putting in an extra chip again. Get him, mob.
Gonzalez somehow not quite aware of what's going on. Pairs his 7.
I don't know how that was an angle, but somehow it was. Thought he said 245.
9s are somehow an overpair to this board. Dato has 2 overs and a diamond. Backdoor straight possibilities. But those straights are going to connect pretty heavily with the holdings of Gonzalez and Simone as well.
Yeah, I don't think Dato's going to want to bet here. And that's a good reason why.
Dato.
Joe, take it from here.
Hits the over, top pair. Good kicker. Gonzalez does pick up the flush draw now to go with the pair of 7s. Simone checks. Gonzalez checks. Dato.
Yeah, Dato's going to have to...
You got to bet here, right?
Yeah, presume you have the... almost the nuts.
A little value, a little protection.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you would have heard from ace-queen or ace-king pre-flop, so you're only losing to 1 better ace. I think if 9s are calling in the small, so is ace-jack. But because 9s are calling, yeah, pocket 8s and pocket 7s are also calling. But you want to start getting some value from any spade draws. A hand exactly like Gonzalez has. I mean, I think there's an argument for checking because you don't necessarily want to get all in if someone plays it as a check raise. And Dato's weighing all of those options in his head.
400K.
400,000.
Half pot. Should get rid of the nines. Gahili folds the Nieners. Gonzalez with nearly 30% equity. Getting 3-1.
I wonder what Dato would do facing a shove. Would probably need to assume that most of the time it's a combo draw and call. But it frickin' sucks.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Must have been while you were kissing me. River is a 6. It is a straight card. Not a spade. Does not actually improve Gonzalez.
Seconds.
I wonder if Gonzalez is thinking, I could try repping 9-5 of spades here. 4-5 of spades. 9-10 of spades. Is my opponent, and no, he's just more, maybe he did consider shoving, but could also have just really wanted to spook Dato a bit if Dato just had something like the king-queen.
You're saying he was posturing for the posturer?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Gonzalez feels like he has too much showdown value to go for like an sort of an elaborate bluff. And maybe it's just a timing thing to just maybe spook Dato into checking back with both his value hands and his bluffs.
Thinks that giving it a think there might get him a cheap showdown, but it looks
yeah.
like that won't be working as Dotso looks at his chip, has used a time bank card already.
Because I mean, Dato could have king queen suited.
1 million.
King queen of spades, king 10 of spades.
You heard the man. 1 million.
Nope.
Gonzalez wastes no time sending the pair of sevens into the muck. The correct fold.
Is that a chubby squirrel on his hat? How cute.
You know what they say, Griff? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while. 27 big blinds for Dotso. Now tied with Kazankai. Well, was for about 0 seconds since he's in the big blind. Dre says, I have the same hat, but it's a bull. Oh, so not the same hat then. Cool story. Senative has the same hat, but it's not a hat. Bruce, what are you talking about? He could maybe induce with 250K. Nobody wanted to be inducted there. Dotso does not want to induce. It might be one of the worst moments of his life if he got shoved on there. You think you want to be induced because you can see the hands. When you can see the hold cards, it's easy.
Why are you looking at me?
Ace-9 for Simone. On the button. Ooh, Dato. 10-7 of spades. Dato can defendo. Don't worry, Dre. I like you. I wasn't trying to put you over my knee.
Domo, defendo, Mr. Dato.
Not worth it.
No?
No. Not worth whatever that's going to cost us. Queen 5-4. Ah, spade. It's a trap. Asks hold cards or hole cards. Am I mishearing this? So this is Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
So the phrase is hold cards. In Texas Hold'em, it might be something else. I don't know.
Yeah. You're not going crazy though. I have heard. Have you ever heard of the Mandela effect?
Yes.
So there is a phenomenon where there is a percentage of people that remember it always being whole cards, I believe.
Sure.
Not hold. So you're not alone, and there are support groups, but it is hold cards. That's why it's Texas Hold'em. Thank you for your question.
A gilly, a gilly, a gilly.
Maybe on the river, nice.
Not enough equity to call. Too many equity, but not enough to call.
That's right, Gotham on Fire. It is hold cards.
78 KB says, why it's Texas? It's not in Cyprus?
I can call. Yes, you can.
Actually, here it's called Cyprus halloumi.
That's right, John Delano has been getting it wrong his whole life. Schumacher under the gun with ace-4. Makes it 250K. 25 minutes left on the level. And we're going to take a break if we get to the end of the level and play one more level if we don't lose another player. If we lose another player, it's game over for the night.
Nice opportunity, I think, here for Simone to acquire some chips, but it's always difficult at these sort of situations. So many pressure can be put back onto Gillies being jam-packed in the middle, and that's why it's so effective to raise lame hands like ace-4 offsuit under the gun, seven-handed, when there's so much ICM to consider, because better hands are more standard raising three-betting hands. Oh my God, speaking of standard three-betting hands.
Kings have made their return, this time to Halil Tajirek.
Return of the Kings, nice. It's the best Harry Potter.
Unlike Return of the Kings, this hand had a very quick and concise ending. Ian Nell asks, how do I get into a game like this for free? Ian, how good at sex are you? Pocket queens for Gilles Simone.
C5 raises to 280,000.
You heard the raise. One way you can get in sort of for free is that every day you play a real money hand of poker on PokerStars, you get a 50-cent Power Path ticket. And you can use that power path to win your way all the way to a gold pass. That can get you an EPT package. As far as getting in purely for free, it's tough to do. There are free rolls every once in a while. There are contests, competitions you can enter. But you got to be real lucky. Schumacher in the big blind with 8-6 suited. Schumacher's got all the chips, all the momentum.
But if you're good at poker, a great character once said, if you're good at something, never do it for free.
Who said that? The Joker?
Joker said that, yeah.
10-5-5. Queen's doing quite well on this board. How come you came to my wedding dressed like Joker? Have you seen that sketch?
No.
It's a pretty good one from this past year. SNL. Jack Harlow. I thought we could dress up. When you said dress up for your wedding, I thought I could dress like Joker.
That sounds funny, actually.
It's really funny.
So Schumacher getting a little ool
Interesting.
right now.
Yeah, OOL, out of pocket, as
ool.
Griffin would say.
A little ool and a little oop.
5 seconds.
Now you might be asking yourself, why is he doing this? Well,
240?
because even when Simone has the big hands like the queens, doesn't want to just raise and get it in here, you know, with the ICM implications. And when you take the lead like this, like Schumacher has, you know, you're going to get calls by the ace highs, probably the king highs. But if the turns an offsuit 7 or the 9 of diamonds, and you start blasting again, suddenly those king highs and those ace highs that we're so comfortable to call on the flop are going to have a real tough time to do so. Now, we can all see, you, me, Joe, everyone, that Simone has the queens. And Schumacher rightfully has slowed down, not because he assumes Simone has to have a big overpair, but because this is not the card he was looking for, right? It wasn't the 4 of diamonds where he could come out firing for 800,000 and really put the pressure on those ace and king highs and, you know, pocket 7s or whatever. And look how timidly Simone has to play to respect the ICM. Doesn't want to get check raised here by a 5. Happy to just get to showdown, and once he sees another check here, you're going to want to go for some value, right?
Five seconds.
Oh boy.
What is Schumacher thinking about? Well, if my opponent does have the king highs and the ace highs,
yep,
and I've at 1.7 million here, what's Simone going to do? Probably fold. So Schumacher might be thinking about getting creative, and these queens are such a nice little trap. It's Schumacher, and it's the battle of the green scarfs. Couple of Slytherins. Look, I'm pretty sure Simone is betting, but there is reason to be scared. If you bet 450,000 here and he makes it 3 million.
It does seem like Schumacher might be capable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the mind games here. That's part of throwing a time bank
The rules change
card in there before you
final
check.
tables, man. You really got to be careful.
A little harder for Schumacher to come out over the top of this size bet, which would make it all the scarier if he did. Schumacher folds. Glem asks Joe Stapleton, I have a question for you. Can you hit the gritty? Yeah, of course. Hit the gritty all the time. Hit it earlier today. Hit it last weekend. Hit it from the top of the key. I hit the gritty every which way but loose. Come on. Ask me something hard next time.
But if you hit the gritty from the loose, please try to become a loose cannon on November 5th. We are big gaming again. We're not hunting little rabbits. We're doing the big game. You know, from traveling the world all these years, Joe. I've grown an eclectic group of friends with a lot of cool, interesting names from varying backgrounds. But I just got to say it one more time.
Yep.
There's some great names on this final table.
What's your favorite name?
I mean, Bjorn's such a classic.
The whole thing, Bjorn Cousin Kai?
Well, just I was thinking more as a first name. The full names are amazing. I wish I had a friend named Bjorn. Yannick, I once knew a guy named Yannick.
Your boy Nick?
Yeah. Halil might be my favorite. But the way it flows into the last name.
Halil Tazarek.
Halil Tazarek.
I like Halil Tazarek myself.
It's a good name. It's a strong name for a strong boy.
I feel like I'm flirting with that. People can see my cards.
10-8 deuce, 2 spades, ace high, out in front. YZ asks, why everyone have sunglasses in there? Are they blind? Yes, that's why they're wearing sunglasses, because they're blind. Thank you for your question.
Taking field players to a whole new level.
Thank you very much. Could I have another mint tea as well, please? Yeah.
Mint tea, whoa, slow down. Hope you're not driving.
Christ. Someone better give him a ride back to the all-inclusive hotel across the street.
Grim Reaper wants us to know, you pronounce his name like Tashiorek. Is that how we pronounce it? I pronounce you man and wife. Myrmidon wants us to know it's Cousin Kai.
Like Cousin Greg?
Like old Greg.
Old Greg.
Gonzalez opening King 10. Our former chip leader. Marlon says this is bad poker. And as the #1 all-time money winner, we've got to take Marlon's word for it.
Yeah, belly reflex.
Belly reflex, yes. Instantly pushed it.
You made belly dance or something?
No.
You can't say belly dance without doing it.
I will hire you for my birthday. A friend's gonna get married in a few
Griffin, I don't want to put you on the spot,
Do you preference?
but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Do you need a side gig?
Based on what you've seen so far from this table, from this dynamic, from these players, take into account the chip distribution as well. Who is your favorite to win EPT Cyprus?
Well, if you've been paying attention the last 25 minutes instead of playing Minecraft over here.
It's my favorite game. I just can't get enough of those creepers.
My favorite to win is, it's a cheap answer because he's become the chip leader, but your boy Nick, Yannick Schumacher, has played excellent poker all the days we've had him here on the feature tables.
Okay, at
so
least betting more on the table.
He's my pick right now. He's got the vibe.
Come on. What happened? Are you playing for a million?
But I think there's any one of these chip leaders is a good pick. But mine's better. Final answer.
I like Andrea Dato rising from the ashes.
Oh, look what I have.
Coming out of retirement.
Oh.
Like the announcer.
Oh, yeah.
I thought we decided he was going to be the verbal declarer, a.k.a. VD.
No. You suggested that. I vetoed it. He is the announcer.
He VD'd it.
Who is the commentator with the proper commentator voice? That would be me, Joe Stapleton. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, I don't like this card.
I don't know, Joe. I kind of think you might have been talking about me.
Could have been talking about Griffin Bender. Who knows? The 3-0 pitch. Line down the right side.
Can you believe it? They gave him the green light. He's just hitting 234, and he still swung at that. Schumacher, in fairness, is a pretty good baseball name. There have been some Schumachers. So that might be why I chose him now that I think.
I would say that Schumacher is probably a name more closely associated with Formula One than baseball, but
I'm pretty sure it's mostly associated with Batman and Robin. Okay.
Okay, who do you think is a more famous Schumacher and would be recognized by more people, Joel or Michael?
Oh, that's 8.2.
I mean, obviously Michael.
Thank
you don't
you.
have to bully me in front of everyone. Like, I make one joke about Joel Schumacher, and it's like, I'm going to get my army of minions.
Your 3 fans are not going to outweigh.
Where are my Joels at? Where are my Joel Schumacher fans at? Come on.
Where's my fans of the client?
Those bat nipples? Come on. Who's with me?
Friendly game.
8mm is my favorite movie.
Queen 5 deuce, bottom pair for Simone.
Ooh, good question from Bella Pop.
Look at me with this eyes.
Irrelevant.
Mustache. What can I do?
There are no Michaels at this table. It's irrelevant.
Very hard on that mustache, you know? I think it took me like 3 weeks to grow.
I one time saw a comic at an open mic, though, whose first name was Michael, and his entire 5 minutes was naming other famous people named Michael.
No way.
He's like, I don't like having the name Michael. Like, people are like, what are you, Michael Jackson? What are you, Michael J. Fox?
Yeah,
and
like
he just
no one does that to you.
He just did that for like 5 minutes.
You know, it's like the other day.
I was barely born 3 years ago, remember?
You're the man. You.
I was saying that Halil Tazarek should just drop the ha and just be Lil Tazarek.
That's good. I like that.
EPT Cyprus final table featuring Lil Tazarek.
It'd be funny if all these years he's always gone by Hal, and then he didn't even realize he could have been Lil.
Lil. Lil.
Yo, where Lil Tassie at?
James, apparently Cousin Kai's name is pronounced Cousin Kai.
Yeah, like Cousin Greg.
They corrected me.
So, sorry.
Yep, you got it.
Huh.
You nailed it. Date with deuces in the big blind. Griffin, take it away.
Ducks fly together, baby.
Dato's ducks.
That's how ducks sound like.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you ever heard a duck before?
No, that's how they sound. They go, caw.
No ducks on this flop, just a A-frame for Cousin Kai. Griffin's secretly the voice actor of Cultists and Slay the Spire? That's so specific, it must be something you know about.
Might be a certain Nintendo Switch game. I am uncredited and I will not confirm nor deny. I just sent someone to the IMDb page to Slay the Spire right there. And I have no regrets. My secret exposed.
As long as that's all you're exposing.
Oh, really?
Riz Lele says, I saw at PokerStars Live app that for those that want to join UK IPT Edinburgh, they can't wear caps or hats. Why is that? Probably a local casino rule. A lot of casinos don't like you wearing something on your head for camera purposes.
You know, James, if you are going to take a few minutes off to play more Minecraft, I do like it when you interject with something like an oh my. I like that. That was good. just an exacerbated British guy. Oh my.
I'll have you know I'm playing hearts.
I bet. You turned your laptop screen ever since I called you out for the Minecraft, so I just assumed it was still Minecraft. Fold to the small blind. Dato with the no good 8-4.
Another quick one. A walk this time for Lil Tazarek.
Charlie Parker says, let the man dig for diamonds in peace. I like that how that can work for both Minecraft and Hearts.
Is Hearts the same as Spades? Just with Hearts?
I actually don't really know what Hearts is, but I assume it does not. It includes all the suits.
No, what I'm saying is there's a game called Spades. Is it the same game as Spades? You just play it with Hearts as Spades and Spades as Hearts.
I think they're two different games.
Okay.
Okay.
Jay Palermo says, if James is occupied with his laptop, can we get Chat Pro Saturday for the rest of the day? For the last 34 minutes? No.
Wow.
Wow.
In 20 minutes of that's going to be a break.
Yeah. That would have been the good rug pull. You should have said, okay, for the next 24 minutes.
More from EPT Cyprus in 20 minutes' time.
Have you any idea how much damage the live chat on Twitch and YouTube can do inside of 3.5 minutes?
Yeah, in fairness, they will still be able to chat during the break. And everything they say will be
They'll just
canonized.
chat pro
It'll be
old
canon.
footage.
Yeah.
Sorry? How many chips are you playing roughly?
All these.
I'll remember that next time you ask me.
Of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chat has decided that Mike McDonald actually beat Dominic Panka in the PCA in that 20. So we're going to have to sort that out.
No, you say fold.
And a couple of chip leaders getting rich, laughing, being friendly, not at all incentivized to go after each other, can play pretty honestly.
Queen 9-6, so the open-ended straight draw for Schumacher. Oh, man down.
Another person fall off their chair. Please say. Please, mommy, please.
I hope it's Steve O'Dwyer. Four diamonds for Juice. Ugh, 5 for the suck out.
Well, Gonzalez, 2-1 favorite with a pair of 5s, but Schumacher still has that draw.
I don't think Gonzalez wants to get weird here.
Boom.
Ooh, that's weird.
Oh, so you can go from the number cards into the letters.
Yeah, you thought it was just the
I thought you had to go. That's why they say all straights have to have a 5 or a 10. I thought it just went 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10. No, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
1.6 million.
Overbet from Schumacher. Gonzalez unlikely to hero here with just a 5.
Did not hero.
Oh, Tom, this is a good suggestion. James, I know you vetoed Chat Pro Saturday, but could we go a step further to emote only Saturday
Oh, God, please. That sounds so good right now. Chat was really tap dancing on my last nerve. Oh, we're getting rid of the 5Ks.
We've reached that time already.
Why?
In the meanwhile.
Only for you. Chip leader, bye. All life long.
I guess chat's not the only place that people are getting ornery.
After the time, yeah. All right, let's go.
Later. Bye. Peace.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be the last break of the day, whatever happens during the final level. We've played to the end of level 30. On the other side of the break is going to be level 31. And if we get through the next 90 minutes of poker without losing another player, we will come back with 7 tomorrow.
Yo, JJ, save me a waffle.
I trust you. Okay, this is 200.
Standard open from Tassarak here, especially in the final hand of the level with all these chips as one of the chip leaders. And Kozenkai with the defend, ace-4, but
Ooh,
outflopped.
don't mess with Lil Tazarak. Blap, blap, blap.
Well, Tasharak still ahead. But it's Kozenkai who's betting. 225 into 680.
Yeah, maybe a bit of price setting here from Kozenkai. Feeling like the ace-4 can be good a decent amount of the time here. And sometimes you just hit that berry.
Absolutely.
Hit that berry. Barry, hit it.
Flaming Barry delivers the win for Kozenkai as this level comes to a close. We are 7-handed in the EPT Cyprus main event. Our objective today is to get down to 6. We need to lose one more player. But if we fail to do that tonight, we'll play one more full level, another 90 minutes of poker. Yannick Schumacher still leads. At the next blind level, 100,000, 150,000, he'll have 58 big blinds. The short stack right now is Andrea, the announcer, Dato, with just 16 big blinds. So we will be back inside of 20 minutes for the start of level 31, which will be the last level of the night. Of course, we'll stop sooner if we lose a player. We're at the final table, trying to get to the final 6 on the penultimate day of the Cyprus main event here on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. See you in 18 minutes time. Pocket 8 for Liv in the small blind.
It's entirely possible these two guys have never even interacted with a girl before. This could be a new experience for everyone.
It raises to 570.
Raised to 575,000. Re-raise from Petson with King Queen. The shove from Liv. We're off to the races.
Like easy A versus cop out. One of these two things from 2010 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Queen of diamonds, king of hearts. Liv is still in player, she's in the lead.
Stress to the eyeballs.
Flop comes.
Eights are holding.
Jack of spades.
Look, most of the hard work's done after the flop.
King or a queen?
Queen is coming.
Let's see the turn cards.
8. Queen.
8.
Liv, don't call for outs when you're ahead. Bad stuff happens.
Even if it's just to fight the outs he's calling for.
Olivia gets very lucky there.
I do like the show of emotion.
Something. I don't know.
Tempts fate, but somehow Rivers are set. And now Liv with sevens in the small blind.
I love this kid. He's like a Finnish Beavis. He keeps looking at Liv till she looks at him.
Well, she just completes, calls the big blind of 200,000, and Pettersson checks his option with 6-4 of clubs. Oh wow, Pettersson flops a full house.
Goodness.
4 of spades.
And Liv's got an overpair to the board. Man, oh man.
She bets her overpair, 275,000.
Obviously, I think the play here is just a call. I think there's a way bigger chance that Liv will keep betting. There's not a ton of hands she can call with if you raise here. She happens to have one of them.
Well, Pettersson raises to 825,000.
Tony re-raises to 825,000.
And if you're Liv, I don't think you can really fold.
Call.
Oh, wow.
A shove and a call.
Wow.
Tony makes
Shit. Nice hand. What is that?
Tony shows 4 of clubs, 6.
We'll assume she's talking about.
Rigged.
You flop full house.
Yeah.
4,
Fine.
6.
At least you're seeing the funny side of it.
Hand is pocket 7. 7 of hearts.
7
7
will
of
do.
clubs.
Is it always coming 7?
No.
Third card is an ace of hearts.
7.
And the river card.
No 7 on the river. Pedersen doubles up through Liv.
At least she can say she lost with a flush.
Language, Timothy.
It was unlucky.
Blinds now 125, 250.
Tony raises to 600,000. Check the plus.
Pedersen raises the button with King Queen. Liv with pocket 3s in the big blind.
A dead heat. And I think what people re-raise their small pocket pairs a lot more.
Yeah.
In this era. I think, I think both calling and re-raising are fine. Three-handed up, but I think folks are going to take the lower variance route more often these days and just call.
The re-raises to 1.5 million.
So a 3-bet to 1.5 million.
But also when your opponent has a pretty wide perceived range, opening three-handed on the button, sometimes you can get them to fold. Hands that have good equity against you when you re-raise pocket 3s. You might get stuff like 7-9 and 10-8 and Jack-9. Those kinds of hands might fold.
Well, Pedersen calls in position, and this hand is going to the flop. And there is a 3 on the flop and a king. It's top pair versus a set.
Tray of spades.
Liv Boeree has the pre-flop betting lead.
Yeah, and these are just the setups where you're destined to go broke. Or you're destined to win a poker tournament.
Liv Boeree continues for 1.5 million. Tony Pedersen loving the fact that it's a king high board.
Yeah, this is pretty much the exact flop you want with King Queen.
Oh, wow. He's raising. A tower of bumblebee chips, 3.2 million.
Actually, do not love this raise. I do not love this raise. Is Liv going to have King Jack? Is Liv going to have 2 queens that you can't fold?
She moves all in. And then Tony Pedersen calls, and he's the at-risk player here, and he is way behind. He's got just 2% equity. a very slim chance of survival.
Shut up, butthead.
3 of hearts, 3 of clubs. Okay. He hits another tray on the flop.
I should have said Beavis.
Live. Let's see the turn card.
I did it in Butthead's voice.
And Pettersson is drawing dead on the turn. He's out in third place, cashing for 420,000 euros. Liv Boeree is going to go heads up against Jakob Karlsson for the title and the first prize of 1.25 million euros. King 9 for Jakob.
Take a raise. 525.
Raises to 525k.
Yep, King 9 definitely a raise, heads up.
Pocket threes. Last time Liv had threes, she flopped a set.
Doesn't even need to flop a set, just needs to avoid kings and nines.
All about dem crabs as she calls. And we go to the flop.
Here's the flop. Flop comes 4,000.
10 for deuce. Threes are still good.
Lift check.
Threes are good and feel pretty good here. Karlsson would be raising lots of tens, but it's hard to make a pair.
Jacob bet 600,000.
Karlsson continues for 600k.
Lift call.
Okie dokie. Seems reasonable.
Turn card is the 6 of hearts. Threes still good.
Not only are they still good, now they have a gut shot. Very unlikely Karlsson is going to get a fold on this turn.
He checks it back.
Doesn't go for it.
5 of hearts on the river.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a straight for Liv Boeree. So she's going to lead the river. 2.2 million in the middle, and she's betting 1.5 million.
Yeah, so even though we know she's unlikely to get a call from this, you can see there's tons and tons of hands that Karlsson would just check back. So
yeah,
leading here seems perfectly reasonable.
Jacob, re-raise.
Wow. Karlsson bluff raises to 3.9 million.
3,900,000.
I mean, what hand are you losing to? 7, 8, and 7, 3?
Yeah.
I'm not very worried at all about being up against 7, 8 here. I'm just call.
What's she at behind Jacob?
I mean, I guess there's an argument for raising again, and maybe you get another 3 to fold.
9.
8-4.
I don't know if that's part of the thought process at all. Even that 7-8's not totally out of the realm, I think I just call. I don't know what good players do.
I'm all in.
Lift, re-raise, all in.
Well, there's Liv's response, all in. And we know she's got Karlsson covered by a significant margin.
So yeah, sometimes you can get him in the fold to chop here.
And now she's driven a huge wedge between them. Liv Boeree with the huge chip advantage over Jakob Carlsen as this heads-up battle continues.
A469 says such a bad spot to bluff.
Blinds 150,000, 300,000. Liv first to act. Pocket fives.
Presto.
Raise to 700,000.
Raises to 700K, and it's ace-6 off for Jakob Carlsen.
Jacob, re-raise.
He is all in for his last 6.35 million.
He's gonna start doing some stretching, James. Get ready for this flip. Yeah, I was gonna limber up at this age. You can't flip without stretching a little. So you cause an injury.
Oh, cool.
Liv Boeree calls, and we are off to the races. Liv, the slight favorite, and if fives hold here, she takes down the title.
Look at that, she can't even look. Has to hold her face in from excitement.
Ace of hearts, 6 of diamonds.
Look at that. That drama.
This hand to have fives. 5 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
That's right. This is a €500,000 coin flip. Liv, stop calling for outs. You're ahead.
It's not just the money. This is huge for someone that wants to be a professional poker player.
And there it is. 8 of hearts, king of spades.
Fives are holding.
Liv is in the lead.
I gotta tell you, losing this flip to a 6 is heartbreaking.
6. Let's see the turn. It's a 7. Jacob needs a 9, an ace, or a 6. Any other card, we have a decision. Let's see the river card.
Ace, 9 or 6 needed. It's a jack on the river. Liv Boeree wins. EPT 6 San Remo.
Please give it up for our champion.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour in